When it comes to the Old West, they don't get much more famous than Jesse James. According to many, James was a hero, a freedom fighter who continued resisting Northern aggression long after the Civil War came to an end. But to his victims and their families, Jesse was nothing more than a cold-blooded killer, one who used the war as an excuse to lead a life of violence and destruction. But where does the truth lie? What exactly occurred during Jesse's childhood that turned him to a life of crime? How old was he when he killed his first man? How'd he wind up surviving not one but two separate gunshot wounds to the chest? And is it true he really hooked up with his own cousin? Join me today as we delve into the life of Jesse James, including his upbringing in Missouri and his time as a teenage killer, riding with the likes of Bloody Bill Anderson. My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Jesse Woodson James was born in Clay County, Missouri on September 5th, 1847. His father, Robert, was a hemp farmer by trade, in addition to being a Baptist minister. But I suppose being a man of the cloth don't necessarily make you immune to gold fever. And when gold was discovered in California, Robert headed west, alone, leaving his wife Zerelda and 3 young children behind in Missouri. And just 5 months later, Reverend James was dead. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, there would be no funeral, no burial, and no headstone. Robert had met his end in the California goldfields from cholera in September of 1850. Now, obviously, this was a devastating loss for the James family, but Robert's widow, Zerelda, was nothing if not resilient. Described by various sources as courageous, shrewd, and remarkable, the nearly 6-foot-tall Zerelda had a devotion to her children that bordered on the ferocious. But be that as it may, things would get worse before they started getting better. Shortly after Robert's death, many of the James family belongings were auctioned off to pay his debts. And by April of 1851, things had gotten so bad that Zerelda was taking a collection at her late husband's church just to keep the children fed. She would eventually remarry, though, to a farmer twice her age named Benjamin Sims, almost certainly a marriage of convenience. Jesse and the other kids weren't even allowed to live on the Sims farm. They stayed with a friend of their dearly departed father's until the newlyweds separated that following June. Sims would be dead in another 6 months, and a little over a year after that, Zerelda tied the knot for the third and final time, swapping nuptials with a doctor by the name of Reuben Samuel. And make no mistake about it, Zerelda was definitely the one wearing the pants. Hell, she even made Reuben quit medicine so he could work the farm on a full-time basis. And for a while at least, life on the farm was good. Well, for everyone other than the slaves, that is. Neighbors would gather periodically to slaughter animals, meat was cured and smoked, fruit was jarred, and all the other little chores that come with country living. Jesse's mama and stepdaddy would welcome a baby girl in 1858 they named Sarah, and in time they'd add 3 more, John, Fanny, and Archie. By 1860, according to the federal census, a 12-year-old Jesse was attending school with his older brother Frank and little sister Susan. I don't think any of them could have predicted the change that was coming, not just for them, but the nation at large. And by change, of course, I do mean the Civil War. Long story short, Missouri was a border state. It was also very divided when it came to the issues of slavery and secession. You know the old trope about the Civil War being brother against brother and neighbor against neighbor? Well, that rings especially true for Missouri. By the year 1860, its population had exploded to around 1 million people, roughly 10% of whom were slaves. By contrast, in the deep southern states like Louisiana and Georgia, slaves made up closer to around 45% of the population. So yeah, Missouri was a slave state, but it wasn't quite as entrenched in slavery as other areas. And while around 40,000 Missourians would end up serving in the Confederate Army, over 100,000 more fought for the North. As for the James family, they were ardent supporters of the Southern cause. Not only did they themselves own slaves, but the area where they lived was known as Little Dixie. Now, if you listen to the recent episode I did on Silas Soul, you're already pretty familiar with the strife that plagued Missouri and Kansas in the years leading up to the war. I won't repeat myself too much here, but long story short, both pro and anti-slavery factions flocked to the area looking to sway public sentiment. And in time, these factions would resort to violence. For the most part, though, none of this had a direct impact on the James family. leastways not till the war officially began in April of 1861. Jesse's older brother Frank would answer the call a month later when he enlisted with the Missouri State Guard under Sterling Price. And by that August, Frank was already engaging Yankee troops at the Battle of Wilson's Creek. He also came down with a pretty serious case of the measles. And when General Price pulled his men out of Springfield, they were forced to leave the ailing Frank behind. He was taken prisoner, but released shortly thereafter and sent home, after pinky swearing to be a good boy. And home is where he stayed until May of 1863, when he once more took up the fight, this time with William Quantrill and his merry band of bushwhackers. Don't worry, we will get back to Jesse James here shortly, I promise. I'm just setting the stage right now. Little history foreplay, if you will, just to put everything in context and get your juices flowing. Now, speaking of William Quantrill, I am planning on doing a series on him in the very near future, but if you don't mind, I would like to give a quick overview. Born in Ohio in 1837, Quantrill, believe it or not, was a school teacher. At least he was until he killed a man in 1856. By the following year, Quantrill was living in Kansas, and later still, he'd sign on as a teamster for the Army, traveling as far west as Salt Lake City. But by 1859, he was right back in Kansas. Interestingly enough, Quantrill had previously been opposed to slavery. He was even an ardent admirer of the abolitionist James Lane. However, by 1860, things were changing. Quantrill started going by the alias of Charlie Hart and hanging out with border ruffians, stealing livestock and helping to chase down escaped slaves. When the Civil War kicked off, he headed to Texas, but soon lit out for the Cherokee Nation. It's there where Quantrill befriended Joel Mays, captain of the Confederate Cherokees under General Stan Wadey. And when the Cherokees rode east into Missouri, Quantrill was right there with them, soaking up all he could learn about the fine art of guerrilla warfare. Finally, in late 1861, he formed his own company of irregulars known as Quantrill's Raiders, which included such luminaries as George Todd and Bloody Bill Anderson. This wasn't the only group of bushwhackers there in Missouri, but they would become the most well-known. Under Quantrill's command, the Raiders fought more like the indigenous than regular soldiers, striking hard and fast and then dispersing into smaller groups to evade capture, oftentimes donning the blue uniforms of their vanquished foes in the process. And as the war progressed, the behavior of these guerrillas grew more and more savage. Murder was the norm. Prisoners were rarely taken, and the dead were oftentimes mutilated. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's this same band of cutthroats who took in Frank James in the spring of 1863. Now, as to why Frank decided to join the Raiders as opposed to the actual Confederate Army, we really don't know. There are stories of him being mistreated and arrested by the Missouri Provisional Militia. Maybe that's what inspired him. Or perhaps Frank just felt more comfortable riding with folks he was familiar with. Whatever the case, on May 19, 1863, Frank would assist Quantrill in attacking the U.S. troops garrisoned at Missouri City. Those who surrendered were executed, after which Frank and his fellow bushwhackers looted the town. From there, they continued raiding throughout Clay County, robbing and killing those who they suspected as being Union sympathizers. And yeah, this is the same Clay County where Frank was born and raised. Remember what I said earlier about the war there in Missouri being neighbor against neighbor. Some of the very same people that Frank was helping to kill, he had known for pretty much his entire life. And by late May of that same year, Frank and his compadres were camped out right there on the James farm, which, as it turns out, was probably not the greatest of ideas. A provisional militia out of nearby Clinton County soon caught wind and came a-calling. When they failed to locate Frank, they took the then 15-year-old Jesse James hostage. Legend has it they beat him, possibly going so far as poking at him with their sabers. And while Jesse remained strong and refused to divulge his brother's whereabouts, the same cannot be said for his stepfather, Reuben Samuel. The provisionals ended up placing a noose around Reuben's neck and jerking him up into the air. After several minutes of torture, he finally broke and led him through the woods to where Frank and the others were camped. There was a brief firefight. Some of the guerrillas were killed, but luckily for Frank, he was able to escape. Reuben and Zerelda were then hauled to the district headquarters over in St. Joseph, while Jesse was left on the farm to look after his younger siblings. Meanwhile, Frank and the bushwhackers took their frustrations out on the town of Lawrence, Kansas. Now, this was partly in retaliation for what had just recently occurred in Kansas City. The family members of several suspected bushwhackers were arrested and being held there in an old building. And when the building tragically collapsed, people died. Among the dead were two of Bill Anderson's sisters, as well as a female cousin of another guerrilla you'll end up hearing much more about here shortly, named Cole Younger. It was almost certainly a total accident, but nevertheless, the guerrillas were looking for retribution. Also, Lawrence was sort of the de facto Jayhawker capital there in Kansas, in addition to being home of Quantrill's former mentor and current enemy, James Lane. Shortly before the attack, Quantrill ordered his men to, quote, kill, and you will make no mistake. Lawrence should be thoroughly cleansed, and the only way to cleanse it is to kill. And yeah, kill they did. Pretty much every single man and boy they could find. Those hiding were dragged out of their holes and executed. Some were shot, some stabbed, and others simply clubbed to death. Per a Lawrence resident, quote, the horsemanship of the guerrillas was perfect. They rode with that ease and abandon which are acquired by a life spent in the saddle amid desperate scenes. Their horses scarcely seemed to touch the ground, and the riders set upon them with bodies erect and arms perfectly free, with revolvers at full cock, shooting at every house and man they passed, and yelling like demons at every bound. On each side of this stream of fire were men fallen dead and wounded, and women and children, half-dressed, running and screaming, some trying to escape from danger, and some rushing to the side of their murdered friends. All total, Frank and the Raiders killed around 200 people, the vast majority of whom were non-combatants. People that had nothing to do with that building collapse over there in Kansas City. These were just normal, everyday people just trying to live their lives. Cole Younger would later aptly describe it as a day of butchery. Now, if you're looking for a pretty decent portrayal of the Lawrence Massacre, I'd strongly suggest checking out Ride with the Devil, starring Tobey Maguire. Yeah, Spider-Man. But don't worry, it is a way underrated movie that, in my opinion, gives a pretty realistic picture of the Missouri bushwhackers. It also has Jewel, so hey, win-win. Now, later on that winter, Frank would join Quantrill down in Texas. He and his buddies wouldn't return to Missouri until the following spring, and it's at that point that the now 16-year-old Jesse James got his big chance. In his book Jesse James, The Last Rebel, T.J. Stiles summed it up best when he wrote, quote, it was a savage set of men who returned with Frank that April. Already hardened by war, they had been blistered by butchery at Lawrence and debauchery in Texas. And Charles Fletcher Taylor, the man who led the small squad that crossed over to Clay County, was one of the hardest. Short, broad-shouldered, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, Fletch had fought with Quantrill since the beginning, scouting out Lawrence before the raid, murdering the innocent in its streets, and then riding to Texas. But there he turned against his master, murdering a Confederate officer and resisting Quantrill's attempt to arrest him. Now he fought on his own hook. Cantering beside him was an even smaller, even more vicious killer, little Archie Clement, a gray-eyed 18-year-old from Johnson County. Barely 5 feet tall, he looked more like a jockey than a gorilla, but he was already an experienced gunman, and he would soon win the lasting admiration of Frank's little brother. These were the men who brought Jesse James to manhood. End of quote, and well said, Mr. Stiles. Now, starting in early June, Fletcher led the guerrillas, Jesse James included, throughout Clay County, killing Union loyalists, or just those who they suspected of being loyalists. Their first victim was an old boy named Bradley Bond. They rode up to his farm, asked to see the man in the house, and when Bradley stepped outside, they shot him dead. The next morning, they likewise killed a neighboring farmer named Alvis Dagley. Both of these guys, by the way, Dagley and Bond, were thought to have been part of that militia that beat Jesse and put the noose around his stepfather's neck. If true, I do think there's a good chance that one of these men may have been Jesse's first kill. Over the course of the next couple weeks, they'd kill at least 8 more Union sympathizers. Property was stolen and or destroyed, and on at least one occasion, they shot one of their victims' slaves just for the fun of it. And yeah, this was basically Jesse's introduction to war. Not as a soldier on the battlefield, but as a member of what can best be described as a death squad, just slowly picking off men that he and Frank had previously considered to be neighbors. Hell, it wasn't until they killed fellow Clay County resident Solomon Bigelow that Jesse even experienced being shot at. A brief skirmish that resulted in Bigelow's death and Jesse getting the tip of his left index finger shot plumb off. The following day, they murdered a civilian they encountered on the road, just on suspicion that he was a Unionist. And on and on and on it went. A lot of killing going on in Missouri during the 1860s. I keep wanting to say Missouri, but I think that's because I've watched too much Outlaw Josie Wells, so I'm going to stick with Missouri. Okay. By mid-July of 1864, a former militiaman would write that a, quote, general terror prevails. Today there is not in the county of Clay one unconditional, loyal Union man who dare goes into the harvest field to do a day's work. Many of them have left the state. All are now talking of going. A week later, on the 20th, around 1,500 locals met in the town of Liberty to further condemn the bushwhackers. Quote, guerrillas, whatever the name they assume, and bushwhackers are the ravenous monsters of society, and their speedy and utter extermination should be sought by all brave and honorable men. End of quote. Now, I bring this up just to show that not everybody there in Missouri were fans of the bushwhackers, even in Little Dixie. The majority may have supported them, but certainly not everybody. Hell, like I keep saying, up till this point, the only people that Jesse had been killing were his own damn neighbors. That would change a few weeks later, though, when the gang headed west into Platte County and attacked the town of Parkville. This was followed on July 10th by a similar assault on Platte City. If you've ever seen that photo of a young Jesse James, where he looks like he's about 12 years old, revolver in hand, 2 more stuffed in his belt, that photograph was taken right there in Platte City. And Jesse, still 2 months shy of his 17th birthday, already had the dead eyes of a stone-cold killer. Once the bushwhackers were done looting Platte, they rode north and murdered a minister who just so happened to be anti-slavery. This was followed by Jesse and Archie Clement allegedly gunning down a pair of Union men they caught picking apples. As you can imagine, things were getting a little hot there in Clay County, as evidenced by around 500 Union troops arriving looking to clean house. And that being the case, the guerrillas wisely chose to split up and scatter to the wind. The damage was already done, though. They had either killed or ran off most of the families in the area still loyal to the North. Those who remained either supported the Confederates or knew how to keep their mouths shut. This is also around the same period that Jesse and Frank joined up with Bloody Bill Anderson. I'm not going to lie, it's kind of hard to keep up with a lot of these names. Remember, Frank initially rode with William Quantrill, as well as another guerrilla leader there in Clay County known as Fernando Scott. He and Jesse would then go on to fight alongside Fletch Taylor, and eventually, by 1864, they were with Bloody Bill Anderson. I'm not sure why they didn't continue riding with Fletcher. If you happen to know, hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com and enlighten me. But I do know there was a lot of disagreement among the various guerrilla leaders, and a lot of fracturing at different points. I'm not going to go too in-depth on it today, but as Mr. Stiles alluded to a moment ago, there was even a point when Quantrill and Anderson were gunning for one another. Now, speaking of Anderson, he originally hailed from Kentucky. I'll try not to hold that against him. And by the time he was a teenager, he and his family were residing in Kansas, which, let's be honest, ain't much of an improvement over Kentucky. And despite Anderson nowadays being lauded as a hero, he was pretty much just a 2-bit thief. He would even readily admit that his main motivations were financial as opposed to ideological, at least towards the beginning of the war. He and his gang wouldn't join up with Quantrill's raiders until the spring of 1863, right about the same time that Frank started riding with them. Then, of course, later on that summer was when Bill's sisters were killed over in Kansas City. Fellow bushwhacker Jim Cummings would later say of Anderson, quote, you talk about Quantrill, Todd, and Taylor being reckless raiders and fighters, but Anderson was worse than any of them. And yeah, it's from Anderson, along with his right-hand man, the maniacal little Archie Clement, that the James boys would receive a master class in guerrilla tactics. They kicked off the spring of 1864 by cutting a swath of terror across Jackson and Lafayette counties. In July, they gunned down 9 civilians in Carroll County. They continued raiding further east all the way to Monroe County, and by August of 64, they were right back in Jesse's home turf and camped out on the James farm. It's there where Jesse's mother, Zerelda, prepared what was described as a splendid feast. Kind of makes you wonder how much of the food she cooked as opposed to the slaves. Not long thereafter, the bushwhackers came across a Union man described by locals as harmless and inoffensive. But regardless, they shot him full of lead, stripped his body, and left his harmless corpse to rot there on the banks of a creek. This may or may not have been after Jesse witnessed Anderson torturing a prisoner with a knife. Eventually, Bloody Bill put the man out of his misery with a bullet to the head, but not before first removing his ears. Skip ahead to mid-August, and they engage elements of the Missouri militia over in Raid County, finally fighting people who can actually shoot back. Now, 2 of the U.S. soldiers who surrendered had their throats cut and scalps taken. And when a civilian made the grave mistake of riding past in a wagon, Anderson's men murdered him too. This was followed by Jesse James damn near getting his young ass killed. Story goes that Jesse spied a nice looking saddle propped up against a fence, and when he approached, thinking that he could swap it out for his own, the saddle's owner stepped outside and put a bullet squarely in Jesse's chest. Thankfully, Frank was on hand to whisk his brother to safety. In due course, they stole a wagon and hauled Jesse to the home of a friend named John Rudd. The doctor who was summoned to treat his wounds would later recall being shown to a, quote, room in the second story, and then into a clothes closet, from the floor of which a small movable ladder reached to a trapdoor opening into a loft. There lay Jesse James in great pain and in a very dangerous condition. As it turns out, the bullet had gone through and through. Hit just outside his right nipple, nicked his rib cage, but other than that, Jesse was all right. The sawbones cleaned the holes, changed the bandages, most likely gave him a little something for the pain, and promised to return. And just 4 weeks later, Jesse James was back in the saddle, just in time to help Anderson ambush a Missouri State Militia wagon train, killing a dozen soldiers and 3 Teamsters while doing so. And it was on the next day, September 24th, 1864, that Anderson linked back up with William Quantrill and George Todd. Guess they figured they'd set their differences aside in order to strike a decisive blow against the Federals. Apparently, General Price was getting ready to air quotes liberate Missouri, and he needed the bushwhackers' help. This combined force, by the way, with Anderson, Todd, and Quantrill's men, numbered somewhere between 200 to 400 hardened killers. And later on that morning, Bloody Bill, with Archie Clement and the James boys in tow, attempted to hit the town of Fayette against the advice of William Quantrill, mostly on account of Fayette being home to the pro-Union 9th Missouri. And sure enough, the attack turned out to be a disaster. Although the rebels were able to infiltrate the town in their borrowed blue uniforms, one of them couldn't help but to gun down the first black dude he saw. And after that, the fight was on. According to Frank James, their horses fell like grain before the reaper. Said it was like charging a stone wall, only if the wall was belching lead. And despite being repulsed, the James boys would account well for themselves, both stopping to render aid to their fallen comrades. Once again, according to Frank, quote, we were in plain view of the Federals, and they simply peppered us with bullets. I was mighty scared. I knew if we raised up, we would expose ourselves to the fire of the Yankees, but we couldn't lay still. I tell you, pride makes most of us do things we wouldn't otherwise do. Well, pride kept us there until we got the wounded rolled up in a blanket, and then we made tracks, end quote. All total, the bushwhackers lost 13 killed and around 30 wounded before making their retreat. And despite outnumbering the militia 3-1, they only managed to kill a couple of them. Just ain't no two ways about it. As capable as the guerrillas were, they most definitely got their asses handed to them there in Fayette. Luckily for them, and unluckily for several Yankee soldiers on furlough, things would go much better 3 days later when they struck the town of Centralia. As was their M.O., they descended upon the populace in a fury, wearing the blue uniforms of dead U.S. soldiers, ransacking stores and plundering homes. But that wasn't really what they were there for. You see, Centralia was a depot for the North Missouri Railroad, and when a train came a chug-a-lug-lugging through later on that day, the guerrillas were waiting. They had piled heavy wooden ties on the tracks and began dinging the train with gunfire as it ground to a halt. Once stopped, the rebels entered and took 23 unarmed soldiers captive. These men, most of whom were part of Sherman's army, were simply returning home on R&R. Some of them were wounded, and as I mentioned, all of them, to a man, were unarmed. Anderson made the soldiers strip down to their long johns and then ordered them paroled, i.e. executed. When Little Arch Clement suggested that he keep one of them alive to act as a bargaining chip, Bill agreed, singling out a sergeant. The rest were then unceremoniously gunned down. Those who weren't immediately killed had their heads bashed in or throats cut. This was followed by the bushwhackers robbing the frightened civilian passengers. When one of them balked at handing over his possessions, they killed him too. Once done, they set the train on fire and hightailed it out of town. Worth noting that it was Archie Clement who led that execution. One can only speculate, but I do think the odds are pretty good that either Jesse or Frank, or maybe even both, were part of the firing squad. Either way, the massacre at Centralia may have been over, but there was still plenty more killing to come. No sooner had the bushwhackers made camp that evening than a scout came riding in with news of the enemy's approach. Turns out it was a detachment of around 115 men under Major Andrew Johnston, part of the 39th Missouri Infantry. When he and his men discovered what happened at Centralia, they went in pursuit, despite the traumatized citizens warning them not to. Sure enough, the guerrillas had set up an ambush, and as Johnston approached, Anderson sent one of his best men, Dave Poole, to lure him the rest of the way into the kill zone. Oldest trick in the book, right? You send a few fast runners on ahead, make it look like they were caught by surprise, and your enemy invariably will follow. I have to imagine this tactic was taught in military academies prior to the Civil War. It must have been. But nonetheless, Major Johnston fell for it. And in doing so, he led over 100 men, most of whom were fresh recruits, straight to their graves. As soon as the soldiers entered the open meadow, on foot by the way, Anderson ordered the guerrillas forward at a trot. The Federals let loose with a volley of rifle fire with little effect. That's when the bushwhackers charged, screaming war cries as their companions spilled out from a nearby ravine. The result was a perfect slaughter. Like I said earlier, nearly every man of the 39th Missouri was killed. Those who managed to survive fled to the nearby town of Sturgeon, as Dave Poole danced on the bodies of their fallen brothers. Like he literally danced on the bodies of the dead soldiers. Other bushwhackers busied themselves taking scalps and ears, and at least one of the soldiers had his damn nose cut off. As for Jesse James, well, it turns out he was the one who did for Major Johnston. Story goes that after blowing the officer out of the saddle, Jesse turned his mount and delivered a coup de grace straight to the major's head. Full disclosure, but there are other stories claiming that while it was indeed Jesse who shot Major Johnston off his horse, it may have possibly been another bushwhacker who delivered that fatal round to Johnston's head. Meanwhile, by mid-September, Sterling Price was leading that rebel army of his in what they hoped to be the liberation of Missouri. They attacked Fort Richardson on the 24th, one of the largest battles fought in the state of Missouri. It was also a resounding defeat for the Confederates. Not only did Price lose around 1,500 men, but the survivors were forced to leave the state altogether. Hell, in time, they'd flee the entire country, migrating to Mexico until the fall of Emperor Maximilian in 1867. But that's another story for another day. Before leaving Missouri, Price ordered the bushwhackers to destroy the North Missouri Railroad. And instead of immediately setting out to do as they were told, they instead decided to terrorize the town of Glasgow over in Howard County. I'm not really sure what the motivation was here, other than maybe Glasgow being home to a wealthy Union man named Benjamin Lewis, a guy who had the absolute gall to free his own slaves. Can you imagine that? And for such a grave sin, Lewis was viciously beaten by Bloody Bill Anderson. If that ain't enough, Anderson then stole $5,000 from Lewis and then raped one of his female servants right in front of him, a 12-year-old black girl. Lewis would die of his injuries the following day, and sadly, I don't have any idea what happened to that little girl. Still astounds me when I hear people singing Anderson's praises. I mean, what a brave hero he was, beating civilians to death, gunning down unarmed soldiers, and raping children. What a patriot. Thankfully, nearly 2 weeks later, Anderson finally got what he had coming, at the hands of avenging angel and true Southerner, Colonel Samuel Cox. He and his specially trained 33rd Infantry made contact with Anderson's pickets on the morning of October 27th, just west of Albany, Missouri. Cox positioned his men in the trees just outside of town, and then sent a small detachment to lure the bushwhackers into an ambush, much in the same way that the guerrillas had done to Major Johnston back at Centralia. And it worked. As Cox and his soldiers waited, they heard the sound of gunfire. This was followed by their scouts rushing back to the line, closely pursued by none other than Bloody Bill Anderson and somewhere between 20 to 50 of his men. And just as soon as they were within range, Cox's riflemen unleashed hell. Rebels began toppling from their horses as others wheeled and retreated in the opposite direction. All except for Anderson and just one other man, guy historians think was possibly Captain John Rains, son of Confederate General James S. Rains, The pair charged headlong, pistols blazing, before Bloody Bill was shot from the saddle. His companion, miraculously, was able to turn his mount and make it back to the rebels unscathed. Anderson's body was then taken to Richmond, decapitated, and dragged through the streets. His head was placed on a telegraph pole, and his corpse buried in an unmarked grave. Rumor has it his pecker was also cut off before burial. Later on that day, the men of the 33rd Infantry took turns spitting and pissing on Anderson's grave. Now, that was on October 26, 1864, when Bloody Bill went on to his heavenly reward. And by the 29th, the James boys were once again back home in Clay County. They knocked on the door of a Union man, pretended to ask for directions, and when he stepped outside, they shot him dead. This would be repeated later on that same day when they killed an elderly man named Ferran. Jesse James had only been gone to war for 5 months, but in that short amount of time, he had been shot twice and took God only knows how many lives. At just 17 years of age, he likely hadn't even slept with a woman yet, but he was already an accomplished killer, and apparently he had no intention of slowing down. That said, he and his brother wouldn't remain there in Clay County all that long. Frank decided to join Quantrill and continue the fight over in Kentucky, as Jesse drifted south to Texas with Archie Clement and what remained of Anderson's bushwhackers. They would return the following spring, though, a combined force of around 150 guerrillas under the leadership of Archie Clement, Dave Poole, and Anderson's brother, Jim. By this point, General Lee had already surrendered, by the way, but they dismissed the reports as just another damn Yankee lie. Fake news. And on May 7th, at around 2 a.m., they charged the town of Holden, killing at least one bystander and looting a store before heading 5 miles down the road to Kingsville. They donned their trademark blue overcoats at the edge of town, the ones they took off dead U.S. soldiers, and by the time they left, there were 8 bodies and 5 burning buildings in their wake. One of their victims, the postmaster, was killed by Jesse himself. And then, just a few weeks after that, Jesse's war would come to a temporary end. Sources differ, but it's thought he was helping Archie Clement scout out a likely crossing on the Missouri River when they stumbled upon a small patrol of soldiers from the 3rd Wisconsin. And for once, the guerrillas were a little too slow on the draw. Before they even knew what happened, the soldiers opened fire and put a bullet in Jesse's chest, just inches from where he was shot a few months prior, a bullet he'd end up carrying for the rest of his life. According to Jesse, as soon as he was hit, he turned to kill one of the soldiers' horses. Quote, "That'll stop a man every time. That ended the fight. I was near a creek and I lay in the water all night. I felt as if I was burning up. The next morning I crawled up the bank and there was a man plowing nearby who helped me get to my friends. I was in a dreadful fix and everybody thought that the wound would be mortal." End quote. Just an FYI, but Jesse would later claim that he was riding to Lexington to surrender and carrying a white flag, but the Yanks ended up opening fire. And that very well may be true. Whatever the case, though, for the second time in his young life, Jesse James was horribly wounded. And considering that the bullet had punctured a lung, this time it would take a lot longer than 4 weeks till he was again able to sit a saddle. How things were so dire that his fellow rebels even loaded him onto a wagon and risked carrying him to Lexington. This time, no shots were fired, and Jesse was able to get some proper doctoring. He was also officially taken as a prisoner of war, at least for a little bit. Remember, the Civil War was basically over, and despite Jesse being more outlaw than soldier, he still got paroled right alongside everybody else. And it wasn't just him. As he lay there on what many thought would be his deathbed, his bushwhacking compadres also started straggling into Lexington, likewise looking to surrender. Frank would do the same over in Kentucky just a few weeks later following the death of Quantrill. Now, Jesse would stay in Lexington for about a month before being transferred, once again via wagon, to his uncle's place just north of Kansas City. At the time, his mother and stepfather were living in exile in Nebraska. According to a friend, Jesse was emaciated, tottering as he walked, and fighting what seemed to everyone a hopeless battle. His wound would not heal, and more ominous, every now and then there was a hemorrhage. End of quote. So yeah, dude was in pretty serious shape. Thankfully, he had his smoking hot first cousin Z to nurse him back to health. And cousins or not, they apparently made quite the impression on one another. This is just the beginning of a courtship that would eventually culminate in their marriage in 1874. Z, by the way, was named after Jesse's mother, Zerelda. Gotta imagine it'd be a bit awkward getting hitched to someone with the same name as your mom, but hey, to each their own. More on these lovebirds here in a bit, but as Jesse struggled to stay in the land of the living, things there in Missouri continued to worsen. All throughout the state, those who had been loyal to the Republic suffered greatly at the hands of the guerrillas. And these same people, at least the ones who survived, were outraged to learn that the bushwhackers would be treated like regular soldiers when they surrendered. All they had to do was take that same oath that Jesse and Frank took, and that was it. They could then return home without fearing retribution. Official retribution, that is. You see, the Missourians who fought for the North were also returning home. They too were battle hardened and armed to the teeth. And that's another thing. Prior to hostilities, almost nobody in Missouri owned a revolver. Now everybody did, even the little kids, and most of them owned multiple. There's a great photo of one of the bushwhacker leaders, Dave Poole, carrying a whopping 4 revolvers, one in his hand and 3 more strapped to his waist. Frank James would later claim that he never carried more than 2, but there are stories of him stalking the streets of Kearney, Missouri, sporting a total of 8 revolvers. And his buddy, Archie Clement, was said to have gone through at least 11 of them during the fight that cost him his life, which we will be discussing later. These dudes were absolutely armed to the gills, but then again, so was pretty much everybody else. In other words, despite the Confederates losing, Missouri remained extremely violent following the war's end. And a good deal of this centered around politics. What else is new, right? Seems like pretty much everything bad comes from politics. It's a lot to get into here. I may expand on this later on in the series. But especially after the war, when the so-called radical Republicans had the run of the state, they were enacting a lot of laws that proved very unpopular. For instance, if you served in the Confederate Army or even supported the Confederates in pretty much any capacity, then you weren't allowed to vote. You couldn't hold public office. Hell, you couldn't even be a teacher or a minister. This didn't set too well with many of the former Confederates there in Missouri. They also weren't too happy about the former slaves having freedom. And it was all of this that absolutely led to more than a little post-war strife. Now, as far as Jesse James is concerned, he would finally return home to his mama's farm in October of '64. A family friend would later state that Jesse then joined the local Baptist church. Quote, I think he was baptized, and for a year or two acted as if he were a sincere and true Christian. He was quiet, affable, and gentle in his actions. He was liked by everyone who knew him. Okay, maybe. I mean, hey, I do enjoy a nice testimony. But then again, by early 1866, I guess Jesse was having second thoughts as the old gang was once more back together. Archie Clements returned from Texas, as did Jim Anderson, and his brother Frank was back in Clay County by that point as well. Oath or no oath, they remained unreconstructed. And for the James boys especially, things were just getting started. On the afternoon of February 13th, 1866, 2 men clad in Union blue stepped inside a bank in Liberty, Missouri. They paused to warm themselves by the stove before moseying up and asking the clerk to break a tin. As soon as the man reached for the money, the bandits drew their sidearms, jumped across the counter, forced the employees to the vault, and made them start filling bags with an assortment of gold, silver, and good old American greenbacks. Then, as the outlaws were making their getaway, they shot and killed an innocent bystander, a teenager who had the misfortune of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's estimated that there were 13 men total who participated in the robbery, and their haul was a whopping $58,072.64, or adjusted for inflation, a little over $1 million in today's money. As for the robbers, they made a beeline to the town of Centerville, where they divvied up the loot, and from there, they vanished, having pulled off the very first daytime bank robbery in U.S. history, at least the first to occur during peacetime. Only question is, who did it? The outlaw Jesse James got his start during the Civil War as a young bushwhacker, fighting under the likes of William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson. Killed his first man at the age of 16 and kept right on a killing, even after the war was officially over. And despite still recuperating from a near-fatal gunshot wound to the chest, there are many who think that it was Jesse who was responsible for holding up that bank in Liberty. That said, truth is, we still don't really know whether or not Jesse or even his brother Frank were involved. Many of their associates were, though. Former guerrillas who likewise rode with Quantrill and Anderson. And that bank heist in Liberty would be followed by a series of similar copycat robberies. Just 10 months later, a bank in Lexington was likewise robbed. Once again, we don't know if Jesse was involved, but his old pal Dave Poole certainly was. Then on March 1st, 1867, there was an attempt on the bank in Savannah, Missouri, a town described at the time as being, quote, literally overrun with thieves, burglars, and highway robbers. Once again, it's unknown if Jesse or Frank participated, but we do know that those who were responsible also helped to break some ex-guerrillas out of jail in Liberty. So even if the James boys weren't directly involved, we can be next to certain that they knew the men who were. Skip ahead to May 22nd, 1868, and the Hughes Wasson Bank in Richmond was robbed of around $3,500 in cold, hard cash. What's more, the thieves ended up killing at least 3 people in the process, including the mayor. They, or a similar band of crooks, struck again on November 27th, taking down the First National Bank of Independence. One of the men responsible, a former bushwhacker named James Devers, was arrested and promptly lynched by vigilantes. But was Jesse James involved? Once again, I haven't got any idea. Like I keep saying, his old associates were. To the best of my knowledge, the first bank robbery that we can pin on Jesse James with relative confidence occurred in Russellville, Kentucky on March 20th, 1868. Joining he and his brother Frank were allegedly Cole Younger, Oliver Shepard, his cousin George Shepard, Arthur McCoy, and John Jarrett. They kicked things off by trying to exchange a bogus $50 bill. When the banker identified the note as being counterfeit, one of the bandits drew his pistol, aimed it at his head, and told him to empty the vault. At which point the banker got nervous and took off running. A bullet followed, grazing his skull, but he was still able to escape and sound the alarm. There was a brief gunfight. At least one Russellville citizen was killed, and the outlaws got away with $9,000 in cash and an additional $3,000 in gold coins. Not a bad payday. By the way, double check me on this, but I'm pretty sure that bank in Russellville still stands to this day, only as a bed and breakfast. Might be a cool little spot to visit. Use code Josh at Russellville. Nah, I'm just joking. Okay, so one of those Russellville bank robbers, George Shepard, would be arrested a little over a week later. He'd eventually serve 3 years in prison on account of the robbery. As for his cousin, Al Shepard, he was tracked all the way back to Missouri, and, well, I guess he didn't much like the idea of languishing behind bars. Al put up a fight and ended up dying with around 20 bullet holes in his body. Hell, by that time, even the dreaded Archie Clement was dead. He had been drinking in a Lexington saloon when the militia tried to arrest him. Despite being surrounded, Arch jumped to his feet, pistols in hand, and began blasting his way out. Took rounds to the chest and leg, but he still managed to make it to his horse, only to be shot yet again. I don't know how true this is, but an eyewitness claimed that Archie had gone through an astonishing 11 revolvers trying to make his escape. And as he lay there on the ground dying, he was trying to cock the 12th revolver with his teeth. His last words were, "I've done what I always said I'd do, died before surrender." Now, Jesse James would not be happy to learn of Clement's death. Remember, Little Arch had been a mentor of his. According to biographer T.J. Stiles, quote, "Of all the angry men in bitter, wounded Missouri, perhaps the angriest was the 19-year-old bushwhacker named Jesse James. It is likely he was with Clement for all but the final bloody moments of those days in Lexington, and it is certain that he retained a deep-seated fury at the fate of his friend." End quote. And yeah, it was partly this deep-seated fury, just 3 years later, that would cause Jesse to murder an innocent man. The killing in question took place in Gallatin, Missouri on December 7th, 1869. Jesse and the boys were in the process of robbing the bank when he mistook the clerk, John Sheets, for his old nemesis, Samuel Cox. If you'll recall, it was Cox who set up that ambush that killed Bloody Bill Anderson. And unfortunately for Sheets, I guess he and Cox bore a strong resemblance. Jesse ended up putting a bullet in the man's chest, followed by another to the forehead a split second later. He also shot a lawyer named McDowell who took off running for the door. He and Frank then tried to flee town under a hail of bullets, but as they were leaving, Jesse was thrown from the saddle. His foot got caught in the stirrup, and he ended up getting dragged about 30 or 40 yards before Frank was able to grab him. And then they made their getaway. They'd borrow a horse about a mile down the trail, and as they passed strangers, Jesse couldn't help but bragging about killing Cox. At this point, he was still unaware that he had murdered the wrong man. Now, as to whether or not they went to Gallatin with the express purpose of killing Cox, that's unclear. Per historian T.J. Stiles, quote, Cox's residence there was quite well known, but the bandits spent little time looting after the murder, in contrast to previous holdups. And Jesse boasted of his deed, heedless of the attention he drew. A more likely scenario, however, is that they came simply to rob the bank. But as Jesse, acutely conscious of Cox's presence in town, stared at the cashier, he saw what he hoped to see, a precious opportunity for revenge. Certainly, his reckless bragging along the escape route attests to his sincerity of the belief that he killed Cox. End of quote. Ironically, the man he actually killed, John Sheets, was a leader there among the local Democrats and a fierce opponent of the radical Republicans. So not only did Jesse kill the wrong man, but he killed someone who he most likely would have agreed with on a number of ideological principles. Nevertheless, what's done is done, and a very capable deputy by the name of John S. Thomason was soon dispatched to arrest Jesse and his older brother Frank. According to Clay County Sheriff O.P. Moss, Thomason was, quote, the most active officer in the enrolled Missouri militia when it came to hunting bushwhackers and thieves. Sure enough, Thomason was able to track the boys straight to Zerelda's farm. And just as he was getting ready to knock on the door, all of a sudden Jesse and Frank came exploding out of the stable, galloping away. And what happened next is a little on the comical side. Thomason did have a small posse with him, but when his horse jumped the fence in pursuit of Jesse and Frank, the posse remained behind at the farm for unknown reasons. It weren't long before Thomason realized he only had 2 bullets left in his pistol. He quickly dismounted, took careful aim, and fired. But I guess by that point, the James boys were out of range. All that shooting only served to spook Thomason's horse, and it ran on ahead without him. And as soon as the horse caught up with Jesse and Frank, one of them leaned over and put a bullet in its head, forcing Thomason to hike back to the James farm on foot. As for Jesse and Frank, they rode straight to Kearney, where they spent around the next half hour pretty much terrorizing the town. And when they left, they threatened to kill anyone who attempted to follow them. When Deputy Thomason arrived back at the farm the following day with an even larger posse, they were gone. It was during this same period that Jesse's name first began appearing in the press. The Liberty Tribune wrote that he and Frank were, quote, noted bushwhackers during the war and are regarded as desperate men. The governor put up a $500 reward, and additional bounties were placed by Sheets' widow, the bank that Sheets worked at, and even Daviess County, where Gallatin was located. If I'm not mistaken, all total, the bounty was around $1,000. Worth noting that 2 months prior to Sheets' murder, Jesse went to the Mount Olive Baptist Church there in Clay County and asked that his name be removed from the membership rolls. The stated reason, as recorded by the church, was that Jesse, quote, felt himself unworthy, end quote. Now, by June of 1870, Jesse had started writing letters. His first was published in the Kansas City Times and addressed to then Missouri Governor Joseph McClurg. Not only did Jesse maintain his innocence in the Sheets murder, but he claimed to have an alibi. He wrote in part, quote, it is true that during the war I was a Confederate soldier and fought under the black flag. But since then I have lived as a peaceable citizen. He finished the letter by saying he'd turn himself in just as soon as he thought he could get a fair trial. Jesse sent another letter the following month, which included 3 affidavits from people who swore up and down that he was in Kearney the night before the killing of Mr. Sheets. Kearney, by the way, is around 50 miles southwest of Gallatin. His sister Susie said that he was attending a preaching over in Greenville on the day of the shooting, and she also said that that bay horse that Jesse allegedly got thrown from as he was fleeing town was sold prior to the killing to some old boys out of Kansas. In other words, Jesse was trying to pawn the Sheets murder off on his own enemies, the Jayhawkers. Now, obviously, his friends and family would be willing to lie to cover for him. I think many of us would do the same to help our own loved ones avoid trouble. And while Jesse's letter-writing campaign of 1870 did little to sway law enforcement, it would, oddly enough, have its desired effect upon the populace. Folks started softening up a bit to the ex-bushwhackers, even to the point that Jesse was soon able to appear out in the open, albeit warily and heavily armed. Yes, he didn't want to press his luck, though, as he and Frank ended up splitting for Texas. I don't know exactly where they went or what they got up to, but I do know that Cole Younger's little brother John would kill a deputy down in Dallas County on January 15th, 1871. And by February, the James boys were back in Missouri. Skip ahead to June of that same year, and they loped north all the way to Corydon, Iowa, and relieved the Achenbach brothers' bank of around $6,000. Corydon, Iowa. I don't think I'm saying that right, but hey, It's Iowa, so who really cares, right? Now, this was an especially brazen robbery, by the way. On the day in question, the good folks of Corydon were down at the Methodist Church listening to a speech by famous orator Henry Clay Dean. And once the bandits were done robbing the bank, they rode up to the church, interrupted the speech, and boldly announced what they had just done, even to the point of waving cash in the air, just flaunting it. Per an eyewitness, they then, quote, took their departure with the utmost coolness, loudly cursing the damned Yanks for cowards as they left, end of quote. By the way, joining Jesse and Frank on this particular heist were none other than Cole Younger and Clell Miller. Now, both of these guys will be popping up again quite a bit later on, so we might as well go ahead and introduce them. Cole was about 3 years older than Jesse, grew up in nearby Jackson County. And believe it or not, Cole's father was a Union man, or at least he was until he got murdered by Kansas Jayhawkers. And if that ain't bad enough, one of Cole's female cousins was killed in that same building collapse that did for Bloody Bill Anderson's sisters. Not long after is when Cole and his brother Jim joined up with Quantrill's Raiders, looking to set things right. There were 2 additional younger brothers, John and Bob, but they won't start riding with Jesse till later on. As for Clell Miller, he too was a little on the young side when the war between the states commenced, but he was nothing if not determined. Ended up joining with the Bushwhackers at age 14. Only fought in one engagement, though, the one where Anderson got killed. Clell would be taken prisoner, but spared execution due to his age. And by 1871, when he helped rob that bank up in Iowa, he was already around 21 or 22. Now, speaking of that robbery, no sooner had the boys left town than the bank's owner wired the Pinkerton Detective Agency up in Chicago. Founder Alan Pinkerton then immediately dispatched his son Robert south to see what he could turn up. And just a few days later, Robert Pinkerton, along with the sheriff of Wayne County, Iowa, caught up with the James Younger boys as they were eating dinner at a friend's house. Only thing is, the bandits were ready. Kind of. They had somehow caught wind of the small posse, so just as soon as the sheriff approached the house, Jesse and his buddies came running out towards the stable. The sheriff and Robert Pinkerton opened up fire, wounding Frank with a load of buckshot, but he and the others were still able to escape. By the time they got to Lafayette County and dropped Frank off with a friend, he was reportedly bleeding from the lungs. Ugh. I'm no learned medical man, but that does not sound good, bleeding from the lungs. Nevertheless, Frank was tough, and he'd be back at it just a couple of months later. In the meantime, Jesse James decided to launch yet another letter-writing campaign. In the June 24th, 1871 edition of the Kansas City Times, Jesse stated that he had, quote, just seen an article in the Lexington Register charging myself and my brother Frank with robbing a bank in Iowa. We've never even been to Iowa. We don't know anything about Iowa other than they have very confusing town names, like Corydon, or Beatrice that is not pronounced Beatrice. Perhaps if the bank vaults in Iowa were full of corn-fed farmers' daughters with big hearts and even bigger rear ends, then we might reconsider. But until then, no thank you, end quote. And now I'm kidding about the names of the towns and the women, but he did deny robbing that bank. And just like before, he claimed to have an alibi and promised to turn himself in if only authorities would guarantee a fair trial. As it were, Jesse just figured that the radical Republicans, who he sarcastically referred to in the paper as heroes, try to lynch him in the same way that they did James Devers back in the fall of '68. Now, just a quick word on these letters. Turns out Jesse had an inside man there at the Kansas City Times, a journalist by the name of John Newman Edwards. Mr. Edwards had been an adjutant to General Shelby during the Civil War. After Lee's surrender, Edwards joined Shelby and the others down in Mexico. And when he returned stateside, he went to work for a paper in Kansas City called The Republican, before starting his own rag, the staunchly Democratic Kansas City Times. And Edwards would use this paper not only to rail against everything from Yankee carpetbaggers and black people being able to serve on juries, that especially seemed to anger him, but to also call for the return of the Confederacy. I guess he felt like the James boys were fellow champions of the cause, so he allowed Jesse free rein to air his many complaints in the pages of the Kansas City Times. We can thank Edwards for helping to promote the idea of Jesse and Frank being Robin Hood types, fighting the corrupt powers that be as opposed to mere criminals. What can I say, man? Propaganda works. It worked in the Old West, and you better believe it's still alive and well to this day. Edwards would eventually die from alcohol abuse at the age of 50, but back in the early 1870s, he was most definitely one of Jesse's biggest supporters. Now, as to what exactly Jesse and Edwards were promoting there in the Kansas City Times, much of it was political in nature. I briefly touched on this earlier when I described how the radical Republicans had enacted laws preventing ex-Confederates from voting and holding public office. Well, despite these laws being overturned and the ex-Confederates soon holding a number of public offices there in Missouri, Jesse still blamed them for, well, pretty much everything. I don't want to get too far off track here, but once again, according to James biographer T.J. Stiles, quote, he, Jesse James, now specifically blamed the radicals for turning him into a fugitive, for hounding him unjustifiably. And in the midst of these charges, he winked at the audience, saying that he did not care if the radicals thought he was a robber or not. It was the beginning of a remarkable and remarkably successful attempt to foster cognitive dissonance among the secessionist public. He was an innocent martyr, he announced, a victim of radical vindictiveness. At the same time, he presented himself as a figure of defiance, a dangerous man who would never be taken alive. The old rebels could look at Jesse James and mutter, "You poor persecuted boy, let those damn radicals have it." It was the beginning of Jesse's rise from a common criminal to symbolic hero, of a legend that resonated with the lives of Missouri's secessionists. He and Edwards began to project a glorified version of what all rebels felt they had endured during the war and Reconstruction. The mythical Jesse James they created refused to apologize for fighting for a just cause. He refused to lay down his arms in self-respect, and he was being persecuted as a result. End quote. And yeah, this is really when the whole idea of Jesse being a freedom fighter or Robin Hood type really came to fruition, a myth that most certainly persists to this day. And it all came about thanks to the editorial efforts of one John Newman Edwards. Now, just as soon as Frank was on the mend, he and Jesse would hold up another bank over in Columbia, Kentucky. Interestingly enough, prior to the robbery, as the gang was making preparations in the town of nearby Russell Springs, Jesse was seen reading the book Pilgrim's Progress and even discussing the Bible with passerbys. Now, I think that might be what I like the most about Jesse. The man was a cold-blooded murderer, no doubt about it. But he still has some of that good old-fashioned Southern Baptist guilt, just like me. Bet he could really do a nice rendition of How Great Thou Art. Anyway, once the gang arrived in Columbia, Jesse and Frank rode into an alley adjacent to the bank as Cole and another man took up positions at the courthouse, giving them a clear view of their target. Once everything was in place, Jesse stepped inside and bid the cashier good evening. This was followed by one of them, possibly Frank, drawing a pistol and putting a bullet squarely in the cashier's chest. Now, this poor guy's name was Robert A.C. Martin, or R.A.C. Martin. He had always sworn that if anyone tried to rob his bank, they'd have to do so over his dead body. And yeah, even as Jesse dragged him bleeding across the floor, Martin, although mortally wounded, held strong and refused to open the safe. In the end, the outlaws were only able to get away with around $1,500. Now, just to be fair, I did find at least one account claiming that Martin was going for a pistol when Frank shot him. So as unfortunate as it was, this particular killing possibly was not done in cold blood. But hey, try telling that to Martin's widow, right? Now, that was in late April of 1872. Skip ahead to September 26, and the boys decided to rob a fair over in Kansas City. Now, to be honest, this was no ordinary county fair. The second annual Industrial Expo would see tens of thousands of people flocking to Kansas City, eagerly paying the 50-cent admission. Hell, even people from out of state would come just to be part of the excitement. And on the fourth day of the expo, right around sunset, here comes Jesse, Frank, and Cole Younger, prodding their horses through the crowd at the gate with bandanas covering their faces. One of them, likely Cole, then dismounted, walked to the ticket window, boldly reached inside and grabbed the cash box before returning to his horse. When the ticket man rushed out to protest, Cole shucked iron and started shooting, wounding a little girl in the leg as he did so. And with that, they simply spurred their mounts and rode away. Had they arrived just a half hour earlier, they would have found around $12,000 in the box. But as it were, all they managed to steal was around $978. Jesse's buddy, John Edwards, then published a front-page story in the Kansas City Times praising the robbery, because of course he did. Quote, "It was one of those exhibitions of superb daring that chills the blood and transfixes the muscles of the looker-on with a mingling of amazement, admiration, and horror. It was one of those rare instances when it seems as though death stood in the panoply of flesh and exhaled a petrifying terror from his garments. It was a deed so high-handed, so diabolically daring, and so utterly in contempt of fear that we are bound to admire it and revere its perpetrators for the very enormity of their outlawry. End quote. And holy shit, I hate the way these people wrote back in those days, especially newspaper editors. All right, so then just a couple of days later, Edwards penned another article that he titled The Chivalry of Crime. He basically made the case that guys like Jesse James were daring and fearless, and that there was a certain poetic chivalry involved with armed robbery. He even compared the Missouri outlaws to King Arthur and Sir Lancelot. Now, Jesse even joined in on the fun, allegedly, and wrote a letter of his own, which Edwards published, stating in part, quote, "Some editors call us thieves. We are not thieves, we are bold robbers. I am proud of that name. For Alexander the Great was a bold robber, and Julius Caesar and Napoleon Bonaparte." He then further goes on to lie through his teeth and say that he and his compadres never kill unless it's in self-defense. Quote, "But a man who is a damned enough fool to refuse to open up a safe or a vault when he is covered with a pistol ought to die. There is no use for a man to try to do anything when an experienced robber gets the go on him. If he gives the alarm, or resists, or refuses to unlock, he gets killed." Jesse then spends a little time railing against Ulysses S. Grant before claiming that the only reason he robs the rich is so that he can give to the poor. Sure, Jesse. Now, full disclosure, it has not yet been proven conclusively that Jesse wrote that particular letter, but he would in time make very similar claims. And all the earmarks are there, by the way. It was probably Jesse, but we just can't prove it. And then, just a mere 8 months later, he and the boys may have possibly robbed a bank over in St. Genevieve, Missouri. And when they rode away, $3,500 richer, they shot their guns in the air and yelled, "Hooray for Sam Hildebrand." Hildebrand, of course, was yet another former Missouri bushwhacker, pretty deadly son of a bitch in his own right, who had been killed a year prior. Once again, in the spirit of transparency, we don't know for certain that it was the James Younger gang that hit St. Genevieve. Cole Younger would later deny taking part, and another outlaw named James Reed would admit to it in 1874, but he was shot and killed shortly thereafter, and who knows if he was telling the truth or not. Either way, the James boys were about ready to start branching out. Why risk life and limb stealing cash boxes from fairs or robbing some country-ass bank when they could make real money taking down trains? And the best part was, by robbing the railroads, they'd also be striking a blow to the damn Yankees that they hated the most. Was the outlaw Jesse James a cross-dresser? Probably not, but there is an interesting story of him dressing as a young lady on at least one occasion. According to his own son, Jesse Edwards James, the event in question occurred during the summer of 1864, not long after the bushwhackers struck the town of Plattsburgh. At the time, Jesse would have still been about a month or two shy of his 17th birthday. Per Jesse Jr., quote, "Leaving Plattsburgh, the guerrillas crossed the Missouri River to Independence. 4 miles from Independence, there was a disorderly house, i.e. a whorehouse, kept by several women, and it was a resort for the officers of the federal garrison of Independence. The guerrillas set up a trap to catch these officers. Jesse James, dressed as a young girl, rode up on horseback to the house and called its mistress out. Imitating the voice and manner of a girl, my father told her that he lived not far away, that he was a girl fond of adventure, and would like to come to the house that night, bringing 2 or 3 neighbor girls to have a good time. Wink, wink." I added the wink, wink. The mistress of the house consented, and the supposed girl on horseback said he and the other girls would be there that night. The mistress sent word at once to the federal officers in Independence that 4 new girls would be at her house that night. It was after dark when Jesse James and the other guerrillas rode up to the house, and dismounting, crept up and peered in at the windows. 12 federal officers were in there with the women. No guards or sentinels were out. The Federals felt secure. All the company was in one room, 5 women and 12 men. A cheery fire blazed and crackled on the hearth of the old-fashioned fireplace. Jesse James, with 5 men, went to one window. Bill Gregg, with 4 men, went to another. Each of the 9 guerrillas in the darkness outside selected his man. At a signal that had been agreed upon, there was a crack of 9 revolvers that sounded like the discharge of a single gun. The glass shivered in 1,000 bits, crashed, and 9 of the federal soldiers fell dead at the first volley. The remaining 3 fell dead an instant later. The guerrillas mounted and rode away. End quote. Now, I can't vouch for how true that is, but it did indeed come from Jesse's own son in a book published in 1899 titled Jesse James, My Father. This is the same son, by the way, who'd go on to play his daddy on the big screen in Jesse James Under the Black Flag. Fun fact, the outlaw Jesse James also had a nickname, and that nickname was Dingus. Yeah, Dingus. Probably not the coolest nickname for the most famous bandit of all time, but hey, what are you going to do? Now, as to how he garnered that particular handle, it's thought that at some point during the war, Jesse accidentally shot the tip of his finger off, either trying to load or clean one of his revolvers. And when he did so, he let loose with a string of profanities, including the phrase, "This is the Dodd Dingus pistol I ever saw." And well, I guess the name stuck. His fellow guerrillas and even his older brother Frank took to calling him Dingus from then on. There are alternate theories, though, not for the nickname, but for how the injury occurred that caused him to yell out Dingus. One that I mentioned previously in this series is that he lost the finger in battle when the bushwhackers were trying to kill a Union man named Solomon Bigelow. Another theory is that it occurred before Jesse was even riding with the guerrillas. I guess the idea is that maybe Frank left behind one of his guns there at the farm. Young Jesse got a little too excited looking it over, and as tends to happen when kids are left with firearms unattended, the damn thing decided to reach out and give him a love bite. Now, as to which one of these theories is the most plausible, I'll leave that up to you. That said, according to fellow Missouri bushwhacker Jim Cummins, the injury went down in June of 1864 after Jesse had already joined up. And according to Jim, Jesse was attempting to load his revolver when it happened. Like I said, I did touch on this briefly earlier on in the series, but the only thing is, I mistakenly and very stupidly and idiotically said that it was the tip of Jesse's left index finger that was shot off. Well, my brothers and sisters in Christ, I lied. It was, in all reality, the tip of his left middle finger, not his left index finger. Story of my life, off by just a half an inch. Now, if you're a new listener, today is going to be a little different than what we normally do. We are currently in the middle of a series on the great Jesse James, and today is when part 3 was supposed to come out. But unfortunately, I came down with a pretty serious case of the flu, along with a few other setbacks, so I'm just a tad bit behind on schedule. But that's okay because we still got plenty to discuss, namely the Missouri bushwhackers and their righteousness or lack thereof. But first, a few more clarifications and corrections. And please stick around to the very end because I will be sharing my thoughts regarding the new series, American Primeval. Okay, so let's answer a few emails. Got a nice one recently from listener Steve, where he wrote the following. Josh, great episode on Jesse James. However, just a couple of things that were incorrect. Number 1, the city of Glasgow is pronounced Glasgow. Number 2, Bloody Bill was not killed in present-day Albany, Missouri. He was killed in present-day Orick, Missouri in the Battle of Old Albany. According to a friend of mine who was a local historian, the town was named after a river ford. It should be noted that Albany, Missouri and Orick, Missouri are about 90 miles apart. And 3, just as a little side note, Missouri's Confederate militia was known as the Missouri State Guard. The Union militia was known as the Missouri State Militia. All right, thank you, Steve. So yeah, from what I can tell, there were several different militias operating there in Missouri during the Civil War. Like Steve said, you had the Missouri State Militia, which fought on the side of the Union. And same goes for the enrolled Missouri Militia, which I believe were also known as the Paw Paws. And then, of course, you had the Missouri State Guard, who fought for the Confederates. That was the outfit that Frank James was initially part of before he began riding with Quantrill. Regarding the location of Bloody Bill Anderson's death, so there was once upon a time 2 separate Albanys in Missouri simultaneously. There was present-day Albany and then Orick, which at the time of Anderson's death was still known as Albany. Matter of fact, when Albany/Orick tried to apply for a post office, they were denied on account of there already being in Albany, Missouri. To the best of my knowledge, they wouldn't take on the name of Orick until 1869, after Anderson's death. As far as the pronunciation of Glasgow or Glasgow, that's my bad. Y'all know me, there's just some words I cannot say correctly. I'm just glad I got Centralia right this time. Or at least I think I did. Next comes listener Arvid. Love that name, by the way, who writes, Hi, Josh. Really love your show and glad to see how much you know about the Missouri Bushwhackers. Your new episode is great. However, as a history student, I have a few suggestions. Bloody Bill only had one sister die in the jail collapse, Josephine. Another one crippled for life, and another one suffered minor injuries. For the book Quantrill in Texas, the main reason Anderson visited Ben Lewis is because the man issued a $6,000 reward for Anderson's capture. Also, same record said Anderson did rape and said he carried 15 pistols on his belt and tortured the man for 2 hours. Larry Wood, in his 2021 interview on the Show Me Murder podcast, thinks Anderson didn't do rape, but it's up for you to believe if he did or not. Lewis actually lived longer than Anderson, not died the next day. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Arvid. And yeah, that was my mistake. I don't know where I read that Lewis died of his injuries the following day, but I did look into it after reading this email, and sure enough, it appears as if he passed away on February 1st, 1866. So he did indeed outlive Anderson by over a year. According to at least one account I found, he still died of his wounds sustained from that beating, though. So I guess he just never fully recovered. Arvid is also correct about Anderson's sisters. I haven't gone back and listened, but I think earlier in the series I may have said that two of his sisters died in the building collapse and another one was injured, but it was the other way around. One died and two were injured. As far as the rape allegations, what Arvid is referring to here is Bloody Bill Anderson allegedly molesting one of Benjamin Lewis's servant girls in Glasgow in October of 1864. By the way, once again, thank you, Arvid and Steve. Great feedback. I really appreciate it. Now, as far as I know, the only source showing that Anderson harmed that servant girl comes from a paper out of St. Louis, the Missouri Democrat. According to the correspondent from St. Louis, Anderson and another man, quote, took a Negro girl of 12 or 13 years old into another room, and both of them ravished her by turns. Supposedly, more of Anderson's men came back later on that day and did the same to two additional female servants. Age is unknown. As far as whether or not that's believable, as Arvid so astutely pointed out, that's pretty much up for us to decide, depending on what sources we choose to put our faith in. That paper out of St. Louis was not a pro-Confederate newspaper, so they may have possibly been motivated to spread some nefarious rumors. But then again, it's also possible that the other papers that had more of a Confederate bias left it out of the story on purpose, so as not to paint the guerrillas in a bad light. I will say this much, though. Something I didn't yet bring up just because I wasn't aware of it until very recently, but apparently, a little over a week before Anderson and his men hit Glasgow, they terrorized a German settlement just 30 miles away over in Lafayette County. Years later, an eyewitness, Louis Meyer, would recall the attack's aftermath when he stated, "It was a terrible sight among the moaning and the dying, the popping of guns, and the shrieking of the women folk, who were vainlessly fighting to keep the beast from assaulting them. All women were criminally attacked. Some had to serve 5 men. Some old women were 75 years old but were still attacked, and to make hell complete, a dozen houses were set on fire." End quote. Full disclosure, but Meyer wouldn't write of what he witnessed until he was an old man, so like 6 decades after the fact. So is this story true? And if so, how widespread were these types of incidents? Right out of the gate, I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of lean towards the bushwhackers, probably, for the most part, not engaging in this type of behavior all that often. Just simply because there's not a whole lot of evidence for it outside of a few cases, like Myers or what happened over in Glasgow. However, that said, there is evidence. Even Bloody Bill Anderson would publicly threaten to do as much in a letter that he wrote to Union General Egbert Brown. Quote, "I will have to resort to abusing your ladies if you do not quit imprisoning ours." End quote. Of course, he's referring to how General Brown had recently arrested women over in Lexington who were thought to have been aiding the guerrillas. And that letter was written just a few weeks before the attack on Z Germans. Also, I guess it sort of depends on what your definition of abusing is. Worth noting that this was their third assault on that community. They had came through twice before, pausing only to murder any of the men who were members of the enrolled Missouri militia. When they came back for round 3, the Germans put up a fight, and that's when they allegedly raped their women. If Meyer is to be believed, which, remember, he was an eyewitness, then I do think there's a very strong likelihood that what the bushwhackers did to those German women was just their own twisted version of revenge, either for putting up a fight or just for the Southern women who were imprisoned over in Lexington. You did something I don't like to an innocent person aligned with my side, so I'm going to do something you don't like to an equally innocent person aligned with your side. and on and on and on it goes, which I think is a good segue into what I'd like to discuss next. And this is something I've been meaning to talk about for quite some time, years actually. Okay, so someone else hit me up recently and stated the following. I find it ironic that when the irregulars and their atrocities, he put atrocities in quotation marks, and their atrocities are brought up, it's almost always the Confederates, like those under Quantrill, Anderson, and Poole, who are brought up. Hardly anyone ever talks about the atrocities done by Union irregulars, like those under Lane, for example. Quantrill didn't pick Lawrence, Kansas at random. There was a unit of irregular cavalry there, and a goodly number of the men killed at Lawrence were members of that militia unit or actively supported them. Lane was also supposed to be there, but bravely ran away when he saw what was happening. End quote. Okay, so a lot to unpack here. First, it's important to point out that there were only a handful of Yankee soldiers there in Lawrence at the time of the attack. That's most likely why it turned out to be such a total massacre. Had there been more soldiers, then the guerrillas may just have had a nice little fight on their hands. Or to be more accurate, if there were more soldiers, the guerrillas probably wouldn't have even attacked Lawrence to begin with. Turns out, about a month prior to the massacre, the army received intel that the bushwhackers were getting ready to attack. As a result, General Ewing sent a company of infantry to reinforce the scant garrison there at Lawrence. But by mid-August, when the attack failed to materialize, these same troops were pulled out. The only soldiers remaining in Lawrence when Quantrill and Anderson showed up just a few days later were a small bunch of brand new recruits. Not only were they untrained, but they were also unarmed. Even Quantrill would later admit, when asked why he didn't hit Lawrence a couple weeks earlier, quote, "You were expecting me then, but I have caught you napping now." So please, don't get it twisted that this was some sort of a noble battle as opposed to a true blue massacre. The guerrillas specifically waited for the soldiers to leave before they attacked. And when they did attack, there was pretty much zero resistance. They were not fighting soldiers, they were slaughtering civilians. As to how many of the residents of Lawrence were also part time members of the local militia, that I don't really know. I'm sure that was the case for some of them, but the fact remains the bushwhackers did make it a point to wait until the soldiers cleared out before they attacked. Remember, they tried to do the same shit over in the town of Fayette later on, 250 guerrillas, and they got their asses handed to them by just 30 or possibly as many as 50 well dug in men from the Missouri State Militia. These dudes were not bulletproof and they didn't always win. Okay, so as to why almost nobody ever mentions the atrocities committed by the opposition, aka the United States Army or even the pro Union militias out of Kansas and Missouri, well, first of all, let me just state that I do not believe that's the case. And I don't think that's the case because I literally cannot open up my mouth and say anything about the bushwhackers without dozens of people popping up and reminding me that there were also bad people fighting for the Union. But hey, if what you're looking for is someone to condemn guys like Jim Lane, well, then you have most definitely come to the right place. So turn up the volume, lean in close, and listen to the words emanating from my luscious yet ruggedly handsome mouth. Yes, it's true. There were groups aligned with the Union Army, men like Jim Lane, who also did bad things in Missouri during the Civil War. Yep. And if they were here right now, I would give them a very stern talking to. Newsflash, bad people do bad things. I don't care if we're discussing Missouri in the 1860s or ancient Greece or, I don't know, the Korean War. Pretty much every conflict in all of recorded history is rife with atrocities. Hell, every natural disaster is rife with atrocities. There's always going to be somebody ready to take advantage of or otherwise turn a profit on calamity. Now, for those of you not aware of Jim Lane, he was a Kansas politician and a pretty radical abolitionist who led his own series of raids throughout Missouri, doing pretty much exactly what the guerrillas under Anderson were doing: looting, plundering, and a whole hell of a lot of murdering. Only difference is that Lane hid his actions under the stars and stripes. He and his troops would shoot boys as young as 11, string up old men, burn down farms. Hell, they even did their own little version of the Lawrence Massacre, just at a much smaller scale. On September 23rd, 1861, they struck the town of Osceola. Not only did they leave it smoldering and its 2,000 plus citizens destitute, but they also held a mock trial and murdered 9 locals. This was not sanctioned by the U.S. Army, as far as I know, much in the same way that many of the guerrillas' actions weren't sanctioned by the Confederate Army. The attack on Osceola should not have occurred, and the world is a far worse place because people like Jim Lane ever existed. Okay, I want to make that abundantly clear. See how easy it is not to be so tribal? But then again, that's not really what we're talking about, is it? Remember that comment I shared earlier, how the guy put the word atrocities in quotation marks? While there are many legitimate reasons to place words in quotations, I'm pretty sure, given the context, that they were used here to denote sarcasm or irony. But I guess I just don't really understand where the irony begins. Jesse James rode with Anderson and Quantrill during the war. That's a fact. He was right there with them, gunning down unarmed prisoners and stealing from civilians and murdering his own neighbors. That's also a historical fact. I can't tell the story of Jesse James without also talking about the Bushwhackers. And I'm sorry if that offends anyone's sensibilities, but I can't talk about the Bushwhackers without also bringing up their various atrocities. I mean, do they stop being atrocities just because there were also militias from Kansas who did the same thing? I don't really understand the logic here. Or do you just not think that anything done during wartime should be considered an atrocity? Or at least nothing done by your side? Now, I could be wrong here, but I'm not personally aware of anyone who considers Jim Lane to be a hero. But I do know many, many people who think that Bloody Bill Anderson, William Quantrill, and Jesse James were heroes. But as to why nobody ever brings up any of the atrocities committed by the likes of Jim Lane, that's mostly because nobody even knows who in the hell the man is. Keep in mind that your average American gets their history from movies and TV shows, right? And the only movie I can think of that portrays Jim Lane is The Outlaw Josie Wells, which also portrays Bill Anderson and the Bushwhackers in a very positive light. They're the good guys, in the movie at least. And Lane and the Redlegs out of Kansas are without a doubt the bad guys. Jesse James, on the other hand, has been portrayed in God only knows how many movies, at least 2 or 3 dozen. And he's almost always shown as a freedom fighter, or at very least a very sympathetic figure. This is the popular narrative, not only for Jesse James, but for the Bushwhackers in general. Sure, they may have been bad guys, but they were our bad guys. The ones doing their level best to fight an even greater evil known as the Kansas Jayhawkers, or the Redlegs, or Yankee Railroads, or insert whatever villain you want to blame on Jesse's actions. I mean, come on, the James boys and Bill Anderson, they were just victims of their times, pushed to acts of violence by them mean old Yankee carpetbaggers. Like I said, this has always been the popular narrative regarding Jesse James, even before the movies were made. And some of these movies, major blockbusters, are nothing but propaganda pieces. You ever seen American Outlaws? Good God Almighty. The truth, however, isn't so glamorous. Turns out Jesse's brother Frank enlisted with Confederate militia prior to any of the bad stuff that happened later on to the James family. And he likewise joined up with Quantrill's Raiders prior to any of that bad stuff. Yes, a pro-Union militia did arrest Frank James. But do you know why the militia arrested Frank James? Was it because he was just a young, virile son of the South minding his own business? Or was it because he was aiding and abetting the guerrillas? You know, the same ones who were going around murdering people. And yes, that arrest was before Frank himself was a member of the guerrillas. Now, later on, another militia would indeed arrive at the James farm looking for Frank. And when they couldn't find him, they beat the shit out of Jesse and tortured his stepfather. That is something that did happen, something that I thought I described in pretty good detail at the beginning of this series. But you know what I didn't describe, because I didn't feel it was necessary to the story, was why the militia showed up at the James farm in the first place. Well, as it turns out, Frank and the Bushwhackers had been pretty active leading up to that particular confrontation. For instance, on the morning of May 19th, 1863, they dry gulched a lieutenant with the 25th Missouri. He and his guide and 3 of his soldiers. And when they tried surrendering, the Bushwhackers shot him dead. They then rode to Missouri City and spent the entire rest of the evening looting, i.e., taking things from civilians that did not belong to them. They left the following day and did pretty much the exact thing up in neighboring Clinton County, what historian T.J. Stiles described as a plundering raid, before finally stopping to rest at the James farm. And that militia that then showed up at the farm looking for said plundering guerrillas was straight out of Clinton County. In other words, the raid on the James farm and the mistreatment of Jesse was in direct response to a metric shit ton of plundering, stealing, and killing. Now, let me be perfectly clear yet again. All of that plundering does not excuse the way the militia treated Jesse James or his stepfather Reuben. Once again, do you see how easy this is? I can condemn both. Just because I don't like what that militia did to Jesse's stepfather doesn't mean I'm going to bend over backwards defending the Bushwhackers. That militia was wrong to beat a 15-year-old boy. They were wrong to torture a civilian. And yes, Frank and the Bushwhackers were also wrong in killing a bunch of non combatants and stealing shit from defenseless families. Now, if you really want to get down to the nut cutting, it's my opinion and the opinion of several actual legit historians, not all of them, but many of them, that the destruction caused by groups like the Jayhawkers paled in comparison to the actions of the Bushwhackers. And don't you worry, I will go much more in depth on this once we actually do that series on Quantrill. Now, if you're still interested in hearing more about the atrocities committed by the Redlegs, Jayhawkers, and their ilk, the ones that nobody ever mentions, the book that I keep bringing up throughout this entire series, Jesse James, The Last Rebel of the Civil War by T.J. Stiles, does do a pretty good job of documenting abuses committed by Union authorities right there in Clay County where Jesse lived. Link down below. I can assure you there is no grand conspiracy trying to make the James boys or the guerrillas look like bad people, while at the same time defending Jim Lane. I'm not holding back any information from you, at least not on purpose. When it comes to history, something either did or did not occur, right? And when I think it's important, when I think that it'll benefit the story, I will add as much context as possible. You have my word on that. And if I miss anything that you do think is important, please feel free to let me know. Josh at wildwestextra.com. But I can't just stop every other paragraph to list off a litany of evil committed by other people who are playing very tiny roles in the story just so your guy can look better. As far as I know, the James brothers never even made contact with Jim Lane. So yes, there were bad things done by both sides. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, I just want to make that very clear. But this idea that the majority of the Bushwhackers were poor victimized farmers whose only motivation was to avenge their dead loved ones is patently false, false, false. I mean, hell, for the most part, the Bushwhackers were just like Frank and Jesse. They came from well-to-do slave-owning families, and they weren't directly affected by the various atrocities until they themselves were already knee-deep in the violence. Don't get me wrong, many of the Bushwhackers did lose loved ones and friends to the Union, innocent loved ones and friends. I'm not trying to take that away from them. I have no doubt that each and every one of these men fought for reasons entirely their own. But like I said, for the most part, the guerrillas fighting under Quantrill and Anderson, Jesse James included, were true believers in the Southern cause. That was their main motivation, as evidenced by them continuing to support and defend the cause long after the war was over, both in blood and in the pages of pro-Confederate newspapers. And part of the reason why Jesse was able to operate as long as he did was due to political support. His motivations had way more to do with opposing the radical Republicans and their legislation than it did with avenging past wrongs committed by the Kansas Jayhawkers. Now, another question I get asked often is why some historical figures from the Old West, guys like Clay Allison or King Fisher, why aren't they as famous as guys like Jesse James or Billy the Kid or even Wyatt Earp? And the reason almost always has to do with when or how their stories were initially written. And those initial stories are crucial in how we currently perceive history. For example, I've spoken about this a million times, but in 1926, an author by the name of Walter Noble Burns published the saga of Billy the Kid. And in doing so, he made William H. Bonney a household name. Burns gave the exact same treatment to Wyatt Earp the following year with his book Tombstone, an Iliad of the Southwest. Without Burns, there's a very good chance that Earp and the Kid would still be relatively unknown. And even taking Burns out of the equation, we still have a very skewed idea of Billy the Kid just based on Pat Garrett's so-called biography. And even with modern historians correcting the bad history from a century past, people still have very skewed ideas of the real Billy the Kid and the real Wyatt Earp. Much like with Jesse James, most people are just forming their opinions based on the movies. And those movies, unfortunately, are largely based on those initial biographies. Why? I don't know. I guess they're more exciting. And the same goes for Wild Bill Hickok. His myth was largely created by George Nichols in that famous write-up for the Harper's New Monthly magazine. We know for a fact that the Nichols article is full of inaccuracies and outright lies, and yet these lies persist and are believed to this very day. And when it comes to Jesse James, and to a lesser degree guys like Bloody Bill Anderson, their legends were largely set in stone by a guy we discussed earlier in the series named John Newman Edwards. It was Edwards who propped Jesse up as a hero in the pages of the Kansas City Times, and later on, the St. Louis Dispatch. He did the same to Anderson and Quantrill in his book, Noted Guerrillas, which was published in 1877. Pretty much what the Lost Cause did to create heroes out of guys like Robert E. Lee or Nathan Bedford Forrest, Edwards did to Anderson and Jesse James, especially by promoting the idea that they were Robin Hood types who, through absolutely no fault of their own, were forced to take up arms after being horribly persecuted. And this myth is still how most people view Jesse James, regardless of what men like Jim Lane did or didn't do. Look, did the James family suffer abuse? Absolutely. Yes, they did. And they would continue suffering even after the war ended, especially after the war ended, if you want to be honest. We haven't even gotten there yet, but wait until you find out about the bomb through the window incident. Very bad, and it never should have happened. However, two wrongs don't make a right, or at least that's what my grandma told me. I don't know. I guess I just don't understand why this is such a hard concept for people to grasp. If my wallet gets stolen, I'm not then going to burn my neighbor's house to the ground when he had nothing to do with it. If someone busts out the window of my truck, I'm not going to drive 200 miles and shoot some poor bastard who wasn't even involved. But Josh, they killed Bloody Bill Anderson's sister. Yeah, well, tell that to that little black girl that Anderson raped. What the fuck she have to do with anything? What did those German women have to do with it? Some of them elderly women. What about that young girl that one of the bandits shot in the leg while robbing that fair? What about all the innocent people that they killed while holding up banks and trains? If you're going to choose a life of crime, you can't then get butthurt when people call you out for doing horrible things. And by the way, you can also miss me with the whole war is hell excuse. A lot of men go to war, but they don't all rape little girls. They don't all execute unarmed prisoners and torture civilians and take food out of the mouths of innocent children. I think a lot of the times, if I say anything that could be perceived as negative about the Confederates, people take it as a personal insult to their great, great, great granddaddies. And to that, all I can say is this: I was born and raised in Texas. Every single one of my people who were of age during the Civil War served in the Confederate Army. Every single one of them. And I'm not ashamed of that. I'm pretty sure they were doing what they thought was their duty. Contrary to popular belief, not every soldier in the Confederate Army was a slave owner. Matter of fact, the majority were not. I think it's something like only 30% that had slaves or were from slave owning families. So, no, not everyone who fought for the South were snarling at the mouth monsters whose only goal in life was to persecute black people. And no, not everyone who fought for the North were enlightened saints with intentions as pure as the driven snow. Just because I'm not a fan of the Southern cause doesn't mean that I think Confederate soldiers were evil. I cannot support a war, but still have respect for the rank and file fighting men. And those rank and file soldiers during the Civil War, on both sides, for the most part, conducted themselves honorably. Everything in life, and history for that matter, is made of varying shades of gray. Sometimes answers can be difficult, and sometimes it takes a whole lot of nuance to get to the bottom of things. Oftentimes, we may never truly understand what motivates people, but we shouldn't use that lack of understanding to try to turn villains into heroes or to attempt to justify the unjustifiable. Like I said, a lot of men fought for the South who conducted themselves honorably, but it's my opinion that the same cannot be said for the guerrillas. Their only code, so far as I can tell, was to strike terror in the hearts of pretty much everybody, soldiers and civilians alike, like terrorists. And a lot of innocent people suffered and died along the way. And yes, the same goes for Jim Lane and his outfit. I'm also not a fan of most of the home guard units. I don't know, man. I guess I just never really bought into the idea that the ends justify the means. If your goal is to win a war, and the only way you can win it is by killing a bunch of innocent people without any semblance of due process, then maybe, just maybe, you're fighting for the wrong side. Now, with all of that said, please do not misconstrue my words and think I'm trying to take away anything from these guys as far as their bravery is concerned. Okay? Jesse James was no coward. Neither were Quantrill or Anderson. When Anderson died, he was charging headfirst into the Viper's den, guns blazing. That takes balls. Jesse and his brother Frank rode into battle against overwhelming odds on multiple occasions. That takes balls. Courage was not something that could be found lacking among the Missouri bushwhackers. Like it or not, you can be the biggest, bravest badass in the world, but that don't necessarily make you a decent role model or even a decent human. Now, this next part is totally anecdotal, but I know of a man who stormed a beach on D-Day, fought his way across Europe, and in doing so, he helped save the entire world from fascism. Once again, that takes balls. And then, when he came home, he molested his own children. We as humans can be capable of unbelievable acts of heroism, while also at the same time being capable of committing the most vile atrocities imaginable. Just because someone is a Navy SEAL doesn't mean I want to leave them alone with my kids. And just because someone was a Missouri bushwhacker doesn't mean that they were good, upstanding citizens. You put a rifle in a teenager's hand and send them off to war, bad things are bound to happen. That's where leadership comes into play, and moral fortitude. Sometimes it takes a whole lot of courage just to control your people and ensure that things don't get too far off the rails. Sometimes doing the right thing takes more balls than doing the popular thing. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of Hugh Thompson. Exactly. Mr. Thompson was a helicopter pilot during the Vietnam War, credited with stopping several killings during the My Lai massacre. And later on, he would testify against those who were doing the killing. And due to Mr. Thompson's actions, he received death threats. He was ostracized not only by the public, but also members of the government, even the U.S. military. Dude suffered greatly for what he did, not just from PTSD, but later on from alcoholism. It would have been much easier for Thompson to turn a blind eye. War is hell, right? Bad things happen. But instead, he stood his ground. And thanks to him, at least a few of the women and children made it out alive. There are people living right now as a direct result of Thompson's heroism. As far as I'm concerned, that takes more balls than squeezing a trigger. So why am I saying all of this? Well, I think sometimes people get a little confused about what exactly it is that I do. The Wild West Extravaganza is a history podcast where we discuss real-life people and events from the Old West. But at the same time, I don't necessarily prop anyone up as a hero. And partly that's just the way I'm wired. I've never really been big on putting people up on pedestals, whether it's an athlete, a celebrity, or a politician, especially a politician, or even Old West gunfighters. Last I checked, Jesse James put on his pants one leg at a time, just like everybody else. And just like everybody else, the man was not perfect. We all have flaws. So if you think I'm not properly edifying whoever your pet outlaw or gunfighter is, my apologies. But I can promise you, I do not have some sort of bone to pick with Jesse James or Bill Anderson or whoever I happen to be talking about at any given moment. I'm just as fascinated with these people as you are. There's a reason we're still talking about these guys over 100 years after their death. But being fascinated and being a hero don't necessarily go hand in hand. You know who else fascinates me? The Mafia. I'm being totally serious. I love movies like Goodfellas and Casino. I love reading about these guys, watching YouTube videos about them. Shout out to Mikey Scars on YouTube. But you know what? I am under no illusions as to what type of people they are in real life. These mob guys are not role models, and they're not heroes. Most of them spend their entire careers preying on others. And it's my opinion that militia groups like the Kansas Redlegs and the Missouri Bushwhackers were no better. Many of them were just bullies, and they spent way more time during the war attacking the defenseless than they did grown men who could shoot back. This is not a bash the Confederates podcast or a vilify the Missouri Bushwhackers power hour. But also, at the same time, it's not a get down on your knees and suck an outlaw's dick hour either. I'm going to tell this shit how it happened to the best of my ability, hopefully in a very accurate and entertaining manner. I'm not perfect. There's always going to be mistakes, but I promise you, I am not trying to make Jesse James or whoever look bad to boost my own ego. I'm not trying to make him look bad, period. I'm just telling his story. Hell, there's even some stuff, which we'll get to in the weeks to come, that I actually admire Jesse James for. So keep listening, but please stop it with the whole victim mentality. Believe it or not, I do try to offer up both sides of the story. Nobody's suppressing the truth to make your heroes look bad. And besides, do you know who the real heroes are? They're the ones who wake up every morning and go into their normal jobs. And they get a distress call from the commissioner. They take off their glasses and change the capes and they fly around fighting crime. Those are the real heroes, okay? Not the bushwhackers. By the way, before we wrap things up, I just want to really hammer this final point home. It is perfectly okay if you and I don't agree on everything. Even this. All I'm doing is sharing my own personal opinion. And I want you to feel comfortable doing the same. If we don't see eye to eye, who cares? I ain't mad at you. All that I ask is that you don't be an asshole about it. Plenty enough of that going around as it is. In the spring of 1874, the Pinkertons sent 3 of their best down to Missouri, hoping to put a stop to Jesse James. One of the detectives, Joseph Witcher, arrived in the town of Liberty on March 10th, stopping at a hotel where he made the mistake of registering under his real name. He then paid a visit to Clay County Sheriff George E. Patton, explaining his intentions to go undercover as a traveling laborer and hopefully, fingers crossed, infiltrate the James farm. Next, Witcher stopped at a bank, depositing $50 while at the same time informing the bank's president of his plans. As I'm sure you can imagine, the banker was appalled by Witcher's lack of discretion. After all, the James boys were proven killers. They were extremely wary of outsiders, and here was this Witcher guy boldly announcing his plans, seemingly to all who would listen. That being the case, he was quickly taken to a back room and told to stay put, while the banker fetched the former sheriff, O.P. Moss. And Moss was likewise astounded. Tried his best to talk Witcher out of it, saying that if Jesse and Frank didn't kill him, then the old woman would. The old woman, of course, being Jesse's mother, Zerelda. Nevertheless, Detective Witcher had a job to do. He soon caught a train to nearby Kearney, sent one last telegraph to his boss, and set off down the road on foot, bound for the James farm. And when his body was discovered the following day, it had 3 new bullet holes in it courtesy of rebel revolvers. Legend has it that a note was stuck to Witcher's corpse that read, "This to all detectives." Just a few days later, 2 more Pinkertons caught up with Jesse James' allies, John and Jim Younger. And when the smoke cleared, there was one less Pinkerton in the land of the living. Naturally, the agency's founder, Alan Pinkerton, vowed revenge. Quote, "I know that the James and the Youngers are desperate men, and that when we meet, it must be the death of one or both of us. My blood was spilt, and they must repay. There is no use talking. They must die." Join me today as we discuss the war between the Pinkertons and Jesse James, a bloody feud that would culminate in an ill-advised attack on the James farm, and the tragic death of Jesse's 8-year-old brother. We'll also be talking about that quote-unquote special device that was thrown through the window. You know the one. Was it really a bomb or something else entirely? What in the hell is Greek fire anyway? Why do I have a Band-Aid on my forehead? And just how far would Jesse James go to exact revenge? My name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Hey, just real quick, if you're watching on YouTube, please ignore the Disney-themed Band-Aid. Just a few minutes ago, I got in a hurry and literally opened a door on my head. Pretty sure I need stitches, but I'm going to worry about that later. For now, the show must go on. Also, I've heard from many of you that I'm not blinking enough, so I don't know, I guess I'll try to blink a little more. All right, so what exactly did Jesse James do that caused the Pinkertons to declare war? Believe it or not, their beef began even before those detectives were killed. For example, on July 21st, 1873, Jesse and his compadres held up a train just outside of Adair, Iowa. And just to ensure that everything went as planned, they arrived early and pried loose several of the rail spikes. Once done, the bandits strung a rope through the loose rails and simply waited. At 8:30 that night, here comes the train right on schedule, slowing down as it approached a curve in the tracks. That's when the outlaws yanked on that rope. The engineer hit the brakes and tried to go in reverse, but by that point, it just weren't no use. 3 of the cars ended up flipping off the tracks entirely, killing said engineer and injuring several of the passengers. As for Jesse James, he quickly worked his way to the express car and pointed a pistol straight at the express messenger's head, telling him that if he didn't hand over the key to the safe, he'd blow his damn brains out. The messenger wisely did as he was told. The only problem was the safe didn't contain near as much money as Jesse was hoping. Meanwhile, 2 of his buddies were likewise robbing the passengers, while at the same time proclaiming, "We are not petty thieves, we are bold robbers. We're robbing the rich for the poor. We're Grangers." End of quote. The entire ordeal would take no longer than 10 minutes, and when the outlaws rode away, they were a little over $2,000 richer. Certainly not the most lucrative heist of all time, but for what it's worth, they had just robbed their very first train. What many to this day consider to be the first train robbery to occur in the West. Now, we will get back to the Pinkertons here in just a moment, I promise, but there are a few things regarding this most recent holdup that I think are worth discussing. Just a moment ago, I mentioned how the outlaws claimed to be Grangers. If you're not familiar, the Grangers were essentially an advocacy group that lobbied on behalf of farmers. And in the early 1870s, the Grangers were not happy with the railroads. Matter of fact, a lot of people, especially in Jesse's home state of Missouri, were not happy with the railroads. Not only were they an example of extravagant wealth in a time of struggle, but they earned that wealth partly off the backs of poor farmers. And in response, the Grangers were just trying to get the farmers easier and cheaper access to the markets, in addition to less restrictions on commerce. But were the James boys actual members of the Grangers? No, as far as I'm aware, they were not. But they were very concerned with their public image. Or I guess I should say Jesse was very concerned. Remember, for the past few years, that newspaper buddy of his, John Newman Edwards, had been singing Jesse's praises, and in doing so, creating the myth that he and the gang were Robin Hood types, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, i.e. the farmers, despite there being very little in the way of evidence of them ever sharing their spoils with anyone but themselves. Consequently, by 1873, it does appear as if Jesse was starting to believe his own hype. Make no mistake about it, his main motivations were monetary, but he was still very careful to cultivate his public image, and pretty much everything he was doing at this point had political undertones. For instance, in addition to shouting out the Grangers, Jesse and his pals also wore hoods of the sort used by the Ku Klux Klan, or at least they did during that train robbery in Iowa. This, much like their nod to the Grangers, was done intentionally. And no, I also do not think that Jesse was a member of the Klan. It was basically just a big PR stunt. By claiming to be Grangers, they could garner some goodwill amongst the populace, many of whom were themselves farmers. And according to historian T.J. Stiles, they wore those hoods to make a public declaration about the South's continued defiance, especially considering that several highly publicized Klan cases were underway at that very moment. Not to mention President Grant recently signing legislation specifically targeting the Klan, something that Jesse's buddy and political mentor, John Edwards, considered tyrannical. Now, in the weeks following that train robbery, the gang sought refuge near the town of Dover, Missouri. But by September, Jesse and Frank were back home in Clay County, where they remained at least somewhat protected. It was during this same period that Governor Silas Woodson placed a $1,000 bounty on Jesse's head. But be that as it may, I suppose a man's got to eat, right? Bounty or no bounty. And that tiny haul from that train in Iowa wasn't going to last forever. So it were that in early January of 1874, Jesse and the gang struck yet again, this time robbing a stage down in Bienville Parish, Louisiana. This was followed by another stage holdup just a few days later outside of Hot Springs, Arkansas. They asked if any of the passengers had fought for the Confederacy, and when one of them raised his hand, his valuables were returned. By contrast, another passenger, who just so happened to have a Yankee accent, got a shotgun aimed at his noggin, but thankfully that's as far as it went. Now, riding with Jesse and Frank on this particular adventure was Cole Younger, along with one of Cole's brothers, possibly John, and another bandit by the name of Arthur McCoy, aka the Mad Irishman. I don't know a lot about McCoy, but he was a bit older than the others. Originally from Ireland, he had allegedly spent time in California during the gold rush before settling down in St. Louis. It was there where he helped form a secessionist group, and later on during the war, he supposedly rode with William Quantrill and the Bushwhackers. I say supposedly because I did have a very hard time locating information on Mr. McCoy. Hell, even his fate is shrouded in mystery. There are some who claim that he died in Texas in the early 1880s, and others who think that he met his demise not long after that robbery at Hot Springs. Whatever the case, I do think it's likely that McCoy remained with Jesse and Cole as they continued their journey north. The bandits crossed back into Missouri on January 27th, and then just a few days later, they robbed the Iron Mountain Express over at Gads Hill. Now, Gads Hill was just a tiny little fart of a town in southeastern Missouri. There was a general store, an old abandoned sawmill, and a platform for the railroad, and that was it. The bandits hit up the store first, stealing around $800 before gathering up the town's scant populace and forcing them to stand on the platform. And when the train finally came rumbling down the line, one of the outlaws began waving a red flag. The conductor hit the brakes, thinking there was some sort of an emergency, and no sooner had he stepped off the train than he was greeted with a pistol pointed directly at his face. From there, it was just a simple matter of disarming the express messenger and once again robbing the passengers. When one of them claimed to be a minister, the outlaws gave him his money back and asked that he say a prayer for him. Finally, they took an additional $50 off the conductor, along with his gold watch, and bid the town adieu. And just to reinforce what I said earlier about PR stunts, Jesse left behind his own press release there on the train, with special instructions that it be telegraphed to the St. Louis Dispatch, the same newspaper where his buddy, John Edwards, was currently working. The release, as written by Jesse, described the holdup as the most daring robbery on record. I don't know about all that, but they did manage to make off with around $2,000. Once again, not the biggest of scores, but hey, I guess it beats working a plow, right? Meanwhile, John Edwards dutifully published Jesse's statement. He also defended the robbery by saying that it and similar crimes were just a natural extension of the policies enacted by their political opponents. Remember, nothing that Jesse James ever did was his own fault. It was always in retaliation for a myriad of offenses committed by the Yankees, both real and imagined. Or so he and Edwards would have us believe. By the way, just real quick, I do want to clarify what an express messenger was and why Jesse and other outlaws were always robbing them. Let's say a bank in Kansas was shipping money to an even larger bank in, Chicago. The railroads themselves did not handle these shipments. Instead, they contracted with express companies like Wells Fargo, American Express, or in the case of the Gads Hill robbery, the Adams Express Company. The express messengers were just employees of the express companies, and it was the messenger's job to guard these shipments as they were being transported via the rails, almost in the same way that armored trucks move money around nowadays. And yeah, following that robbery at Gads Hill, it was the Adams Express Company, not the railroad, who called in the Pinkertons. As a result, Allen Pinkerton sent a few of his operatives down to Missouri, one of whom was the aforementioned Joseph Witcher. And well, we already discussed how he met his untimely demise. Only thing is, we don't know for certain who was responsible. If you'll recall, Witcher left the town of Kearney on March 10th. The next and final time he was seen alive, at least by non-criminals, was early on the morning of the 11th. It was still dark when 3 masked men arrived at a ferry on the Missouri River, claiming to be deputies. They had Witcher laid over a saddle, bound and gagged, and told the ferry operator that he was a horse thief. Then, of course, once they got him across the river, they shot him dead. Per at least one account, he was also tortured, but I wasn't able to verify that. Like I said, we don't know for sure who those 3 men were, but historians do think that at least one of them was Jesse James. According to some accounts, he was joined by Jim Anderson, brother of the late Bloody Bill Anderson, along with the Mad Irishman Arthur McCoy. Others think it was Frank and Clell Miller who accompanied Jesse. Whatever the case, Witcher was dead, and his Pinkerton colleagues wouldn't fare much better. By the way, the day after Witcher's murder, Jesse and Frank rode into Kearney and threatened the residents, telling them to keep their mouths shut. Very similar to what they had done back in 1869 after the close call with Deputy Thomason. As you'll soon learn, not everybody there in Clay County were fans of the James boys. Many were, but there was a small minority quietly working against them. And it was these same people that Jesse and Frank were looking to frighten. Now, like I said earlier, there were 2 additional Pinkertons there in Missouri at the time of Witcher's death, Detectives Lewis Lull and John Boyle. And joining them in the field was a former sheriff's deputy, a local guy by the name of Edwin Daniels. Just a few days after Witcher's death, the trio stopped at a farm just outside of Monegal Springs, asking for directions. And unbeknownst to them, there at the farm eating dinner were none other than Jim and John Younger, little brothers of the infamous Cole Younger. And, well, I guess they didn't much like the looks of these strangers, so they quickly finished their meal and gave chase. The gunfight that ensued saw John Younger and the former deputy Daniels shot dead. Detective Lull was mortally wounded, and he'd end up succumbing to his wounds just a couple of days later. The only survivors were Jim Younger and Detective Boyle. Jim had took off as soon as he realized that his brother was killed, and Boyle had been riding in the lead and thus was able to escape before the shooting even commenced. And yeah, Allen Pinkerton was not a happy camper. Not only were 2 of his men killed in a very short span of time, but Jesse James was still just as free as ever. And unfortunately, Pinkerton would end up stooping just as low, if not lower, than the outlaws. And in doing so, he'd caused the death of an 8-year-old boy. We'll get to that here very shortly, but in the meantime, Jesse decided to get hitched. On April 24th, 1874, just a little over a month after John Younger's death, James was wed in holy matrimony to his first cousin, Z. Mims, who, if you'll recall, was named after Jesse's own mother. Their uncle, feels weird saying their uncle, but hey, I guess it is what it is. Their uncle, William James, officiated the wedding at Z's sister's place over in Kearney. At one point, there was a brief scare as strangers were spotted approaching the house, but it turned out to be a false alarm. And following the ceremony, the newlyweds made a beeline to Sherman, Texas for their honeymoon. Sherman, of course, is where Jesse and the bushwhackers would winter during the Civil War. At the time of his wedding, it was also where his sister Susie was living and teaching school. And while Jesse was down there in Texas, he may have possibly held up a stagecoach. As far as I'm aware, this is totally apocryphal, but a stage was indeed robbed just outside of Austin in late April or early May of 1874. I don't believe anybody was ever arrested, but there are many who think that maybe Jesse and a few of his pals were responsible. Older brother Frank would also tie the knot later on that summer, and by late August of 1874, they were right back in Missouri, robbing yet another stagecoach. Apparently, they had gotten wind of a guy named Parson Jennings, who traveled all the way to St. Louis to sell a passel of hogs for a whopping $5,000, or a little over $130,000 in today's money. Rumor had it that Jennings would travel through Lexington on his way back home, and if all went as planned, the James boys would be there waiting to relieve him of all that hard-earned money. Sure enough, on August 30th, Jesse, Frank, and one of the younger boys, not sure which, were lying in wait. Imagine their frustration when they stopped the stage and realized that Jennings was not on board, and neither was his rumored $5,000. Turns out he had came home a day earlier than expected. They still went ahead and robbed the other passengers, though. I guess sometimes when life gives you a wagon full of lemons, you just got to make some good old-fashioned Missouri lemonade, right? Now, believe it or not, one of the passengers, a woman named Maddie Hamlet, actually recognized him. She had known Jesse and Frank during the war and called out to him by name, saying that she was surprised they were pulling such a small job. To which Jesse replied, "Well, I'm a little ashamed of it myself. It's the first time we've ever stooped to such small game, but you needn't call names quite so loud." As they continued relieving the passengers of their valuables, Miss Hamlet began to protest. She demanded that Jesse return the driver's gold watch, which he did. And when Jesse tried to take the coat off of another passenger, she spoke up yet again, but this time Jesse just ignored her. And when they were done, he addressed the crowd, quote, "There is no point in chasing us. We're riding the finest horses in Missouri and will be 75 miles away by morning." He then turned his attention to Hamlet and stated, "Goodbye, Miss Maddie. You will never see us again." Now, an interesting aspect of this robbery was that it took place on a bluff in plain view of Lexington, which at that time had a population of around 4,000. And before it was all said and done, at least 100 people had gathered to witness the holdup. Just goes to show how bold Jesse had become. It also proved to be a major embarrassment for Governor Woodson, especially considering he was up for re-election. He and his team ended up reaching out to the St. Louis Police Department, requesting help. And in turn, St. Louis sent a scout by the super cool name of Florney Yancey to track the bandits down. Story has it that Yancey caught up to Jesse and Jim Younger just a few days later, not far from Excelsior Springs, at which point the hunter became the hunted. According to Yancey, he was approaching a dip in the road when Jesse and Jim sprung an ambush. That said, it does appear as if the former scout was more than able to hold his own. He ended up pulling his revolver quick as lightning and returning fire, allegedly blowing Jesse straight out of the saddle. I guess the gunfire also served to spook Yancey's horse, and it took off down the trail, him with it, likely saving his life. And later on that day, Yancey would send his official report to Missouri's lieutenant governor, quote, "This morning, about 8:30 o'clock, I accidentally flushed Jesse James and James Younger near the line of Ray and Clay counties and was forced to fight them. They fired 7 shots at me, and I returned fire. James is wounded, I think badly. I escaped with a shot through my coat. My horse run away with me through the woods, tearing the clothes off of me. I lost my pocketbook and my watch. I start immediately in pursuit with a posse, and I think they cannot escape. James is wounded too badly to escape, and his companion will not leave him." End of quote. Now, obviously, Jesse wasn't quite as injured as Yancey thought, and he would indeed continue to elude capture. Matter of fact, I'm not entirely sure that Jesse was wounded at all. This is just another one of those things I had a very difficult time finding information on. There's just not a lot written about it. That said, I did reach out to historian Mark Lee Gardner. Mr. Gardner, if you're not familiar, is the author of Shot All to Hell, Jesse James, the Northfield Raid, and the Wild West's Greatest Escape. And if I'm not mistaken, he's currently working on a new Jesse James biography as we speak. I asked him about Yancey and if he knew anything regarding Jesse's wounds, and Mr. Gardner is of the opinion that Yancey did not shoot Jesse James. So there you go. If you happen to have additional information, please hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. Now, I have already spoken extensively about Jesse's newspaper buddy, John Newman Edwards, how he was extolling him in the pages of the Kansas City Times and the St. Louis Dispatch. But it wasn't just Newman. Pretty much every other paper there in Missouri with a pro-Confederate bias was doing the same thing. And following that robbery outside of Lexington, they went absolutely wild. The editor of the totally not racist Lexington Caucasian even went so far as to call Jesse out by name. He compared he and his gang to medieval knights and said that their victims should feel honored. Quote, Lexington has just had the honor of one of their Robin Hood-like visits. The whole proceeding was conducted in the coolest and most gentlemanly manner possible. Now, in the past, these so-called journalists were very careful in the way they covered Jesse. They would claim his innocence with a wink and a nod, while at the same time praising his daring robberies. They even helped establish alibis, reporting that Jesse was living in Montana and later on, after the wedding, Old Mexico. But with that latest article from the Caucasian and the other papers, these alibis were shattered, to the point that even Jesse's mother, Zerelda, had to do a little damage control. She personally wrote to Miss Hattie Hamlet over in Lexington and forced her to make a retraction. Matter of fact, several of the passengers of that latest stagecoach holdup ended up retracting their statements. And if that ain't enough, Zerelda even paid a visit in person to Lexington and sat down with the editor of the Caucasian. She spoke glowingly of her sons, as I'm sure any mother would, and repeated claims of their innocence. Joining her was the former guerrilla Poole, who assured the editor that Jesse and his new bride were still residing in Mexico. Not everyone was buying it, though. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, it had been a good year so far for Jesse James. Just 27 years old, he had achieved a national reputation. He had carried out 2 high-profile robberies, defeated the Pinkertons and the state authorities, outlasted another sheriff, and married his sweetheart cousin. The hard work that he and Edwards had put in over the last 2 years to transform the bandit crew into Confederate heroes had paid off handsomely, as secessionist newspapers rushed to apologize for and even glorify them in their political campaigns. And everything that he loathed, Reconstruction, the Republican Party, even the Democrats' Union faction, showed signs of crumbling. He may have felt invulnerable, but in the countryside surrounding his mother's farm, his enemies were gathering, preparing to strike back. No one he had harassed, bullied, or fought in the decades since he first took to the brush had forgotten him. Not his Unionist neighbors, not the former militia commanders, and definitely not Allen Pinkerton. End quote. Now, we will circle back to the Pinkertons here in just a moment, including their disastrous raid on the James farm, but there are a few more things I think we should discuss just to put everything into proper context. For instance, in early December, Jesse and the boys headed west and held up a train at Muncie, Kansas. And this was basically just a repeat of the Gads Hill robbery. There were nothing there at Muncie but a general store, a blacksmith shop, and a handful of houses. And just like they had done back in January, they rounded up the populace, made them wait on the platform for the train's arrival. The express messenger would later state that when he was confronted by the outlaws, he, quote, readily obeyed, and at their order handed out the contents. One of them took a mail bag, and as I handed out the packages, the other threw them into the bag. I took out $18,000 in currency, $5,000 in gold, and all of the packages of money in the safe. They said they did not want a silver brick that was there, and also gave me back my watch, saying that they did not want my personal property. So yeah, this was a huge score. They ended up getting away with somewhere around $30,000, well over 10 times the amount of money they had gotten in the other train robberies. And back in those days, 30 grand was a hell of a lot of money. As a result, the governor of Kansas placed $2,500 on Jesse's head. Kansas Pacific Railroad added an additional $5 grand, as did the Wells Fargo Express. Now, just to put this money into perspective, several years later when Billy the Kid was a wanted man, he never had more than a $500 bounty on him. That just goes to show just how famous Jesse James was, and how much of a thorn in the side he was to the powers that be. The newly elected governor of Missouri, Charles Hardin, appealed to the public in his inaugural address, saying that the character of our state and people has been most violently assailed as being wanting in sentiment and efficiency for the maintenance of law and order. I have absolutely no idea what the hell that means, but Hardin followed that up by saying that if Missouri wanted to repair its reputation, then the community needed to be in active support of the law. In other words, stop aiding and abetting these damn criminals. Meanwhile, Edwards and the other pro-Confederate papers continued to defend Jesse. St. Louis Dispatch printed an editorial claiming that he, his brother Frank, and the Youngers were all but powerless to defend themselves against a, quote, incessant tirade of abuse. and that they were driven to the brush to avoid the cowardly punishment of a crazed and clamorous mob. At the same time, the Lexington Caucasian asserted that their spoils were, quote, just as honestly earned as the riches of many a highly distinguished political leader or railroad job manipulator, end of quote. And I actually kind of agree with that last assessment. To be honest, the only real difference between Jesse James and your average politician is that Jesse stole his money with a gun as opposed to using a lawyer with a briefcase. Now, as good as things were going for Jesse, he and the gang would experience a slight hiccup in early 1875. One of the men who helped him rob that train at Muncie, a guy by the name of Bud McDaniel, got himself arrested. And then just a few months later, in late June, Bud was shot dead by a farmer after escaping jail. As far as I know, though, he did keep his mouth shut, and he never rolled on Jesse and the others. Meanwhile, as I alluded to earlier, Jesse's detractors were quickly and quietly closing in. Remember, Alan Pinkerton was still angry about his men getting killed. And whenever the express companies decided to give up the chase, Pinkerton put up $10,000 of his own money to continue the fight. He also started working a few of Jesse's hometown enemies, one of whom was an attorney by the name of Samuel Hardwick. Described as a quiet and studious man, Hardwick was also an ardent supporter of the Union during the Civil War. And per James' biographer Ted Yeatman, Hardwick soon began acting as somewhat of a point man there in Clay County for Alan Pinkerton, even going so far as to recruit another local named Daniel Askew. Much like Hardwick, Daniel was a resident of Clay County. Matter of fact, his property was directly adjacent to the James farm. That being the case, Askew's homestead was used as a staging ground for what was to come. And joining him there on his property was a Pinkerton detective named Jack Ladd, posing as one of Daniel's hired hands. Rounding off the opposition was the Kearney postmaster, Anthony Harsel. A former member of the enrolled Missouri militia, Harsel's home had been burned by guerrillas during the war, and I guess he still held a grudge. According to Alan Pinkerton, Harsel was just helping to keep an eye on the James boys. Whether or not he used his position as postmaster to open mail addressed to the James family remains unclear, but I do think it's likely. With Clay County sufficiently infiltrated, now all they had to do was sit back and wait. And just as soon as Pinkerton's spies reported seeing Jesse and Frank at their mama's farm, that's when they put their plan into action. Now, Pinkerton had already sent one of his men to the arsenal at Rock Island, Illinois, where he procured a shipment of weapons along with a quote-unquote special device. And like I said, just as soon as they got word that Jesse and his brother were at Zerelda's farm, that's when Pinkerton sent a special train carrying around 8 or 9 of his operatives. Their primary objective, of course, was to either kill or arrest Jesse James. But per Alan Pinkerton's orders, they were also to destroy his mother's house. Quote, above all else, destroy the house. Wipe it from the face of the earth. End of quote. And yeah, around 7:30 on the night of January 25th, 1875, the detectives offloaded their gear a couple of miles outside of Kearney, right there on the property of Daniel Askew. There was a guide waiting with horses, and after a late dinner, they began traveling through the forest to the James farm. It was about midnight when they arrived, and they immediately began working to set the place on fire. Apparently, they were using hollowed-out tubes, sort of shaped like Roman candles, and filled with some sort of combustible material. These they used on the home's exterior. And when that didn't work, they took one of those special devices and tossed it through a window. Now, as far as I'm aware, nobody knows exactly what this device was. Alan Pinkerton simply called it a ball of fire. One of the James family servants, Ambrose, actually witnessed it being thrown through the window, and he described it as looking like a, quote, ball or something that was red. And Jesse's mother, Zerelda, said it looked like a bowl of fire. Per historian Mark Lee Gardner, it was an evil-looking metal sphere, 7.5 inches in diameter, filled with a highly flammable liquid that, once lit, was designed to both illuminate and start a deadly conflagration. Conflagration. How do you pronounce that word? Conflagration. Conflagration. I don't know. It was meant to illuminate and start a goddamn fire. That's what it was supposed to do. Now, this is purely speculation on my part, but if I had to guess, I'd say that the accelerant that was being used in that mysterious ball of fire device was the same material also used in those tubes. And according to historian Ted Yeatman, that material being used in the tubes was most likely a little something known as Greek fire. Indeed, Pinkerton himself, in a letter written just a couple of days later, admitted that the operatives there at the farm were well supplied with Greek fire. Now, this is some pretty wild stuff. I had never heard of Greek fire before, but believe it or not, it goes all the way back to the Byzantine Empire and the siege of Constantinople. If you've ever seen Game of Thrones, if you remember the Battle of the Blackwater where they used wildfire, well, the real life Greek fire pretty much worked in the same way. It was extremely flammable, sort of like an ancient version of napalm, and it absolutely devastated their enemies. Hell, it supposedly even kept burning underwater. And the craziest part is, nowadays, nobody knows how to make it. That said, there was a more modern version of Greek fire patented in 1863 by a guy named Levi Short. I don't know the exact ingredients. I'm pretty sure it was just a mix of kerosene and turpentine. But this was almost certainly what they were using in both those tubes and that cast iron ball of fire they tossed in through the window. And just as soon as it landed inside is when all hell broke loose. Jesse's stepfather Reuben ran out and began ripping the smoldering siding off the exterior of the house. And when he came back in just moments later, he saw Zerelda trying to kick that flaming ball, so he just scooped it up with a shovel, tossed it in the fireplace. Now, it's generally believed that this was not meant to act as a bomb, but nevertheless, the fire that was already burning in the hearth caused it to overheat and explode. A small piece of shrapnel struck Reuben on the side of his head. Another tore through Zerelda's right arm just above the wrist, and yet another struck their son Archie on his left side, burning a hole through his innards. Archie, by the way, was just 8 years old. Meanwhile, as all this was going on, the brave Pinkertons decided to call it quits. By the time Reuben staggered outside and began screaming for help, they had already hauled ass. Doctors were fetched. All total, I think 4 of them ended up visiting the farm that night. And sadly, there just wasn't anything they could do for little Archie. According to Zerelda, quote, "After a while, the doctor came in and told me that he couldn't live much longer. I said to him, 'Oh God, receive the soul of my child.' Archie heard me and replied, 'Tell Mama I'm better.'" These were the last words he spoke. I had often thought of what might happen to Jesse and Frank and was prepared to hear most anything. But I never expected to see this. I never thought I should live to see my pet child stricken down at my side. I used to be a woman of fortitude and resolution. It is all gone now. I could stand anything but this. You know, man, it's the kids that are supposed to bury their mamas and daddies, not the other way around. Jesse and Frank may have been outlaws, but I wouldn't wish what happened to Zerelda on my worst enemy. Now, despite what you just heard, Zerelda did indeed have quite a bit of pluck left. Later on the next day, her arm was amputated with zero anesthetic. The doctor who performed the procedure said that he didn't think he ever saw a human in all of his life who had as much nerve as Zerelda. Hell, she still had enough presence of mind later on that day to give a thorough account of the attack to a coroner's inquest. A large posse was soon sent out to look for the Pinkertons, but they returned empty-handed. The detectives were last seen in the town of Brookfield, and from there they departed for Illinois. As far as I know, none of them were ever held to account for the death of Archie, at least not by the law. Alan Pinkerton and a few of the others were indicted, but so far as I know, nothing ever really came of it. Once again, if you have additional information, please hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. By the way, you may be wondering where Jesse and Frank were on the night of the attack. Well, according to historian TJ Stiles, they had actually been right there at Zerelda's farm earlier that evening, along with their good buddy, Clell Miller. They stayed long enough to eat supper and then slipped away once it got dark. That just left Zerelda, her husband Reuben, and the kids, along with 3 servants, 54-year-old Charlotte, 18-year-old Ambrose, and Perry, who at the time was just 6 years old. Interesting little side note about Perry, but he was mixed race, what they called back in those days a mulatto. And it is widely believed that his father was one of the men there on the Samuel/James farm. Possibly Reuben, but considering that Perry was born in 1868, it very well could have been Frank or even Jesse. Now, earlier we discussed how a few of the locals there in Clay County had helped the Pinkertons prepare for that failed attack. One of them, Samuel Hardwick, the attorney, ended up fleeing the state entirely. If I'm not mistaken, the postmaster Harsel did the same. But the James neighbor, Daniel Askew, well, he decided to stay put. Remember, he's the one who allowed the Pinkertons to use his property to stage the attack. And it's there on his property on the evening of April 12th where Jesse James finally caught up with him. According to Askew's wife, he had gone outside to draw some water from the well. As he was headed back, a mystery man, or possibly two mystery men, stepped from the shadows. They spoke in hushed tones for several minutes before one of the strangers pulled out a gun and put 3 bullets in Daniel's head. Minutes later, the assassins stopped at a neighboring farm and stated, "We have killed Dan Askew tonight, and if anyone wishes to know who did it, say the detectives did it. Tell his friends to go and bury the damn son of a bitch tomorrow." End quote. Once again, we don't know for certain that Jesse James was the killer, but this was a pretty common practice during his days as a guerrilla. He and his fellow bushwhackers would occasionally murder somebody and then go to the nearest neighbor's house and brag about what they had done. And on this night in question, Jesse was spotted nearby. I suppose it could have been a coincidence. After all, his mother lived right next door, but he certainly did have the motive. Hell, later on, he would even spend several months in Chicago, allegedly, with plans of personally killing Alan Pinkerton. So I doubt he would have balked at shooting Askew. And for what it's worth, the grandson of one of Jesse's half-sisters would later state that, per family lore, the killers were Jesse and Frank James. And yeah, as far as Jesse was concerned, there were still plenty of others who also needed killing. You know, like that lawyer I mentioned earlier, Samuel Hardwick. He may have fled all the way to St. Paul, Minnesota, hoping to escape Jesse's wrath, but little did he know that a special visit was in the works. On September 7th, 1876, 3 heavily armed men stepped inside the First National Bank at Northfield, Minnesota. They immediately pulled their 6-shooters and hopped over the counter, demanding that the cashier open the safe. When he refused, he was viciously beaten, and when another employee made a break for freedom, one of the desperados shot him in the back. Still, though, that brave cashier refused to comply. Meanwhile, the bandits keeping watch outside, including the infamous Jesse James, were likewise facing resistance. And within just a few short minutes, the gang was absolutely riddled with bullets. Turns out the good folks of Northfield weren't quite as docile as the outlaws assumed, and they most definitely were not in the mood to have their bank robbed. This raid on Northfield was the most bold and daring robbery that Jesse James had yet committed. It also proved to be an abject failure, one that spelled the end for the James Younger gang. But what really occurred there in Northfield? Why did Jesse James choose Minnesota as a target? What went wrong during the robbery? And more importantly, just who exactly were those brave citizens who stood up and declared, "Not today"? Hey, just real quick, if you're only interested in hearing about the Northfield Raid and nothing else, I did leave a timestamp down below in this episode's description, so please feel free to skip ahead. For everybody else, if you don't mind, I would like to very quickly fill in a few gaps. If you'll recall, it was in late January of 1875 when the Pinkertons attacked the James farm, and that disastrous raid in Northfield wouldn't occur until September 7th, 1876. So what exactly was Jesse James up to in the intervening 19 months? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. He and the boys allegedly held up a post office north of Clinton, Missouri on May 13th, 1875. According to an eyewitness, quote, "We supposed them to be the James or Younger boys from the way they proceeded. They were professional hands at the business and stole every cent we had in the world." Naturally, Jesse would publicly deny these accusations. Strangely enough, he'd also give up the names of those he claimed were guilty, including his buddies Clell Miller and Cole Younger. Not only that, but he also provided authorities with addresses where said fugitives could be located, which prompted Cole Younger to write a letter of his own to the newspapers, denying these allegations and saying that he and Jesse were no longer on good terms. Now, there are many who think this was simply a joint effort on the part of the outlaws to make it appear as if there was dissension in the ranks. That said, I do think there was at least a little friction between Jesse and Cole. Remember, Cole was Jesse's elder by almost 4 years, and he very well may have resented the younger man's rapid ascension to leadership. What's more, according to a former Missouri prosecutor, Cole was the only member of the gang who could keep Jesse's murderous tendencies under control. Quote, "Those who knew both men well told me in a number of instances that Cole Younger, at his own peril, prevented Jesse from taking life." End of quote. So who knows, man? Maybe Cole was just growing weary of always having to babysit, and maybe he wasn't all that happy with the way Jesse was conducting himself. For what it's worth, though, they would continue riding together. So apparently, things weren't quite as bad as the papers made them out to be. As a matter of fact, later on that same year, Cole would lead the gang in a bank robbery all the way over in Huntington, West Virginia. Joining him was Thomas Webb, who sometimes used the alias of Jack Keene, Tom McDaniel, brother of Bud McDaniel, who perished after that Muncie train robbery, and possibly Jesse's brother Frank. I say possibly because there does seem to be a bit of disagreement among historians. There are some who think it was Clell Miller as opposed to Frank James. Either way, it was a pretty lucrative heist. They made off with around $10,000 in cash and an additional $5,000 worth of certificates of deposit. The bandits were pursued, and there was a brief skirmish as they escaped into Kentucky, but so far as I'm aware, nobody was injured. At least not until they made the mistake of stopping at a stranger's farm near the town of Pine Hill. I reckon the farmer didn't much like the looks of these four desperados riding up to his house, so he opened fire. The next morning, gang member Tom McDaniel was found in the nearby cornfield, mortally wounded. This was followed by the arrest of Thomas Webb over in Tennessee. He'd later be convicted and sentenced to over a decade behind bars. As for Cole and the fourth robber, they remained elusive. But why didn't Jesse James take part in this holdup? Well, I can't really say for certain. I suppose it could have been due to him and Cole butting heads, but I think the most likely explanation is that just a few days prior to the robbery, Jesse and his wife C welcomed their first child, a boy they named Jesse Edward James. That being the case, I do think the most likely scenario is that Jesse just chose to remain home to be with his wife. Of course, by that point, he and Z were already residing in Nashville. It's there where Jesse took on the alias of John Davis Howard, a quiet and unassuming wheat speculator with a penchant for fine horses. He also began spending more and more time at his Uncle George Heights place, just 40 miles to the north. And in doing so, he also got reacquainted with his cousins, Wood and George Jr. According to Jr., Jesse wanted to quit the business, but said he had to make a living. And as the whole world seemed to be pitted against him, and he couldn't do anything else, he kept on with it. George would also claim that Jesse had spent months in Chicago during this same period with the hopes of assassinating Alan Pinkerton. He did locate Pinkerton, but it wasn't enough for Jesse just to walk up and put a bullet in the back of the famous detective's head. He wanted Pinkerton to know who was killing him. Quote, "I want him to know who did it. It would do me no good if I couldn't tell him about it before he died. I had a dozen chances to shoot him when he didn't know it. I wanted to give him a fair chance, but the opportunity never came." Once again, whether or not that's true, I'm not entirely sure. Nevertheless, there is evidence that Jesse would try to do the same exact thing up in Minnesota a year later. More on that here in a bit. Meanwhile, he moved his family to Baltimore. This would actually become a very common occurrence going forward. Anytime Jesse got paranoid, especially after one of his buddies was arrested, like what just happened to Tom Webb, he'd uproot his family and change locations. His brother Frank would also move to Baltimore, and shortly thereafter, per sources, he and Jesse spent around the next several months slowly building a network of narcotics traffickers. Now, I found this to be absolutely fascinating. Not only is it a very underreported period of Jesse's life, but a lot of people just aren't aware that HBO's The Wire was loosely based on he and his brother's activities there in Baltimore. According to show creator David Simon, quote, "I wrote the characters of Avon Barksdale and Stringer Bell specifically with Jesse and Frank James in mind. Detectives McNulty and Moreland represent the rank-and-file law enforcement officers who attempted to stymie their illegal narcotics operations in Baltimore. Unfortunately, HBO was not interested in making westerns, so I changed the theme to more of a modern urban vibe. And finally, after months of negotiations, it did receive the green light." End of quote. Gotta love The Wire, by the way. Even though they changed the format, it really is an amazing show. If you haven't seen it already, please do yourself a favor. I know I talk a lot about Deadwood and The Sopranos, but The Wire is definitely right up there with them. And yes, I did totally make up everything I just said about The Wire being based on the James brothers. That was a lie. Also, as far as I know, Jesse and Frank were never involved in narcotics. That said, they did indeed spend about a year in Baltimore. That much was true. And Frank did have a very close call with the Baltimore PD on at least one occasion. He returned home one evening, only to find a bunch of cops milling around outside his house. Frank approached warily, discreetly hiding his pistol under his arm, only to learn that the police were just responding to a death that occurred next door. Per James biographer Ted Yeatman, there would be much closer calls in the months ahead, and the year 1876 would prove to be something of a turning point in the lives of Frank and Jesse James. And yeah, 1876 was most definitely one hell of a year as far as history is concerned. Hell, Chris Wimmer, host of the Legends of the Old West, even wrote a book about it. 1876 is when Custer fell at the Battle of Little Bighorn. It's when the telephone was invented and when Mark Twain gifted us with the adventures of Tom Sawyer. And it's when Wild Bill Hickok drew his last hand. It also just so happens to be the year that Jesse James decided to try his luck up in Minnesota. But first, he had to figure out a way to pay for the trip. And what better way to pick up a little spending money than by robbing a gosh darn train? That being the case, Jesse returned to his old stomping grounds in Missouri in either late May or early June and began assembling a crew. Joining him on this latest endeavor would be his older brother Frank, Cole Younger, Cole's brother Bob, Clell Miller, Charlie Pitts, Bill Chadwell, and a newcomer by the name of Hobbs Carey. Now, obviously, you're already well acquainted with the James boys and Cole Younger. We've also talked quite a bit about Clell Miller, but just as a quick refresher, Miller first joined up with Bill Anderson and the Bushwhackers when he was 14 years old. Skip ahead to 1871, and he helped Jesse rob a bank up in Iowa. He was also present when they robbed that train over in Kansas. Miller may have been a little on the young side, but so far as Jesse and the others were concerned, he was solid. But then again, so was Charlie Pitts, whose real name, by the way, was Samuel Wells. Now, Charlie had actually grown up with the Youngers. Matter of fact, it was Charlie who discovered the body of Cole's father after he was murdered by Kansas Redlegs. A couple months later, Pitt's own father would be shot dead while cheering on the Confederates during the Battle of White Oak Creek. I'm not entirely sure if he ever served with the Bushwhackers, but his older brother would. I also found a source alleging that Charlie's uncle was none other than the infamous guerrilla George Shepard. Also, this next part isn't really important. I just found it interesting, but supposedly Charlie Pitts had ridiculously small feet. I kid you not, dude wore a size 6. Something tells me he was fond of saying stuff like, "It's not the size of the boat, but the motion of the ocean." But hey, I could be wrong. Next comes Bill Chadwell, also known as Bill Stiles. Now, this guy can be a bit confusing. For the longest time, it was assumed that Chadwell was just an alias. But as it turns out, that's not the case. Stiles was the alias, and Chadwell was his real name. He was born in Illinois during the early 1850s, and at some point in the next decade or so, his family would migrate to Kansas. Those who knew him described Bill as a hard-working and inoffensive young man, whose only real flaw was being easily influenced by others. He and Charlie Pitts became good buddies and even robbed a bank together over in Baxter Springs, Kansas, prior to linking up with Jesse James. Next, we've got Bob Younger, the youngest of Cole's brothers. Bob was born a little too late to fight alongside the guerrillas, but he was nonetheless deeply impacted by the war. Years later, he'd state, "If it hadn't been for the war, I might have been something, but as it is, I am what I am." Bob first joined the gang at just 19 years of age, and he helped rob a series of trains in Iowa, Kansas, and Missouri. And finally, we've got the least experienced member of the crew, Hobbs Carey. Originally from Arkansas, Carey's family settled in Missouri in the late 1850s. And by 1875, he was already running buddies with Chadwell and Pitts. He was also acquainted with Cole Younger's half-brother, Bruce Younger. Fun fact, just a couple of years later, Bruce Younger would marry Belle Starr. Allegedly. She got married again to Sam Starr just a couple of months later, so I'm assuming it was not a very happy marriage. Now, regarding Chadwell, Pitts, and Carey, there's a whole lot more involved with their initiation into the gang. But long story short, they were able to work their way into Jesse's good graces, just in time to take part in the next train robbery, one that would occur on the night of July 7th, 1876, not too far from Otterville, Missouri, in a little secluded area known as Rocky Cut. According to one of the rail employees, quote, "The scene was wild. Women shrieked, some fainted, and many of the men crawled under the seats of the cars. Some began to take out their money and jewelry for the purpose of hiding it under the seats, but others, utterly paralyzed, remained in the seats, blanched and trembling. Meanwhile, the yells and pistol shots continued, and the passengers had every reason to believe that a massacre was in progress." End of quote. Thankfully, there was no massacre, but the gang was able to make off with around $15,000. Per usual, they divvied up the loot before disappearing into the countryside. That's when Hobbs Carey made the mistake of heading home and flashing his money around. Authorities caught wind and arrested him on July 31st. And within less than a week, Carey agreed to cooperate. Not only did he confess to robbing that train at Rocky Cut, but he also named several of his accomplices, Jesse James included. And as was Jesse's habit, he immediately sent a letter to the press calling Hobbs both a liar and a poltroon. Poltroon, by the way, is just a fancy way of saying coward. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, despite the gang's incredible ability to stay one step ahead of the authorities after each bank or train robbery, their former gang member Hobbs Carey had made it much hotter for the boys than usual. Private detectives, police officers, and citizen posses traipsed all over western Missouri, southeast Kansas, and even northeast Texas. In the meantime, the James Younger gang needed a change of scenery. And yeah, that change of scenery just so happened to be Minnesota. Now, as to why they chose Minnesota, or more specifically Northfield, this too is heavily debated. To the best of my knowledge, none of them had ever been that far north. But then again, Minnesota was home to quite a few northern banks, and those northern banks contained northern money. Also worth noting that one of Jesse's sworn enemies, Samuel Hardwick, was also residing in Minnesota. If you'll recall, Hardwick was the attorney from Clay County who aided the Pinkertons. As soon as Jesse killed Daniel Askew, Hardwick got nervous and moved to St. Paul. And then, of course, Northfield was also home to former Mississippi Governor Adelbert Ames, the guy who represented pretty much everything that Jesse James hated. Ames graduated 5th in his class at West Point. Interestingly enough, that was the same class that Custer graduated from. Not long thereafter, Ames received a commission as lieutenant with the 2nd U.S. Artillery. Ended up getting pretty seriously wounded during the First Battle of Bull Run, but he refused to leave his men on the battlefield, an action that would later earn him the Medal of Honor. And from there, Ames continued climbing the ladder. By May of 1863, he was already a brigadier general, saw action at Gettysburg and numerous other skirmishes before being named as the provisional governor of Mississippi in 1868. And it was there where he stayed until he resigned in 1875. Following years, when he joined his father and brother up in Northfield to help run the family business. He was also one of the primary investors in Northfield's First National Bank. But then again, so was his father-in-law, another despised carpetbagger known as General Benjamin the Beast Butler. It's assumed that it was these connections that caused Jesse to ultimately choose Northfield. That said, I'm not entirely convinced he was aware of any of these details prior to arriving in Minnesota. Truth be told, there's ample evidence that they weren't even planning on robbing any banks and that the trip north was simply a vacation. By the way, joining Jesse up there in Minnesota was pretty much everybody from that last holdup, minus Hobbs Carey, obviously. In his place was Jim Younger. Much like Jesse, Jim had been a child soldier during the Civil War. He was there when Quantrill was killed and ended up being taken prisoner. He was also with his late brother John when they had that gunfight with the Pinkertons. Jim would end up spending a couple of years in California, but by 1876, he was back in Missouri and once again part of the gang. Per historian Ted Yeatman, the gang's mode of travel is likewise disputed. Quote, just how the gang got to Minnesota is described in conflicting accounts, saying that they rode north on horseback, traveled in a covered wagon together, or even moved by train from Missouri. Cole Younger himself would later give different stories. What actually happened may never be known with any certainty. Same goes for the date of their arrival. It can only be said that they arrived sometime in the last 2 weeks of August. End of quote. And yeah, sure enough, by August 23rd, 2 of them checked into a hotel in Minneapolis under assumed names. 3 more of their associates arrived the following day, likewise using aliases. And despite trying to keep a low profile, they stuck out like a bunch of sore thumbs, mostly on account of their southern accents and attire. Not only did they wear spurs and tuck their pants into their boots like country bumpkins, but they also had on matching dusters to conceal their weapons. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to discuss these dusters for just a moment. This is something that the movies get completely wrong. If you've ever seen Frank James starring Rob Lowe and Bill Paxton, or The Great Northfield Raid with Robert Duvall, or even The Long Riders, the dusters shown in those movies are not the same type of dusters worn by the real-life James Younger gang. And we know this because one of them literally left a duster behind in Northfield. You can find a photo online, but the dusters they were wearing didn't even have sleeves. Just an attached cape meant to somewhat protect their arms. And they weren't very long either, just around 44 inches. I actually reached out to my buddy David Lambert. He's an expert not only in Western attire, but Western films. And so far as he's aware, there are no movies as of yet that depict the type of dusters worn by the James Younger crew. Just thought I'd point that out. There were jackets at the time that were very similar to what you see in the movies, sort of like what Deacon Jim Miller is wearing in one of his photos. So they did exist, but that's just not what Jesse and his buddies were wearing when they hit Northfield. So yeah, like I was saying, the boys arrived in Minnesota in late August. And within just a few days, Jesse was paying a visit to a working gal named Molly Ellsworth. Apparently, he and Molly had been acquainted down in St. Louis. And according to her, Jesse said that he was going to, quote, see a man that he knew uptown, end of quote. And historians do believe that this man was Samuel Hardwick, guy I mentioned earlier who helped the Pinkertons attack the James farm. And this was pretty much just a repeat of Jesse's alleged visit to Chicago. According to Mark Gardner, Jesse probably started casing Hardwick's home and his office. And Sam Hardwick, his mind occupied with normal thoughts of work and family, would have gone about his day without the slightest inkling that those burning blue eyes were on him. Yet for whatever reason, Jesse failed to assassinate his quarry. Perhaps Hardwick was out of town and Jesse never saw him, but more than likely, Jesse never felt like he had the perfect opportunity to strike. Mr. Gardner further expands on this in his book, Shot All to Hell. He points out that most writers and historians have missed Hardwick as a major motivation for the Minnesota expedition. However, the contemporary press did not miss the story. An October 15, 1876 letter, written by a visitor to the James farm, gave the Liberty attorney as the real cause of the robbers going to Minnesota, as did an article originally published in the Boonville Advertiser titled Why It Was the James Boys Went to Minnesota. These articles were also published in the St. Paul Dispatch on October 19, 1876, and the State Journal in Jefferson City, Missouri on October 27, 1876. Clay County locals also knew about the Hardwick connection. Dr. Robert Sheets, son of Dr. Samuel Sheets, who treated the wounded Zerelda in the aftermath of the Pinkerton Raid, said that one of the reasons that James went to Minnesota was to kill a certain lawyer from Liberty who had gone to St. Paul to get away from the boys. End quote, and thank you, Mr. Gardner. Now, it wasn't until the boys finally had their fill of gambling and whoring that they set out to the countryside, both to procure some decent horse flesh and to scout out prospective marks. And per at least one somewhat dubious source, their first choice was the bank at Mankato, some 50 or so miles southwest of Northfield. Legend has it that just before the bandits could pull off the heist, Jesse was recognized by a fellow Missourian, so he called it off. Now, this does tie back into what I said earlier about why they traveled to Minnesota in the first place. You know, was it a vacation or did they go with the express purpose of robbing a bank? And if so, when exactly did they decide on Northfield? Well, according to Cole Younger, their original target, once they decided to rob a bank, was indeed Mankato. Furthermore, Cole would tell a reporter that the trip was a quote-unquote pleasure excursion, and the only reason they decided to rob a bank was due to being short on money. Remember, these guys had just stolen $15,000 back in July, or roughly the equivalent of $440,000 in today's money. And by September, they were already broke. This goes to show how much fun they were having up there in the land of 10,000 lakes. I don't know, I guess the prostitutes in Minnesota are a lot more expensive than the ones down in Missouri. Cole would also state that they ultimately selected Northfield on account of Adelbert Ames being one of the bank's investors. According to Cole, one of his fellow gang members, probably Jesse James, had a grudge against Ames. This is further backed up by Cole's brother, Bob. A reporter from the Minneapolis Tribune, who interviewed Bob in late September, wrote that the, quote, raid in Minnesota was not intentional. They came for pleasure, but learned ex-Governor Ames of Mississippi had money in the Northfield Bank. One of the boys had a spite against him, so the robbery was planned to pay expenses. Either way, whatever their motivations, the gang would reunite there in Northfield on the morning of September 7th. They spent the next few hours just sort of milling about in groups of twos and threes. Per George Bates, the town druggist, the men had a reckless, bold swagger about them that seemed to indicate they would be rough and dangerous fellows to handle. Two of them ended up visiting a restaurant at around 11 a.m., loudly discussing politics as they dined on ham and eggs. The others reportedly whiled away the morning to a Northfield saloons, sipping on whiskey and wine and periodically checking their pocket watches. Finally, they linked back up for one last briefing. According to Cole Younger, quote, Early in the afternoon, we rode back to the Janesfield Road, 2 or 3 miles, to consult and arrange our plans. We agreed by a majority vote to rob the bank. 3 were to ride ahead and enter the bank as soon as Clell Miller and myself had crossed the bridge leading into the square. Another quarter of a mile behind us, the remaining 3, including Jim Younger, were to take their stand near the bridge. If the alarm was given, I was to signal those at the bridge, and they were to give the rebel yell and fire their pistols in the air to scare the people off the street. End quote. And yeah, around 2 p.m. is when they trotted past the Ames Mill and took up their positions. Just to reiterate and somewhat clarify Cole's statement, he and Clell Miller posted up on Division Street, just outside the bank. At the same time, Jesse James, Bill Chadwell, and Jim Younger made their way to the bridge by the square. Not only were they to guard the bridge as an escape route, but in the event that things went south, they were to also intimidate any of the locals who felt like being heroes. And once everybody was in their proper places, that's when Frank James, Charlie Pitts, and Bob Younger rode up to the bank and dismounted. Now, on this day in particular, there were only 3 employees working inside the bank. You had a 39-year-old cashier, Joseph Haywood, 28-year-old assistant bookkeeper, Frank Wilcox, and a 27-year-old teller named Alonzo Bunker. Believe it or not, just a few days prior, Haywood had been showing off the bank's newfangled time lock to the president of Carleton College, which was also located there in Northfield. Essentially, these time locks worked pretty much as the name suggests. At quitting time, the bankers could set it so the safe wouldn't be unlocked until the next morning, even if you knew the combination. This way, if the bank were robbed and one of the employees managed to set the lock and close the safe, there weren't no way of opening it back up prior to the preordained time. Per historian T.J. Stiles, quote, President Strong of Carleton College had come by to see the new time lock on the bank's safe. Bringing up the wartime robbery of the bank in St. Albans, Vermont by Confederate raiders, Strong had asked Haywood if he would have handed over the money under such circumstances. I do not think I should, Haywood said, according to Strong, with his characteristically quiet manner. And yeah, what they're referring to here was an incident in 1868 where nearly 24 Confederate raiders struck the town of St. Albans and robbed all 3 of the banks, making off with an absurd amount of money. I think it was something like $200,000. They killed at least one of the locals while doing so, and interestingly enough, they even tried to burn the town using Greek fire, something that the Pinkertons had also used on the James farm. If you're not aware of that little incident, check out my last episode. But yeah, basically, Haywood was saying that if a similar robbery occurred there in Northfield, he would refuse to comply with the outlaws. A very chilling statement considering what happened next. Like I said, Frank, Bob, and Charlie Pitts all dismounted outside the bank. They then stepped inside, pistols drawn, and jumped across the counter, telling Haywood and the others to throw their damn hands up. Frank then inquired as to which one of them was the cashier. Haywood responded by saying that the cashier was out, which technically was the truth. The real cashier was over in Philly, attending the 1876 exposition. What Haywood failed to mention was that in the cashier's absence, he himself was acting cashier. The bandits momentarily turned their attention to Bunker and Wilcox, but returned to Haywood soon enough, once again demanding that he open the safe. The safe, by the way, was already unlocked. That's one of the craziest parts of this entire story. Nevertheless, Haywood played dumb and said there wasn't any possible way that he could unlock the safe on account of that time lock. And he continued to hold firm, even when Charlie Pitts held a knife to his throat, saying that he was going to cut him from ear to ear. And when Haywood started yelling for help, that's when Frank pistol whipped him. Not only that, but as he struggled to stand back up, one of the outlaws, probably Frank James, fired his pistol off just above Haywood's head. A shot that was meant to intimidate. And sure enough, the teller, Alonzo Bunker, decided he had enough and took off running out the back door into an alley. Charlie Pitts followed and even managed to shoot Bunker in the shoulder, but he was still able to escape. He'd later recall that the sensation of being shot was as though someone had struck me a sharp blow with a piece of board. There was a jar and a sting, and I felt the bullet going through the bones of my shoulder. Ew. Of course, by that point, Bunker's dash for freedom was the least of the outlaws' worries. Turns out the good folks in Northfield had already put 2 and 2 together, and you better believe they weren't going to sit back and idly watch as a bunch of damn thugs made off with their hard-earned money. That's another thing. This was back when banks were not insured. If you were living in Northfield and you had money in the bank and the bank was robbed, you were just shit out of luck. Now, just moments after Frank and the others had stepped inside, a guy by the name of J.S. Allen approached the bank and started peering through the window. A decision that damn near cost him his life. Remember, Cole Younger and Clell Miller were keeping a lookout. That being the case, Miller was able to grab Allen by his collar and shove a pistol in his face, saying, "You son of a bitch, don't you holler." That's when another bystander, 22-year-old medical student Henry Willer, started yelling out that the bank was being robbed. Miller shoved Allen aside long enough to squeeze off around at Willer, but he missed. Luckily, that was all Allen needed to escape, and as he ran, he too began sounding the alarm, while at the same time exhorting his fellow citizens to arm themselves. Keep in mind that all of this is happening very, very quickly. I don't know who shot first, whether it was Clell Miller or Frank James, but I doubt they'd been inside that bank longer than a couple of minutes before the townsfolk began fighting back. That's about the same time that Cole and Clell Miller mounted their ponies and started firing their pistols in the air. Most of the time, this was a successful tactic. But like I said earlier, I guess the residents of Northfield weren't so easily intimidated. Meanwhile, Jesse and his bunch had likewise taken to the saddle. They too began galloping up and down the street, yelling and shooting their guns. And from there, things very quickly began to fall apart. Remember that Allen guy I mentioned a moment ago? Well, as it turns out, he owned a hardware store. That's back in the good old days when hardware stores carried guns. And in no time flat, Allen began handing out firearms to his fellow residents, one of whom was a farmer by the name of Elias Stacy, who ended up blowing Clell Miller plumb off his horse. Luckily for Clell, it was just birdshot, but I gotta imagine it still stung quite a bit. I don't know if I've ever shared this story before, but my dad actually got shot in the face with birdshot many years ago. I remember when I was a kid, you could still see the pellets under his skin. Every now and then, one of them will just sort of work its way out, and if I'm not mistaken, he's still got a few of them in there. Suffice it to say, I would not recommend getting shot in the face with birdshot. Anyway, like I said, Miller was hurt, but he did manage to shrug it off and get back in the saddle. That's when another Northfield resident, Ansel Manning, squeezed off a shot with a Remington rolling block chambered in .45-70. He missed the outlaws, but he did manage to kill Bob Younger's horse before his rifle jammed. Another local, George Bates, was also dealing with a jammed-up gun, so he just tossed it aside and got a revolver. And as luck would have it, the revolver was empty. So rather than scurrying around trying to locate ammo, Bates just pretended to shoot at the outlaws. I am not kidding. He'd periodically pop up, pointing the pistol and yell, "Now I've got you," and then immediately duck back under cover as the bandits turned to shoot at him. And he wasn't the only one not using a gun. Apparently, even the town marshal was unarmed and reduced to just throwing rocks. Sounds pretty silly, but they were at least able to temporarily distract the outlaws. And just to add to all the confusion, there were some there in Northfield who thought that this whole damn thing was just a show. There was a special event planned for later on that evening, and I guess they just thought that the scene being played out in the street was just some type of a live-action advertisement. The town dentist, however, a guy named Danford Whitney, knew better. He too armed himself and began firing at the desperados. So did the undertaker Theodore Miller. I can only assume he was excited about getting a few new customers. And that medical student Henry Willer, who I mentioned earlier, well, he too had procured a firearm, an old .50 caliber carbine that he began shooting from the third floor of the hotel. He narrowly missed Jim Younger, but then took careful aim, squeezed the trigger, and sent a bullet straight through Clell Miller's shoulder, severing his subclavian artery. According to Mark Lee Gardner, Clell then fell off his horse, but managed to get up on his knees. He appeared to be yelling orders to the other robbers before his heart finally pumped the last of his blood and he toppled over onto his face. As Cole Younger ran to Miller's aid, he too was shot, taken around from Manning's rolling block to his left hip. That's when Adalbert Ames entered the fray. Kind of. He wasn't armed, but he was crouched next to Manning, the guy who had just shot Cole. The former general was basically talking to Manning like he used to talk to his own soldiers, urging him to remain calm and to take careful aim. And evidently it worked, as Manning's next round hit Bill Chadwell square in the chest. Per an eyewitness, quote, "I saw him, Chadwell, reel in the saddle and nearly fall off. He threw his left arm around the horse's neck, and that turned the horse up the street again, and he came as far as my door, where he fell off and died after a short period of intense suffering." Now, by this point, Cole Younger was probably wondering why in the hell Frank and them others were taking their own sweet damn time inside the bank. He started yelling at them to wrap things up. He also shot a drunk who had the misfortune of stumbling out of the saloon at absolutely the worst time imaginable. The victim, Swedish immigrant Nicholas Gustavsson, took Cole's bullet to the right side of his head, and believe it or not, he was still alive, albeit temporarily paralyzed. More on him in just a moment. By the way, if you're wondering what Jesse James was up to as all this was happening, he and Jim Younger were still riding up and down the street, yelling their rebel war cries and shooting pistols. Meanwhile, Frank still hadn't managed to get Haywood to open up that damn safe. Finally, at Cole's urgings, he and Pitts hopped back across the counter and headed for the door. That's when Frank paused, turned around, and squeezed off a shot at the stubborn Haywood. The bullet missed, but Frank quickly thumbed back the hammer again. According to that bookkeeper Wilcox, he then put the pistol almost at Haywood's head and fired the fatal shot. To once again quote the great Mark Lee Gardner, the bullet entered Haywood's left temple, spraying blood and brain matter all over the desk. He tumbled forward and fell behind the counter. Face down, his body heaved slightly as his lungs continued to breathe for some minutes, blood running out of a hole in his skull. Haywood had prevented another St. Albans, just like he said he would, but his heroics had cost him his life. Now, as Frank and Pitts ran outside, they began to realize just how dire things had truly become. Miller and Chadwell were dead. Bob Younger had taken a round to his left elbow, courtesy of Henry Wheeler. His brothers Jim and Cole were likewise wounded. Jim was shot in the shoulder and Cole in the left hip. Even Frank James took a round to the leg as soon as he stepped outside the bank. Just weren't no two ways about it. They needed to leave town immediately. And that's basically what they did, fleeing under a hell of gunfire. The entire ordeal lasted no longer than 10 minutes, maybe even less. And the only money they were able to take away from the bank was just a mere $26.60. I'll say it again, $26.60. Per T.J. Stiles in his book Jesse James' Last Rebel, quote, "In Northfield, the citizens slowly emerged from their hiding places, some still gripping rifles and shotguns. They bent down to examine the corpses in the street. They filed into the bank to find the bloody remains of Haywood, and John Ames ran to the telegraph office to wire an alert that would spark a statewide manhunt. They had won, but at a bitter cost, and in the days and years to come, they would wonder why this band of Missourians had come here, hundreds of miles from their hunting grounds, to rob a modest bank in a modest town. It was a question they could never properly answer for themselves. The next morning, the one man who could put the question in its proper context was at the bank, standing where Jesse James had so recently stood, counting money with the other shareholders. Adalbert Ames soon discovered that the robbers had taken virtually nothing. As the manhunt progressed, however, the bank would deplete its capital by a quarter as it paid rewards and supported Haywood's widow. And yeah, speaking of Haywood's widow, she was said to have been inconsolable. Certainly can't blame her there, right? And when she learned of how her husband died, protecting the town's money, she stated that she wouldn't have had him do otherwise. By the way, that safe was not locked. All Frank James had to do was just walk on over, open it up. And had he done so, they would have found around $15,000 inside. But as it were, they were forced to leave practically empty-handed. Now, as far as the guy who Charlie Pitts shot in the shoulder, Alonzo Bunker, he would recover and live all the way until 1929. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for that Swede who Cole shot in the head. He was able to make it to his feet and even have his head checked out by a doctor. But by the next morning, due to his brain swelling, he couldn't even get out of bed. The day after that, he fell into a coma, and then on September 11th is when he finally gave up the ghost. Another one of the residents, George Bates, had also sustained a wound, but it was relatively minor. According to him, one of the outlaw's bullets had grazed the bridge of his nose. He ended up digging the bullet out of a wall and keeping it as a souvenir. And yeah, that was the great Northfield Raid in a nutshell. Like I said, all the outlaws were either dead or wounded, save for Jesse and Charlie Pitts. Pitts would not remain in the land of the living for long. He too would be dead in just a couple of weeks. Only Jesse and Frank made it out of Minnesota as free men, but not without both of them receiving additional wounds in the process. And really, as far as I'm concerned, the manhunt that followed their leaving town, is way more exciting than that failed bank robbery. I physically cringed several times when I read about what the bandits had to endure as they tried to escape. And that is what we'll be discussing next time. First, though, before you go, I would like to talk about sources. The three books that I relied on heavily while researching this series were Jesse James, The Last Rebel of the Civil War by T.J. Stiles, Shot All to Hell by Mark Lee Gardner, and Frank and Jesse James by Ted Yeatman. Here's the thing, though. History can be very tricky. New information is always being uncovered, and at the end of the day, nobody's perfect. That being the case, none of those sources that I just mentioned are in complete agreement on everything. And one of the main disagreements seems to be whether or not it was Jesse or Frank who killed Joseph Haywood. For instance, T.J. Stiles places Jesse inside the bank during the robbery. He also writes that Jesse was most likely Haywood's killer. And Mr. Yeatman simply refers to the killer as probably being one of the James brothers. In Mark Gardner's version, however, the one that I ultimately ended up going with, he has Jesse doing crowd control outside of the bank while Frank was inside trying to get that safe open. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and read directly from Mr. Gardner's book, Shot All to Hell, which, by the way, does have the advantage of being published over a decade after those others that I mentioned. Quote, identifying the robbers inside the bank and those guarding on the street has been a source of considerable debate for the last 136 years. It seems like it should be fairly straightforward. As for those in the bank employees Bunker and Wilcox were in agreement in identifying Charlie Pitts and Bob Younger as two of the three inside men. But it is the identification of the third inside man, the robber who shot and killed Joseph Lee Haywood, that has been the source of so much speculation and argument. The Youngers refused to provide the authorities with the name of this man, at the same time denying that the James brothers were ever part of the raid. Modern authors and historians love to name Jesse James as the third man. The impulse killing of Haywood fits with what many believe to be Jesse's volatile personality, his supposed hot-headedness, and, of course, his revengefulness. But Wilcox, an eyewitness to the shooting, believed Haywood's killer to be Frank James. In fact, Wilcox came to this conclusion after making a personal visit to the Jackson County, Missouri jail to see Frank after the outlaws' surrender in 1882. So if Frank, Bob, and Charlie were in the bank, that leaves Jesse, Cole, Jim, Clell Miller, and Bill Chadwell outside. Cole wrote that he and Miller were the two who followed the inside men to Division Street, which leaves Jesse, Jim, and Chadwell as the robbers who were guarding the escape route at the bridge in Mill Square. End of quote, and thank you for such a detailed explanation. Now, just to add to all of that, you don't really hear all that much about Frank James being a cold-blooded killer. But you got to remember, he did take part in the Lawrence Massacre. Frank was right there with Jesse when they killed their neighbors and all those other unarmed soldiers at Centralia. Make no mistake about it, Frank James was just as deadly, if not more so, than his famous little brother. He may have been a little on the quiet side, he may have not been as reckless, but Frank certainly weren't no Sunday school teacher. He'd become one in the future, but in 1876, he was still about as deadly as they came. When Cole Younger was buried, he had 14 bullets still in his body, and that's not including what the sawbones had already dug out. According to Cole, he had been shot a total of 20 times over the course of his life. He also spent 25 years in prison. And despite all of that, Cole still lived to be an old man. This dude was like the 50 Cent of Wild West history, only on steroids. You see, Cole was a member of the infamous James Younger gang, and back in 1876, they attempted to rob the First National Bank in Northfield, Minnesota. And well, let's just say things did not go as planned. Not only did they fail to gain access to the bank safe, but they also got shot to pieces. 8 desperados may have ridden into Northfield, but only 6 made it out alive. And within just a matter of days, 4 of those 6 would either be dead or in jail. Only Jesse James and his brother Frank eluded capture, displaying an almost superhuman level of endurance in the process. And that's what we're going to talk about today, what I consider to be the greatest manhunt in all of U.S. history. We'll also discuss Cole Younger and his various wounds, including the one he said was the most painful. Spoiler alert, it was not caused by a bullet. We'll examine Cole's life after he was captured, as well as the fate of his brothers. And make sure you stick around to the very end, because we'll also take a stab at whether or not Jesse James really made that jump across Devil's Gulch. We got a lot of ground to cover today, so without further ado, my name's Josh, and this is the Wild West Extravaganza. Now, just as soon as the desperados fled Northfield, they made a beeline to the town of Dundas. And believe it or not, the folks there in Dundas had not yet heard of the attempted bank robbery. That being the case, the owner of the hardware store initially pegged the bandits as drunken loafers. His words, not mine. He and a traveling salesman then started laughing and making fun at the boys, saying that they looked like they'd been running from Sitting Bull. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, in a blur of movement, one of the robbers unholstered his pistol and pointed its big bore at the salesman, snarling, "Get in the store, you son of a bitch." End of quote. So yeah, these guys definitely were not in the mood for small talk. Guess there's something about being shot multiple times that'll just cause a man to lose his sense of humor, as evidenced by them literally pistol whipping a farmer as they were leaving town. Remember, Bob Younger's horse was shot back in Northfield, so they needed a replacement. And that farmer outside of Dundas just so happened to have a promising-looking draft horse pulling his wagon. It wasn't until he objected that one of the outlaws shucked iron and gave him a pop knot upside his head. Next stop was the town of Shieldsville, where, as fate would have it, a posse was already lying in wait. The only problem is they were waiting inside of the comfy confines of the saloon, fortifying their livers. And if that ain't bad enough, they left their wagon full of guns outside, unloaded and unguarded. Of course, by that point, Bob Younger was in pretty rough shape on account of that shattered elbow of his. And by the time they got to Shieldsville, he had lost so much blood that he fainted and fell off his horse. When an onlooker asked what was wrong with him, one of the boys just said that he was a captured horse thief. And that's about when that posse stepped out of the saloon. Per historian Ted Yeatman, a few moments later, the posse came to the doorway of the saloon, but found themselves staring at drawn revolvers. After warning the men to stay clear, they, the outlaws, shot up the water pump and rode off. End of quote. As to why they destroyed that water pump, I haven't got a clue. But unfortunately, they did wound a little girl. As far as I know, it was just a relatively minor wound. They just grazed her. I doubt it was done on purpose. But this was the second time that I'm aware of that the James Younger gang injured a child. I get that we love our outlaws, but if your job entails just constantly putting innocent people at risk, you might want to consider a career change. Now, just so happened that another posse arrived there in Shieldsville just a few minutes later, and they gave chase. In the running gunfight that ensued, Cole Younger was shot in his funny bone, or what he described as his crazy bone. At the same time, his brother Bob took another tumble from the saddle, but luckily he was able to get up behind Cole and they joined the others in making their getaway. They'd steal another horse not long thereafter, but it too was a draft horse, so they just turned it loose and Bob continued riding double. This would actually be somewhat of a theme going forward. There was not a shortage of horses there in Minnesota to steal, but many of them were draft animals and much more used to pulling a buggy than wearing a saddle. This would slow the outlaws down considerably early on in the escape. Now, that evening, the boys sought refuge at a farm. As I'm sure you can imagine, though, sleep did not come easily. They knew damn well they hadn't put enough distance between themselves and Northfield. Sure enough, at that very moment, at least 200 volunteers were combing the area, a number that would more than double in the days to come. Not only that, but the governor of Minnesota issued a $1,500 bounty. This, too, would double a week later to $3,000 per man. And that's not including the $500 per robber that the Northfield Bank had put up. Hell, even the telegraph operators were manning their stations 24/7. So yeah, needless to say, Jesse and the boys wouldn't tarry long. Every second they remained still, that noose just got tighter. They rode out early the next morning and exchanged gunfire with the posse as they crossed the Cannon River. Once they were on the other side, they stole 2 more horses from a farmer, in addition to taking the farmer's son as a hostage. They didn't hurt him, though, and the kid would later state that the bandits were mild-mannered and well-behaved, except when they drew their revolvers. I bet. Following day, September 9th, is when they just abandoned their horses altogether and continued on foot, staving off hunger by munching on whatever they could find growing in the forest. There were close calls. At one point, a posse got near enough for the bandits to hear them talking, but they remained elusive. And really, I think a lot of this initial success was on account of their experience as bushwhackers. After all, they were dodging authorities there in Minnesota, much the same way they did the Yankees and Redlegs during the war. When possible, they traveled through streams to hide their tracks. They'd also jump from one rock to the next and even walk single file in each other's footsteps, just basically doing whatever they could to confuse their pursuers. That said, as much endurance as they undoubtedly had, as much cunning as they displayed, they were still human, and there just were no way they could keep up that grueling pace indefinitely. Hell, in addition to their injuries, they were also dealing with a cold and drizzling rain. And other than a few rubber-coated blankets, they really didn't have much in the way of shelter. What scant food they had was scavenged. But still, they pressed on, miserable as hell, but guess it beats the alternative. That evening, they camped north of Marysburg before pushing south to Madison Lake. From there, they hiked all night till they found an abandoned house a few miles outside of Mankato. Yeah, Mankato. It's not Mankato, okay? It's Mankato. Ask me how I know. Anyway, it's there where they'd stay for the next 3 days, just tending to their wounds and trying to stay dry. Once they emerged, however, they were almost immediately spotted by a farmer. So they took him hostage, sort of like they did to that kid a few days prior. And according to Cole Younger, they did debate whether or not to kill him. Quote, "Some of the boys wanted to kill him on the theory that dead men tell no tales, while others urged binding him and leaving him in the woods. Finally, we administered to him an oath not to betray our whereabouts until we had time to make our escape, and he agreed not to. No sooner, however, was he released than he made a post-haste into Mankato to announce our presence, and in a few moments, another posse was looking for us." End of quote. And yeah, posse or no posse, the boys still marched to the heart of Mankato later on that night under the cover of dark, crossing the Blue Earth River around 2 a.m. Once on the other side, they stole some chickens, marched another 3 miles before cooking dinner, likely their first real meal in days. That said, I'm not entirely sure how much they were able to enjoy. Another posse did approach, so once more they had to take to the brush, leaving the food and several pieces of clothing behind. Clothing that I can only assume they were trying to dry out. Finally, on September 14th, a full week after that botched robbery, they decided to split up. Cole stayed with his brothers and Charlie Pitts as Jesse and Frank went off on their own. Per Cole Younger, this decision was made with the knowledge and consent of the others. I think part of it was just their usual tactic of splitting up after a heist, but something tells me that Jesse knew they wouldn't make it very far with Bob's injuries slowing them down. Cole and Jim damn sure weren't going to abandon their brother, and I guess Pitts figured he'd stick with them as well. As for Jesse and Frank, they stole another horse and rode double throughout the night. Leastways they did before hitting a picket line near Lake Crystal, about 14 miles southwest of Mankato. One of the guards saw him trying to slip past and opened up with his scatter gun, blowing them both plumb out the saddle. That stolen horse took off running as Jesse and Frank fled through a cornfield. According to historian T.J. Stiles, the spray of pellets caught Frank in the right foot and Jesse in his right knee. One of them was struck in the side, and Jesse even had his hat blown off his head. Another close call, but despite these fresh wounds, the brothers pressed on. They also stole a pair of fresh horses later on that morning from a Baptist minister. Legend has it that when Frank and Jesse broke into the preacher's barn, he was waiting for him with a shotgun. Before he could take aim, one of the brothers lunged forward and slapped it out of his hands. They then pistol whipped him for good measure and made off with his horses. Pretty cool story, but I'm not sure how true it is. They definitely stole those horses from the preacher, but from what I can tell, historians are still debating whether or not anyone got pistol whipped. Meanwhile, the Youngers and Charlie Pitts were still on foot, and per the great Mark Lee Gardner, quote, "Minnesota had become their living hell." And yeah, you gotta think, these boys were wounded, soaking wet, freezing, exhausted, and half-starved. Hell, by that point, Cole Younger was reduced to walking with a makeshift cane, and not just on account of that bullet he took to the leg back in Northfield. Dude had been walking so long in his wet riding boots that his damn toenails had fallen off. As badly as Cole would end up being wounded, he would later state that it was his toes that caused him the most pain. And his brother Bob was even worse off. In addition to losing all that blood, he couldn't even straighten out his right arm or control his fingers. Suffice it to say, things were getting pretty dire. So much so that they let their guard down on September 21st and approached a farm looking for food. An action that Bob Younger would describe as very imprudent, but we were so fearfully hungry. Sure enough, they were spotted and surrounded by a posse. And after a brief gunfight, Bob hollered out that he wanted to surrender, adding that his compadres were either dead or shot all to pieces. His brother Cole would later state that everyone other than Bob had been cut down pretty mumuch during the first volley. Said he was trying to take aim at the posse, and next thing you knew, he was laying on the ground bleeding. Now, these various injuries are very hard to keep track of. Cole himself would oftentimes give out different numbers, but I am going to try to do my best to give you a proper rundown. Okay, so we know Cole was shot in the leg at Northfield. We also know he got hit in the funny bone, and his damn toenails had fallen off during the manhunt. And then, during that fight with the posse, Cole took a load of buckshot to his left side. He also got shot in the face. I'm not really sure as to the exact details. Sources are a bit conflicting, but he apparently took a rifle ball just under his right eye. He also had 4 bullets in his back, 1 in his arm, and possibly another just behind his left armpit. And believe it or not, he still wanted to keep fighting. Per one of the possemen, Cole, quote, offered to fight 2 of our best men at once. He said he had been dogged for 2 weeks in the rain with no food, but he could lick 2 of our best men. And when his brother Bob tried to talk him down, Cole stated he didn't care whether or not they hanged him. Said he'd just as soon hang today as he would tomorrow. His brother Jim was also shot in the face. The bullet knocked out several of his teeth before lodging in the roof of his mouth. Ugh. And that's in addition to being hit in the leg with buckshot and the bullet he took to the shoulder in Northfield. Now, as for Bob, once again, sources do differ, but supposedly he was shot through the lung. Remember, his elbow was shattered a couple weeks earlier, courtesy of Dr. Willer and that 50 caliber carbine. And then when Bob went to surrender, one of the deputies shot him again under his right arm. Other sources say that he was also shot in the back with the bullet exiting near his nipple. As for the 4th man, Samuel Wells, aka Charlie Pitts, his bank robbing days had come to an abrupt end. Ironically, Charlie had tried to talk Cole into running as soon as they spotted that posse, only for Cole to respond, Sam, if you want to go out and surrender, go on. But this is where Cole Younger dies. Of course, then the exact opposite ended up happening. Pitts chose to stay, and then moments later, the sheriff drilled him through the heart. Supposedly, he had additional wounds on his right arm and right hip, but I'm not really sure if he got those during this fight or back in Northfield. Now, as soon as the smoke cleared, the Youngers were hauled to Madelia in the back of a wagon, only to be greeted by a throng of onlookers. Jim, with blood still streaming down his face, managed to wave his hat to the crowd as Cole struggled to his feet and took a bow. An eyewitness would later say that Cole may have been an outlaw, but many of us that day admired his nerve, for he was a man who could take it on the chin and still smile. And yeah, you gotta hand it to Cole Younger, man. Dude had nerves of steel. Now, later on that night, when the inevitable lynch mob arrived, Cole told the sheriff, I don't want any man to risk his life for us, but if they do come, give us our pistols so we can make a fight for it. Luckily for all involved, the mob soon dispersed, and that was that. Now, it's also there in Madelia where the Youngers had their photos taken. Chances are you've already seen these pictures. They're pretty well known, but they are oftentimes mislabeled. Cole is the one with the right side of his face swollen. Jim looks to still be dazed with the front of his shirt stained with blood, and Bob, despite all he had been through, looks pretty normal. Even appears to have a slight smile on his face. You would never in a million years be able to guess how badly wounded he was just by going off that picture. Charlie Pitts was also photographed. Kind of creepy considering that he was dead, but if you're curious, you can find it online. They took his shirt off, so the hole in his chest is clearly visible. Now, from Madelia, the boys were transported via train to Mankato. And once again, there was a huge crowd to greet them. Folks even lined up to shake their hands. Finally, they arrived in the town of Faribault, where they were placed behind bars. By the way, although Cole and his brothers readily admitted their own true identities, they still refused to give up Frank and Jesse. Even years later, when Cole wrote his memoirs, he didn't name them. When a reporter lied and said that the James boys had been apprehended, Cole did seem to be visibly affected. Asked if they said anything about he and his brothers, and when the journalist replied that they had not, Cole smiled and said, "Good boys to the last." Now, we will circle back to the Youngers here in a bit, but contrary to that reporter, Jesse and Frank had most definitely not been captured. On September 15th, they stopped at a farm northwest of Madelia. Later that night, they stayed with the German family south of Lamberton, crossed the Des Moines River the following day, and just kept riding throughout the night. Now, the next morning, they were about 9 miles northeast of Laverne, where they stopped at yet another farm looking for a meal. The man of the house was gone, but his wife was nice enough to invite him inside and cook him breakfast. She'd later recall that they were gentlemanly in their address and that they looked like brothers. They were also hurting something fierce. Per historian T.J. Stiles, they, quote, radiated physical agony as they shuffled into the kitchen, barely able to lift their feet. They had spent the last 24 hours on horseback, in the same clothes they had worn for 10 days through pounding rain. In addition to exhaustion and muscle pain, they must have suffered from chafed and peeling skin inside their thighs. Their wounds affected them as well. Though they refused to unbutton their raincoats, reaching up under them to get money to pay for their meal, one of them was obviously injured in the right side, his garment being torn there, and he could barely sit up to eat. But the iron will they had inherited from their mother drove them on. End of quote. And just to give you an idea how bad off they were, Jesse and Frank had to climb up on a fence just to get back in the saddle. Now, you may be wondering, why had they not yet been captured? Considering that they could barely move and the fact that there were hundreds of people out there hunting for them. Well, you got to keep in mind that many of their pursuers were married men who loved their families and desperately wanted to make it back home to them in one piece. That being the case, they may not have been all that fired up to go toe-to-toe with a cornered and very much pissed off Jesse James. Now, later on, when a sheriff out of Rock County spied Jesse and Frank a couple hundred yards in the distance, he declined to pursue. Guess he just didn't want to risk it. The James boys may have been hobbled, but they were still mean as hell. What's more, they knew how to swallow that misery and just keep on a-going. Look, I am not a tough man by any means. About a week ago, I drove all the way to the tire shop so they could fill up my tires. Why? Because it was too cold for me to do it myself. And you want to know the worst part? When I got to the shop, it was a girl who did all the work. Well, I just sat there in front of the heater looking stupid. Compared to Jesse and Frank James, I am a pussy. But that said, it has been my experience that when things get challenging, you just keep your head down and you keep moving, no matter what, even when everything inside of you is wanting to quit. If you just keep plodding on, just one foot in front of the other, you will make progress. Amazing things happen when you refuse to quit. Jesse and Frank had been through tough times in the past, and they knew full well it wasn't over until it was over. They may have been hurting, but they were still free. To paraphrase Al Swearingen from HBO's Deadwood, pain or damage don't end the world, or despair, or fucking bullets. The world ends when you're dead. And just like I said, the James boys were still very much alive, and the word quit just weren't in their vocabulary. Indeed, one of their pursuers would later state that in every way they were masters of the situation. Their bravery and their endurance on horseback for days and nights, wounded and almost starving and without sleep, are without parallel in the history of crime. Now, later on that evening is when they crossed over into South Dakota, which, of course, at that time was just Dakota territory. Their horses were played out, so they stole two more near present-day Palisades State Park, only to discover that the new horses were blind. A few miles later, they swapped again, this time for ponies they could actually see, and by sunrise, they had already made it past Sioux Falls. They spent another rainy night at a farm before crossing the Sioux River into Iowa. There was a brief skirmish with the posse, but by the time reinforcements arrived, the James boys were long gone. Skip ahead to September 20th, round about noon, and they confronted a doctor by the name of Henry Mosher, some 25 miles north of Sioux City. The doc was on his way to treat a patient, but I guess the brothers figured he was some sort of detective, so they held him at gunpoint. They also took his clothing. And when I say they took his clothing, I'm talking everything, including his underwear. In turn, they gave him their old rags. According to Mosher, Jesse's coat was perforated with bullet holes. From there, the boys pushed on to the outskirts of Ida Grove, where they conversed with the young girl that was eating a potato. Per Mark Lee Gardner, quote, they joked with the girl a bit, politely declined her offer of some of the raw potato, and spurring their horses, dashed away. When last seen, Jesse and Frank appeared to be riding for the North Raccoon River, below Sac City, end quote. And from there, they pretty much vanished. Doesn't take a genius to figure out where they were headed, though, right? From Sac City, or is it Sock City? I honestly don't know. From that city, it's just another 250 miles straight south to their mama's farm in Clay County. And that being the case, the authorities there in Missouri were on high alert. So much so that on October 13th, they spotted Frank James near Independence, took him into custody. He was then put on a train and hauled to St. Louis, where it was determined that they had arrested the wrong man. The guy they caught was actually just a cattle trader out of Louisiana. Total case of mistaken identity. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure if Jesse and Frank had even made it back to Missouri by mid-October. We also don't know the exact route they took in getting there. According to a friend of theirs, rather than traveled through Iowa, they instead turned west and then south, passing through Nebraska, Kansas, and present-day Oklahoma before swinging northeast into Missouri, which does sort of make sense, especially if the law was expecting them to be arriving from the north. Years later, Bob and Charlie Ford would share a similar story, as would future gang member Dick Little. Only in his version, they stole a wagon. Jesse drove as the wounded Frank convalesced in the back. And according to former bushwhacker Jim Cummins, they traveled as far west as Arizona before turning back east into Missouri. Whatever the case, they would indeed return. I'm not sure about Frank, but Jesse allegedly hid out in the home of General Joe Shelby over in Lafayette County. They would also have a close call with Sheriff Groom of Clay County when they decided to pay a visit to their mother's farm. But just like always, Jesse and Frank were able to slip away. Not only that, but they taunted the sheriff and his deputies while they did so, calling them cowardly sons of bitches. To once more quote Mr. Gardner from his book Shot All to Hell, as the brothers recovered, Jesse remained strangely silent. There were no letters from the outlaw denying that he and Frank had participated in the raid. No naming of alibis from the best citizens of western Missouri. No offer to come in if guaranteed a fair trial. The brothers had had the wind knocked out of them, and in addition to laying low, there was much to ponder. Meanwhile, their law-abiding enemies celebrated the end of the infamous James Younger Band. The breaking up of this powerful and dangerous gang of outlaws is the most important event which has happened in the criminal history of this country, proclaimed the St. Louis Globe. But Jesse and Frank were not done yet. End of quote. And yeah, the James boys still had quite a few adventures in store, which we will get to. As for the Youngers up there in Minnesota, they ended up pleading guilty. And while they were able to escape a hangman's noose, they did still get sentenced to life in prison. Matter of fact, Bob Younger would actually pass away there at the Stillwater Prison in 1889 from tuberculosis. 12 years later, in 1901, is when Cole and Jim were finally paroled after 25 long years behind bars. Can't even imagine that. Now, this was not an unconditional pardon, at least not yet. They were still technically wards of the state, so they couldn't just pick up and head back home to Missouri. Jim got himself a job at a cigar shop, and for a while, he seemed to be doing okay. Even met him a nice young lady nearly 30 years his junior. Only problem was they couldn't get married without the governor's permission, and for whatever reason, the governor denied his request. From there, Jim just sort of spiraled. And sadly, in October of 1902, he got his hands on a little snub-nosed .38, pressed it to his head, and bid Minnesota goodbye. Older brother Cole would fare a bit better. He did receive a full pardon following Jim's death and returned to Missouri. He ended up writing his memoirs, The True Story of Cole Younger, in which he only admitted to one crime, the attempted robbery up there in Northfield. Later, he'd tour the country giving lectures and even star in his own Wild West show. Finally, in 1912, Cole found religion and got baptized. Then 2 years later, at the age of 72, is when he gave up the ghost. You can find Cole resting next to his brothers at Lee's Summit Historical Cemetery in Jackson County, Missouri. Now I know what you're thinking. What in the hell ever happened to the remains of Clell Miller, Charlie Pitts, and Bill Chadwell? And the answer is nobody knows. Remember, Chadwell and Miller were killed in Northfield, and Pitts, of course, met his demise when he and the Youngers faced off with that posse. So here's the thing. If you'll recall, one of the Northfield defenders was a young medical student named Henry Willer. He'd go on to practice medicine in North Dakota, and for a number of years, Willer kept a full-size human skeleton on display in his office. A skeleton that he claimed was Clell Miller. Well, actually, at first he claimed that it was Bill Chadwell, and later on he admitted it was Miller. Now, although both Miller and Chadwell were initially buried in Northfield, their bodies were soon exhumed and sent to the University of Michigan. The cadavers were dissected and then placed in lead boxes that were filled with some sort of a preservative. And this happened very quickly, by the way, just 13 days after they were killed. Then on October 12th, Miller's family traveled to Michigan and retrieved his remains, or at least what they thought were his remains. Even though the bodies were preserved, there was still a good deal of bloating and discoloration. So I guess the idea of the family not being able to recognize him isn't completely out of the realm of possibility. Possibility. I feel like I said that weird. Of course, the other body was then obtained by Dr. Willer and displayed in his office. And like I said, Willer would eventually admit that it was Clell as opposed to Chadwell. Then, just before the doctor died in 1930, he donated the skeleton to a private collector. Skip ahead all the way to the year 2010, and a team from Minnesota State University did a series of tests on said skeleton. They tried getting DNA, but when that didn't pan out, they did a forensics test on the skull. Their conclusion was that it could possibly be Miller. Important to note that forensics ain't exactly a settled science, so the results are oftentimes inconclusive or incorrect. The next step would be to dig up whoever's in Miller's grave and do even more tests. They got Miller's last known next of kin to agree to it, but I guess officials down in Missouri are refusing to get on board. Last I heard, the entire thing was placed on hold, and that was back in 2013, so who knows if it'll ever happen. So yeah, long story short, one of the two men killed in Northfield, either Clell Miller or Bill Chadwell, ended up getting buried in Missouri under a gravestone bearing Miller's name. And the other was put on display in a damn doctor's office. As for Charlie Pitts, his remains are likewise shrouded in mystery. Remember, Pitts was taken to Madelia and photographed, along with the Youngers, after which his body somehow ended up in the hands of yet another crazy-ass doctor, a guy named John Murphy. He and his students dissected the body and then sunk him in Lake Como, just so he could finish decomposing. And then they just sort of forgot about him. Charlie's remains weren't discovered until December of 1879, when a family there at the lake pried open a box they found sticking out of the frozen water. They contacted the sheriff, who treated it like an unsolved mystery until Doc Murphy came forward to claim it. He then took what was left to Chicago and gave it to one of his colleagues, another weirdo doctor. And what happened to Pitts after that is anyone's guess. The only thing that remains, so far as I'm aware, is a piece of his scalp and one of his ears, which I believe are now in the possession of the Northfield Historical Society. Double check me on that, though. The whole damn thing reminds me of that Wyoming outlaw, Big Nose George. Remember him? How they made an ashtray out of his skull and shoes out of his skin? What in the hell was wrong with doctors back in the 19th century? Okay, and finally, just to wrap things up, let's go ahead and discuss that jump that Jesse James allegedly made across Devil's Gulch. If you're not aware, Devil's Gulch is located not far from Garrettson, South Dakota. I've seen varying estimates, but it's said to be somewhere between 18 to 20 feet wide with a 60-foot drop. And per legend, Jesse jumped his horse across the gulch when he and Frank were running from one of those posses. Now, this is still very much a debated topic, and there are many who think that such a feat would be impossible. I am not one of those people. Horses can absolutely jump 20 feet. That's been proven. And so can humans. The record long jump by a human was something like 29 feet. So yes, it would physically be possible for Jesse to jump his horse across that gulch. For that matter, it would have been possible for him to do it himself minus the horse. But just because something is possible doesn't mean it's probable, right? You got to keep in mind that Jesse and Frank were still riding those ponies they stole back in Minnesota, and they had been pushing them very hard. Mark Gardner put it best when he opined that the horses likely weren't even able to jump over a puddle at that point, much less a gulch. And remember, both Jesse and Frank were dealing with wounds of their own. Also, the first official mention of the jump, so far as I'm aware, comes from a 1924 newspaper article, over 50 years after the fact. Now, the more I dug into it, it doesn't even appear as if anyone in the posse even claimed to witness the jump. There are dubious rumors concerning affidavits signed by members of the posse, but apparently nobody nowadays knows where those affidavits can be located. Sort of like Brushy Bill Roberts in his autopsy. Also, we don't know for sure that they were even at the gulch. They were nearby, that much is absolutely certain. But just going off their known movements, it seems much more likely that they crossed Split Rock Creek several miles to the south. So yeah, like I said, it is possible the jump could have occurred. Jesse and Frank were in the general vicinity, and such a leap would not have been against the laws of physics. That said, just going by what little evidence I have at my disposal, along with my very flawed ability to reason and apply logic, and my little pea-sized squirrel brain, I'm going to lean towards the jump probably not happening. If you disagree or you have additional information, please do not hesitate to hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. It was unseasonably warm when Mr. Howard doffed his jacket. As an afterthought, he also removed his gun belt, saying he didn't want the neighbors seeing him armed. He could hear his wife shuffling in the kitchen as he pulled his boots off, along with the quiet laughter of his children playing in the front yard. Howard's keen eyes scanned the parlor. He soon stood with a sigh and carefully climbed atop a chair, intent on dusting a framed picture that his wife had so lovingly mounted to the wall. That's when he heard the sound, the unmistakable swish of cold steel leaving a leather holster, followed by the mechanical click of a hammer. A split second later, a bullet struck Howard in the back of his head. A brief explosion and blinding light, followed by an all-encompassing darkness. Never again would he hear his children at play. Never again would he see the desire in his wife's eyes, nor experience the simple pleasure of a fine horse underneath him. At long last, the war was over. It had been over 3 years since Jesse and the boys rode into Northfield, a disastrous decision that saw the entire gang either dead or imprisoned, save for Jesse and his brother Frank. They alone had managed to escape, and for the next couple of years, Jesse James did his level best to keep a low profile. Moved his family to the outskirts of Nashville, where, so far as the neighbors were concerned, he was John Davis Howard, a gentleman farmer and a grain speculator with a penchant for fine horse flesh and playing faro. His brother Frank was likewise living under an alias, that of B.J. Woodson. Swore off profanity, joined the Methodist Church, and, interestingly enough, found solace in his labor. Quote, I worked regularly every day on the farm, seldom failing to put in my full 10 hours per day in the field. At the end of the year, I engaged a team for the lumber company, and I carried out my agreement to the letter, driving a 4-mule team every day, taking my meals in the woods and never doing less than a full hand's work. Now, while Frank may have been enjoying the simple pleasures of honest toil, his brother, Jesse, had a much harder time adjusting to the monotony. Per historian Mark Lee Gardner, quote, Jesse, not yet 32 years old, had spent most of his adult life riding like the devil, terrorizing bluecoats, bank tellers, and Pinkertons. The rush of that wind-in-your-face, gun-in-your-hand lifestyle was like a drug, and Jesse craved attention, the kind he got on a national scale. Racehorses did not make the headlines. At the same time, he continued to spend money fast and easy, just like in the old days, and he accumulated creditors even faster. For Jesse, the answer was obvious, or inevitable. Even though the nightmarish memories of Northfield were still vivid, Jesse began putting together a new gang. End of quote. Now, we will get to that new gang here in just a minute, but this is also when Jesse allegedly struck up a friendship with Billy the Kid. The main source of them meeting comes from Dr. Henry Hoyt in his 1929 book, Frontier Doctor. Hoyt and Billy the Kid were friends, that much is certain. They had gotten to know each other over in Texas following the Lincoln County War. And by the summer of 1879, Hoyt was working at the Adobe Hotel near the hot springs outside of Las Vegas, New Mexico. He was there one day in July when Billy introduced him to his dinner companion, Mr. Howard from Tennessee. Said he was there to see his old friend by the name of Scott Moore. And not only did Moore operate the Adobe Hotel, but he also supposedly hailed from Clay County, Missouri, same place where Jesse was from. Like I said, Moore did operate the hotel, but his Missouri roots have yet to be officially established. Be that as it may, Hoyt's story was backed up by future New Mexico Governor Miguel Otero, who also maintained that Billy and Jesse were seen dining together. The Las Vegas Gazette would even print an article about it a few months later. Hell, the railroads were even offering direct trips from Kansas City to Vegas. So yeah, we may not have conclusive proof, but I do think this meeting is possible, or was possible. That said, Jesse's daughter Mary was born on July 17th, right around the same time that he would have been traveling west to the land of enchantment. I only bring this up because Jesse almost certainly attended the birth of his son a few years prior. He even skipped out on a bank robbery to ensure that he could be there. Then in February of 1879, his wife Z gave birth to twin boys, Gould and Montgomery. Sadly, the newborns would only live a few days, but legend has it that Jesse carved their gravestones with his own 2 hands. Which begs the question, would Jesse James run off to New Mexico knowing that he'd be absent for Mary's birth, especially considering their recent losses? And unfortunately, I do not have an answer. Whatever the case, though, he was back in Missouri by September, and busy assembling that fresh gang of desperados. Now, some of these old boys Jesse was already familiar with, like his cousin Wood Height and Clell Miller's little brother Ed. The rest of the gang, a mixed bag of mostly unknowns, included an Irishman by the name of Bill Ryan, one of Ryan's buddies Tucker Basham, and Vernon County native Dick Little. Dick, by the way, had just got out of prison for stealing a horse. And man, talk about an unfortunate name. Dick Little. It's spelled Liddil, but that sure ain't the way it sounds. I guess Jesse had a fondness for such curious handles, as he also recruited bandits Tallywhacker Tiny, Johnson Slim, Meatstack Minnie, and the notoriously quick on the draw, Craig, I have a very small penis, Kilpatrick. And yeah, I did just make up all those names, except Dick Little. He was definitely real. And according to Dick, he was first introduced to Jesse by former bushwhacker Ben Morrow. Quote, "About 2 o'clock, I went to Ben's and found Jesse in the yard. We had a chat and went out to where his horse was tied in the woods. He said he was broke and wanted to make a raise and wanted me to help him. I agreed." End of quote. And the raise in question turned out to be a train at the Glendale Depot, just outside of Independence, Missouri. Now, before you get to sending emails and telling me that Glendale is over 200 miles to the east of Independence, yes, you are correct. But that's a different Glendale. Believe it or not, they would also rob a train in that Glendale in the near future. The place I'm talking about right now, though, was just a tiny little blip on the tracks. Wasn't nothing there but a store, a telegraph office, and a little whistle stop. If you're ever in Independence and find yourself standing on the corner of East 39th and Celsa, that's where the Glendale Depot was. And for a team of mostly amateurs, the robbery went off without a hitch. Nobody got hurt, and the bandits made off with a cool $6,000 in cash. But you know what they say, right? Easy come, easy go. To quote historian T.J. Stiles, Jesse didn't behave as if he were afraid of death. Like an addict unable to restrain himself, he indulged as never before in the vices of his brigand life. He gambled so frequently and so recklessly that even the quiet Z, who had stood so much over the years, began to complain. And yeah, as I'm sure you can imagine, it wasn't long before Jesse was broke and looking for another score. In the meantime, however, trouble was a-brewing. Just a few weeks after the Glendale robbery, gang member Tucker Basham went and got himself arrested. Apparently, he had gotten drunk in Nashville and started flashing around a large wad of cash. Not only would he confess to the robbery, but he also named Jesse and Ed Miller as his accomplices. He named the others as well, but thankfully he only knew them by their nicknames. And believe me when I say Jesse was not a happy camper. He was also growing increasingly paranoid, to the point even his friends were suspect. And since he couldn't get to Basham, he instead turned his attention to Ed Miller. Now this is still somewhat contested, but Miller would go missing at some point during the summer of 1880. As to what really happened to him, that just depends on who you ask. Jesse's cousin Clarence would later state that Miller threw down on Jesse after they got into an argument over tobacco. Miller missed, but Jesse did not. Another story is that Ed and Jim Cummins were fighting over a girl. Somehow Jesse's name got pulled into the mix, and that's when he shot Miller dead. There are additional stories that Miller was possibly working with authorities, or that he simply wanted out of the gang. There are some that even insist that his death was a hoax, and that Miller just moved to Kentucky and lived out the rest of his days in peace. It's hard to say where the truth lies, but me personally, I'm leaning towards Jesse killing him. I think more than anything, he was worried about Ed yapping to the law the same way that Basham did. And since Ed knew where Jesse and Frank lived, the smart choice was just to eliminate the threat. Sounds a little strange considering how close Jesse was to Ed's brother Clell, but then again, remember what I said earlier about paranoia. Future gang member Charlie Ford would later describe how Jesse scrutinized everybody, including his own brother Frank. Hell, he even plotted to kill Jim Cummins, and him and Jim went way back, all the way to Quantrill's Raiders. If I'm not mistaken, Jim was one of the ones that took Jesse into Lexington after he got shot in the lung. These past ties notwithstanding, I guess Jesse felt like Jim was acting squirrely and asking too many questions. He tried to get Dick Little and some others to kill him, but Jim lamb chopped it before they could make it happen. For what it's worth, though, Cummins had been a wanted man for quite a while, which somewhat explains his sudden disappearance. As far as I know, he never snitched on his compadres. Now, despite these setbacks, Jesse still needed to turn a profit. That being the case, in early September, he and the boys robbed a wagon full of tourists at Kentucky's Mammoth Cave. Skip ahead to October 15th, they struck again, holding up a general store over in the town of Mercer. The owner operated a nearby coal mine and kept money for his employees there at the store. Only problem was the payments were delayed, so the bandits were only able to make off with around $13 and a gold pocket watch. Their next job, however, proved much more lucrative. An army payroll in northern Alabama netted them over $5,000, or a little over $150,000 in today's money. But the good times never seem to last, do they? No sooner were they back in Nashville than Ryan made the same mistake as his old buddy Tucker. Got drunk, started brandishing his revolver and bragging about what a big bad outlaw he was. Typical Irishman, right? Ryan was arrested and extradited to Missouri. He'd later be found guilty, thanks in no small part to Basham's testimony, and sentenced to 25 years in prison. To the best of my knowledge, Ryan did his time like a man, and much like Jim Cummins, never rolled on Jesse. Nevertheless, the James brothers still played it safe and got the hell out of Dodge. Despite Frank not participating in those recent robberies, he did know Ryan. Didn't like him, but he did know him. And more importantly, just like Ed Miller, Ryan knew where he lived. Guess Frank didn't want to risk it, so he too fled Nashville, albeit reluctantly. Remember, up till that point, he had been enjoying the life of an honest man. Frank would later recall his time farming and working as a teamster as the happiest he had been since childhood. And it was, quote, with a sense of despair that I rode away from our little home and again became a wanderer. You got to think, as much as Frank may have wanted to go straight, he was still the brother of Jesse James. And like it or not, their destinies were forever intertwined, especially considering what happened next. On July 15th, 1881, the gang, Frank included, boarded a train at the Winston Depot, just outside of Gallatin, Missouri. Jesse positioned himself in the smoking car, along with Frank and Wood Height, as Wood's brother Clarence and Dick Little made their way to the platform on the express car. And then, just as soon as everybody was in place, Jesse rose to his feet and started shooting, killing the conductor and an innocent passenger. They then stole what they could from the express car, wasn't much, just $600, and made their escape. Now, those killings were almost certainly accidental. Jesse had been shooting high, and I guess the two victims just happened to stand up at the worst possible time imaginable. Still, though, accident or not, these killings sent shockwaves throughout Missouri. Even in his hometown of Kearney, folks began speaking out against him. Hell, the newly elected governor, Thomas Crittenden, even pledged to make Jesse a special project of his. Sure enough, a week later, Crittenden met with representatives from all the major railroads there in Missouri. They all pitched in, and within days, the governor issued a whopping $10,000 bounty on each of the James brothers, along with an additional $5,000 per man for the rest of the gang. Meanwhile, Jesse just got busy planning his next heist, which, as fate would have it, would also be his final heist. It would also occur exactly 5 years to the day that he and the Youngers struck Northfield. On the evening of September 7th, 1881, he and the boys quietly assembled in a forest outside of Glendale, Missouri. And yes, this is the actual town of Glendale this time, a few miles outside of St. Louis. To be more specific, the area was known as Blue Cut, on account of steep outcroppings lining a curve in the tracks that forced trains to slow to a creep. In preparation, the bandits piled large rocks on the tracks and wrapped a lantern with a red cloth. The engineer would later state that the man flagging down the train had on a mask, and that he saw him set the lantern on a pile of stones between the rails. And thankfully this time, Jesse refrained from killing anyone. They did beat the shit out of the express messenger, though. Guess he was a little too slow in opening up the safe, so they pistol whipped him. And when the contents of the safe wasn't to Jesse's liking, he got pistol whipped again for good measure. When they were done, Jesse tipped the engineer and gave a bow to the passengers before bidding them a good evening. The entire ordeal was over in less than half an hour, and all they managed to steal was just around $1,000. By the way, joining the outlaws there at the Blue Cut was a newcomer by the name of Charlie Ford. Jesse had first met Charlie and his brother Bob during the summer of 1879, and per sources, Jesse and Charlie became fast friends. Matter of fact, Jesse would often visit the house that Charlie shared with his brothers and sister Martha. According to historian T.J. Stiles, quote, thanks to this emerging circle of friendships, the center of Jesse's social life shifted to the home of Ford's sister, a youthful widow named Martha Bolton, who lived in Ray County just east of Richmond. She was an attractive woman, and Dick Little in particular became fond of her. Bolton's home soon emerged as the regular rendezvous for the outlaws and their associates. Now, more on the Fords here in just a moment, but like I was saying, the Blue Cut robbery was the last that Jesse James would ever pull. And once more, quote T.J. Stiles, the next 7 months belonged to his enemies and to the making of enemies. And yeah, I really can't stress just how unpopular Jesse was becoming. Hell, even his old newspaper buddy, John Edwards, had ghosted him. What's more, a delegation of ex-Confederates issued a formal condemnation, saying that they'd be content with nothing less than the gang's extermination. By the way, this is also around the same time when Bill Ryan got convicted and sentenced to prison. In other words, Jesse's world was quickly coming unraveled. Now, if you've ever seen the assassination of Jesse James, this is basically the same time frame that the movie is set in. Not only do you get to see the Blue Cut train robbery in action, but you're also privy to Jesse's increasing levels of paranoia, that and the gang's gradual downfall. Remember, Ed Miller was dead, likely at the hands of Jesse himself. Bill Ryan and Tucker Basham were behind bars. Same goes for Cole Younger and his brothers. Frank James had already called it quits and returned back east, and on top of all of that, Wood Height and Dick Little were beefing. Stories differ as to why, but some think that Wood had accused Little of stealing some of his loot. Others think the dispute arose on account of both of them being sweet on Charlie's sister Martha. And then, of course, there were the rumors of Little having an affair with Height's mother-in-law. Whatever the case, following Ryan's conviction, Jesse sent word for everyone to meet him at his Uncle Height's place over in Kentucky. And when Little arrived, he and Wood began almost immediately butting heads. Things got so tense that they decided to step outside and have a proper duel. Both men ended up missing their shots, and Dick just hopped in the saddle and rode away. A few weeks later, Wood got arrested for killing a black farmhand. He escaped, though, and made a beeline straight to Martha's place. Only problem was Dick Little was already there. So was Charlie Ford's little brother, Bob. Didn't take long for Height and Little to start arguing yet again. Things finally came to a head, and they jerked iron right there in the house. And despite both men emptying their revolvers, none of their shots were fatal. Height was wounded in the arm and Little in the right thigh. Wood was actually in the process of pulling another pistol when Bob Ford rushed in and put a bullet squarely in his head. Now, we haven't spoken much of Bob yet, but contrary to popular belief, he was not a member of Jesse's gang, at least not officially. That said, he had joined his brother and a few of the others in holding up a stagecoach the previous summer, so he weren't exactly no angel either. Now, this killing was a pretty big deal, considering that Wood Height was Jesse's first cousin. And if there's one thing we know about Jesse James, it's that he absolutely loved his first cousins. Just ask his wife. Hell, Bob and Dick got so nervous they disposed of Height's body in an unmarked grave. Just their attempt at getting rid of the evidence. Now, I didn't mention this earlier, but after Jesse and Frank fled Nashville, they settled in Kansas City. Just not for very long. Frank left for Kentucky in late October, and a month after that is when Jesse moved his family to St. Joseph. And on Christmas Eve of 1881, they moved yet again, only this time just around the corner to 1318 Lafayette Street. Jesse liked the way the house sat on a hill, giving him a commanding view of his surroundings. According to Charlie Ford, quote, he could see anybody and nobody could see him. And he said that he would not be afraid of 100 men if he knew they were coming. Once again, I got to reference the movie The Assassination of Jesse James. Awesome movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, check it out. There's a scene where Bob Ford helps Jesse move his belongings over to that new house, but in all reality, that was Charlie, not Bob. If I'm not mistaken, Charlie had been living with the James family ever since they moved to St. Joseph. And by this point, unbeknownst to Jesse, both Charlie and Bob were actively conspiring against him. And they had been pretty much ever since the governor issued that huge bounty. It wasn't all about the money, though. There's also the fact that Jesse had given a beating to their 15-year-old cousin, Sam. Turns out Sam's mother was the sister of Jim Cummins. Jesse paid him a visit one day, hoping to figure out where Jim was hiding, and it was while he was there that he roughed the kid up. Gotta imagine that Bob and Charlie didn't much appreciate it. And then, of course, you got Dick Little. Remember, he had been running scared ever since that shoot and scrape with Wood Height. He'd later admit that he mistrusted Jesse and thought that he was planning to kill him. And to be fair, he probably was. I guess Dick figured he'd make a move before Jesse got the chance. The only thing is, Bob Ford beat him to it. You see, Bob met with the governor in secret on January 13th over in Kansas City. And he did agree to cooperate. Said that he and Charlie would do what they could to capture Jesse, just as long as they could get their hands on that reward money. Bob also requested clemency for Dick Little. The governor agreed, and Dick turned himself in a week later. Now, you got to keep in mind that Jesse was not yet aware of any of these betrayals. Even Little's arrest was kept under wraps. Matter of fact, he and Charlie would head to Kansas that March to scout out some likely prospects. And on the way back, they swung by Martha's place and picked up Bob. Hell, Jesse even gifted him with a fancy nickel-plated revolver and invited him to come stay at the new house over in St. Joseph. Just the opportunity that the Fords had been waiting on. Only issue was that Jesse was watching them like a hawk. The Fords knew damn well they couldn't beat Jesse face to face. Well, Charlie would even admit as much. Quote, I knew he was quicker than I, and I would not try it when he had his arms on. Arms meaning pistols. He was so watchful that no man could get the drop on him. We waited a long time to catch Jesse without his revolvers, knowing that unless he put them off, we could not fetch him. End of quote. And yeah, watchful or not, Jesse was still a mere mortal, and us mortals have been known to let our guards down on occasion. To paraphrase the great Larry McMurtry, life is but a knife edge, and sooner or later we all slip and get cut. And unfortunately for Jesse, that slip came on the morning of April 3rd, 1882. He and the Ford brothers had gone outside after breakfast to feed the horses. Guess they were planning on leaving for Platte City later on that evening in preparation for another bank job. And when they stepped back inside is when Jesse removed his coat and gun belt. Then, according to Charlie Ford, quote, he went to brush off some pictures, and when he turned his back, I gave my brother the wink. Now, the picture in question was of his wife's niece, Nanny Mims, I think. I've seen other sources that say it was a painting of Jesse's favorite horse. Whatever the case, Jesse did grab a feather brush and started dusting, but in his haste, he accidentally bumped the frame. That's when he slid a chair over and climbed on top. As he started fumbling with the wire hanger trying to straighten the frame is when he heard it. Once again, per Charlie, quote, we both pulled our pistols, but he, my brother, was the quickest and fired first. I had my finger on the trigger and was just going to fire, but I saw his shot was a death shot and did not fire. He, Jesse, heard us cock our pistols and was about to turn his head. The ball struck him in the back of the head and he fell. End quote. As soon as Jesse's wife Z heard the shot, she came running, only for Charlie to claim that the pistol had gone off on accident. Yes, Z said. I guess it went off on purpose. The brothers then ran to the telegraph office and sent a messenger to the governor. After that, they surrendered to authorities. Now, Jesse's funeral was held in Kearney on April 6th, with over 1,000 mourners in attendance. He was then laid to rest at his mother's farm, same one the Pinkertons had tried to burn back in 75. The preacher who conducted the service quoted from the book of Matthew, Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not, the Son of Man cometh. Meanwhile, John Newman Edwards penned the following as an obituary. We called him outlaw, and he was, but fate made him so. When the war closed, Jesse James had no home. Proscribed, hunted, shot, driven away from among his people, a price put upon his head, what else could the man do with such a nature except what he did do? He refused to be banished from his birthright, and when he was hunted, he turned savagely about and hunted his hunters. Would to God he were alive today to make a righteous butchery of a few more of them. End of quote. Edwards also began raising money for Z and the children. Seems that despite Jesse's best of intentions, they were still broke. And what little they did have, at least what was provably stolen, got returned to the original owners. It was also Edwards who began negotiating on behalf of Frank James. Remember, Frank had long grown weary of being a night rider, and following his brother's death, he went ahead and took a chance. On October 5th, 1882, Frank stepped inside the governor's office at Jefferson City. He then unbuckled his gun belt and handed it over. Governor, I am Frank James. I surrender my arms to you. They have not been out of my possession since 1864. No other man has ever had them since then. I now give them to you personally. I deliver myself to you and the law. Now, obviously, that's not entirely true, as the type of revolver that Frank handed over had not yet been invented in 1864, but I guess the sentiment remains. Frank was tried for the Winston train robbery, but he won an acquittal. He was also tried for his role in the Muscle Shoals robbery, the one down in Alabama, one of the few crimes he was actually innocent of, and once again, he won an acquittal. He was due to be tried again for an 1876 train robbery, but one of the key witnesses passed away. Imagine that. So the prosecution just dropped the case. All total, Frank James spent about a year in jail. And once that last case fell apart, the governor told him to locate a farm and get to work. He said to stay the hell out of trouble and avoid the limelight. And if he could manage that, then the governor promised not to let him be extradited to Minnesota. Frank was 39 years old when he turned himself in. He'd go on to live another 3 decades. True to his word, he would keep to the straight and narrow. He'd go on to work a series of odd jobs, doing everything from picking fruit to selling shoes. Hell, he even operated his own Wild West show with Cole Younger before finally retiring to the old farm. It's there where he charged the curious a quarter apiece just to see the house where his famous brother was born. To quote historian Mark Lee Gardner, many journalists paid the price of admission over the years, although it did not always guarantee a visit with Frank. Still, several reporters did manage to get stories from the famous bandit, and during one interview, Frank was asked something that he had never been asked before. The reporter wanted to know if Frank thought what he had done with his life had been worthwhile. Frank paused for a moment, as if his mind was racing over the scenes of his past. Foolhardy charges, smoking revolvers, bloody corpses, and the faces of Quantrill, Bloody Bill, Cole, Jesse, his mother, and Joseph Haywood. Finally, Frank answered, "If you're not a quitter, anything you've done has got to be worthwhile. You can make it worthwhile. I guess if I had to do it all over, and had the choice, and had to make the choice as a young man, I'd rather have all the pain and danger and trouble than to just be a plain farmer. If I had an old man's head, I would choose different." End of quote. By the way, I do have a short standalone episode on Frank James regarding an incident that occurred years later when he was selling shoes down in Dallas. Evidently, he had to deal with a loudmouth bully who wasn't aware of his identity. It's not my most popular episode by a long shot, but it is one of my personal favorites. I will drop a link down below if you're interested in checking it out. Frank would die there at his mother's farm on February 18, 1915. He had been worried about grave robbers, so he asked to be cremated. Ironically, the ashes were then kept in a bank vault till his wife's passing in 1944. The remains were then buried together over in Independence. Jesse's widow Z would live another 18 years following Jesse's death, passing away in November of 1900. Legend has it that she pretty much lived in poverty those last few years. Her daughter Mary got hitched in 1901 and had a passel of kids. She died in Kansas City in 1935 after a prolonged stay in the hospital. Of what, I'm not entirely sure. Brother Jesse Edwards James graduated from law school in 1907. Had him in office in Kansas City for a number of years before moving to California. Ended up writing a book about his father's life and even starring as his father in at least 2 movies, Jesse James the Outlaw and Jesse James Under the Black Flag. He died in Los Angeles in 1951 at the age of 75. Jesse's mother Zerelda made it all the way to 1911 after having outlived 3 husbands and 4 of her 8 children. Remember Bill Ryan, that Irishman who got sentenced to life? Well, that sentence was commuted and he was released from prison in 1889. He'd always sworn that if he got out, he'd kill Tucker Basham, but I guess he either changed his mind or just never got around to it, as Basham lived all the way till 1922. I got no idea what became of Ryan other than he supposedly traveled west to California. Woodhite's brother Clarence was arrested shortly after Dick Little's surrender. He too would be sentenced to prison, but died a year later from tuberculosis. Jim Cummins spent time in Colorado and California and actually tried to turn himself in on several occasions, but nobody believed he was who he said he was, or at least that's what he claimed. He'd write a book of his own in 1903 and spent the rest of his days in an old soldier's home there in Missouri. Matter of fact, he'd end up killing one of his fellow residents there with his bare hands. Charges were never filed, and Jim passed away in 1929 at the age of 83. Dick Little received a pardon and even testified against Frank before being deemed an unreliable witness. Later, he'd travel west with Bob Ford before returning east to work as a horse trainer. He would actually die of a heart attack while attending a race over in Kentucky on July 13, 1901. As for the Ford brothers, they'd be indicted for first-degree murder. They pleaded guilty and were sentenced to death, but the governor issued an unconditional pardon for the both of them. Bob would stand trial again for the murder of Woodhite, but won an acquittal. Brothers would go on to star in a stage production titled How I Killed Jesse James, but it turned out to be a short-lived venture. Charlie came down with tuberculosis, got himself addicted to morphine, and ended up taking his own life in 1884. That's when Bob and Dick Little headed west. They opened up a saloon in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Bob even moonlighted as a police officer. A paper out of Albuquerque would joke that if anyone in Vegas decided to break the law, they should refrain from doing so while hanging pictures. It's also there in Vegas where Bob was allegedly challenged to a shooting match by none other than Jose Chavez y Chavez. Yeah, this is the same Chavez who rode with Billy the Kid. I'm not sure how true the story is, but legend has it that Bob fled town after Chavez challenged him to a duel. He opened another saloon south of Santa Fe before migrating north to Creede, Colorado. And it was there on June 8th, 1892, when a man named Ed O'Kelly stepped inside Bob's tent saloon with a double-barreled shotgun. He yelled out Bob's name and opened fire, instantly killing the man who killed Jesse James. Bob was exactly 6 months shy of his 31st birthday, and as far as I know, O'Kelly's motive has not yet been determined. Of course, O'Kelly himself would be shot dead by a police officer in Oklahoma just 11 years later. Now, before we go, several people have asked me whether or not Jesse was a member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. I don't know a ton about this group, but from what I understand, they were a secret society, sort of like the Masons, only very much pro-slavery. I even think their main goal was to create a new country where slavery was legal. Among the Circle's alleged members were John Wilkes Booth, Albert Pike, Nathan Bedford Forrest, and, of course, our very own Jesse James. Matter of fact, some even allege that Jesse was the treasurer. That said, I have found zero credible evidence linking Jesse to the Knights of the Golden Circle. And really, this is just getting into conspiracy territory. Secret symbols, buried treasure, that sort of shit. I'm not really sure how Jesse could have been the treasurer when he was constantly on the run. I'm also not sure why they'd want to bury their money out in the middle of nowhere if they were such a powerful organization. Why not just recruit a banker and keep the money locked away in a vault? I know you may have heard otherwise, especially on the so-called History Channel, but there just is not any proof that Jesse was involved. Speaking of conspiracies, one that still lingers to this day is the idea that Jesse's death was a hoax and that he lived to be an old man. In the late 1940s, a man calling himself J. Frank Dalton made a startling announcement. Said that the outlaw Jesse James had not been killed by Bob Ford in 1882. According to Dalton, the entire thing was a hoax, one orchestrated with the help of Missouri Governor Thomas Crittenden. And Dalton knew all of this because he himself was the real Jesse James. What's more, he had evidence to back it up. Not only did Dalton's body bear the scars of over 30 bullet wounds, but he also obtained signed affidavits from people swearing that he and Jesse were one and the same. Sound familiar? Even the notorious train robber Al Jennings vouched for J. Frank Dalton. But how credible was Al Jennings? And just how well does Dalton's story stand up under scrutiny? Did he really have evidence, or was he just Brushy Bill Roberts 2.0? And if he wasn't really Jesse James, then who in the hell was he? And yes, we will also be discussing the infamous Jesse James DNA test. My name's Josh, and this is a very frustrating, but hopefully at least somewhat eye-opening episode of the Wild West Extravaganza. I would stick around to the very end because we'll also take a look at whether or not Jesse James was a dope fiend. Yeehaw! J. Frank Dalton is a mystery. We don't know his real name, we don't know where, when he was born, who his parents were, or virtually anything about his early life, or the vast majority of his life for that matter. Dalton really doesn't even pop up on the radar until 1947, at which point he was living in a tent in the slums of Austin, claiming to be a 90-something-year-old veteran of Quantrill's Raiders. It wasn't until the following year that he moved to Oklahoma and started talking about being Jesse James. And believe it or not, his story did gain traction. Dalton even began making appearances at various carnivals and fairs. Or at least he did until the real James family filed a lawsuit. Consequently, the speaking engagements dried up and Dalton was dropped by his manager. That's when Frank Hall swooped in. Frank had previously worked for the Lawton Constitution, same paper that broke the news about Dalton being Jesse James. And well, I reckon Hall smelled an opportunity. Either that or he truly believed in Dalton's stories. Just not for very long. Much like the previous manager, Hall called it quits after a relatively short period and pawned the old man off to a guy by the name of Lester Dill. And yes, this is the same Lester Dill who owned and operated Merrimack Caverns over in eastern Missouri. Lester, by the way, also invented the bumper sticker. I'm not making that up. Dude was apparently a genius when it came to promotions. In 1948, he even got his son-in-law Rudy to climb the Empire State Building in a caveman outfit and threatened to jump off if everybody in the world didn't visit Merrimack. And by 1949, Dill and Rudy were using J. Frank Dalton to promote the caverns. Sort of like a living tourist attraction. Not only could you visit a hideout used by Jesse James, allegedly, But you can also meet the infamous bandit in the flesh. Hell, they even celebrated one of Dalton's birthdays right there at Merrimack. Be that as it may, by September of 1950, Jay Frank was back in Texas and dead broke. And by August of the following year, he was just plain dead. He was buried in Granbury, Texas, and to this day, the name on his tombstone reads Jesse Woodson James. Now, I really struggled with how to present all this information. If you're a new listener, I've also done a lot of work on Brushy Bill Roberts, the guy who claimed to be Billy the Kid, and I initially figured I'd give Dalton a similar treatment. But to be completely honest, I just don't have the patience, wherewithal, or bandwidth to do yet another deep dive on yet another Old West fraudster. I can sit here for the next hour and point out all the obvious flaws in Dalton's story, like the fact he originally claimed to be U.S. Marshal Frank Dalton, older sibling to the notorious Dalton gang. And when that didn't pan out is when he switched to saying that he was Jesse James. I can point out all the times he failed to answer simple questions regarding the real Jesse, like the full name of his brother Frank, or which arm his mother lost to the Pinkertons, or how his affidavits were suspect at best, and included someone who also signed an affidavit back in Brushy Bill Roberts. And then, of course, there's Dalton's other stories. Much like Brushy Bill, he couldn't stop at just one lie. Had to keep piling them on until he lost all semblance of credibility. You see, in addition to being the most famous outlaw of all time, Dalton also claimed to have been a high-ranking member of the super-secretive Knights of the Golden Circle. Said he provided Gatling guns to the Native Americans, and that's how come they were able to defeat Custer at the Battle of Little Bighorn. I am not joking. It's not just one of those things I made up. That's really what Dalton said. According to him, they placed the Gatling guns on the backs of mules. Then again, he also said he could travel the world using astral projection. Yeah, astral projection. I think I actually got that once after eating Taco Bell. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on and on with this guy. For instance, Dalton also claimed to have killed John Wilkes Booth in Oklahoma in 1902. Said he worked as a mercenary in Africa and South America, and that he rescued Emperor Maximilian down in Old Mexico. He also swore up and down that he had been a pilot in the Canadian Army during World War I. I don't know about you, but I did not have Jesse James being a goddamn elderly fighter pilot on this week's bingo card. He was also a billionaire, by the way. According to Dalton, he had been an early backer of Howard Hughes, Henry Ford, and even the Wright brothers. And that's not to mention the numerous ranches, mines, brickyards, lumberyards, river steamers, and ocean freighters he also claimed to own. And of course, there is absolutely no evidence backing up any of this. All the discrepancies and contradictions are merely explained away by introducing a mysterious cousin, one whose name was also Jesse James. Once again, I have to reference Brushy Bill Roberts. Keep in mind that Dalton and Roberts were friends IRL. IRL is how the kids nowadays say in real life. And it really is truly amazing how their stories just sort of blend together, even right down to the cousin with the same name. Simply put, J. Frank Dalton was full of shit. Just another phony in a long line of phonies. But hey, if you're still not convinced, I've got some great news. You see, science has already solved the mystery for us. Yay, science! Right? I mean, science has solved the mystery, hasn't it? Hasn't it? False. It has not. At least not conclusively. And that's what I really wanted to talk to you about today. The so-called DNA test that supposedly proved that Jesse was killed in 1882. Look, I'm going to level with you here. This is going to get a little confusing, and it's also going to be a little shocking. I've heard rumors, but I had no idea it was this bad. And I think you'll understand what I mean here in just a moment. But first, a little backstory. You see, Jesse James was initially buried at his mother's farm in April of 1882, and it's there where he stayed for the next 20 years. It wasn't until 1902 that his body was exhumed and reinterred next to his wife at the Mount Olivet Cemetery, just a few miles from the original gravesite in the town of Kearney. Sounds like a relatively simple affair, but there were complications. First off, it was raining cats and dogs when they dug Jesse up. Then, as they were lifting the casket, the bottom gave out, causing the remains to spill back down into the grave, including Jesse's skull. It actually rolled back into the grave twice before they managed to get everything transferred to a new coffin. Worth noting that Jesse's son, Jesse Edwards James, aka Jesse Jr., was in charge of the exhumation. That being the case, he was able to inspect that runaway skull. And according to him, there was a bullet hole behind where one of the ears should have been, about the size of a quarter. He also recalled how his father's hands were still, quote, folded over the breast, just as they had been placed 20 years earlier. These remains were then taken to the new cemetery by former Quantrill raiders and reburied. According to Nancy B. Samuelson, in an essay titled Who is Buried in Jesse James's Grave, there was, quote, no evidence that the coffin was left unattended at any time before reburial, end of quote. By the way, before I forget, if you're currently watching this on YouTube, I did release a video last week all about the death of Jesse James, but I accidentally released it 12 hours early. I know a lot of people missed it, so if that applies to you, please feel free to check it out when we're done here. I'll even put a link down below. Okay, so in October of 1978, there was another excavation there at the original grave site, conducted by Clay County's Dr. Milton F. Perry and archaeologist Dr. Robert Bray. And they were able to locate a number of very interesting artifacts that had been left behind, including bits of the old casket, teeth, a few pieces of hair, bone fragments, and even a .36 caliber ball. Several of these samples were sent to Kansas State University for analysis, and the results do back up the traditional narrative. The good folks over at the osteology lab determined that the remains almost certainly belonged to a Caucasian male, around 38 years of age, who had been dead for about 100 years. Not too far off, right? Jesse was actually 34 when he was killed, and he had been buried for 96 years as opposed to 100, but still, that's pretty damn impressive. At least it is, assuming that everything was done on the up and up. But unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case. I'll give you a for instance. The doctor who tested the items at the university determined that Jesse's teeth showed signs of a prolonged fever. Okay, fine. I'm sure he had more than a few prolonged fevers throughout the course of his life, especially considering how many times he was seriously wounded. But regrettably, said doctor then fabricated a story about some fake probate records to back up his hypothesis. Maybe he meant well, I don't know. Maybe the teeth did show signs of hypoplasia. But why make up a story? Why not just stick with the results, come what may? By the way, I'm saying all of this with the full realization that I do not know the entire story, nor do I have the doctor's side of the story. It could very well be that I'm misunderstanding a few key details. I just want to make that very clear. I did reach out to the guy, at least a professor at that same university, with the exact same name, who I think is the doctor who tested the remains, but as of this recording, he has not yet replied. I also have not personally reviewed those probate records in question. I cannot stress how hard it was finding reliable information on what we're discussing today, the excavation and the exhumations. So please verify and double check everything that you hear me say. And if by some chance you happen to have some insider knowledge, maybe if someone you know, or even if you were involved, please feel free to hit me up at josh@wildwestextra.com. I am very open to being corrected. Now, that good doctor's indiscretion, or alleged indiscretion notwithstanding, I really don't have any other reasons to doubt the results. And I also think it's pretty cool that their analysis strongly supports the historical narrative of Jesse being killed in 1882. That said, there was additional tomfoolery involved. The guy in charge of the dig, Dr. Milt Perry, actually started handing out the artifacts like souvenirs. Now, the rest were put on display in the museum, and eventually a few of the pieces were placed in a Tupperware bowl and reburied. Once again, not necessarily a hanging offense, but it also doesn't give me a lot of faith in Dr. Perry's professionalism. And I say that as if I even have an iota of his accolades. Look, I barely graduated high school. I have a total of 0 degrees. By contrast, Dr. Perry's credentials are a mile long. This guy was a legit historian. And in addition to his work there in Clay County, he also served as the first curator for the Truman Library. So while I don't necessarily love the idea of Dr. Perry handing out valuable artifacts to his buddies, part of me feels like he had to have at least known what he was doing regarding that excavation. This is not me knocking Dr. Perry or even that doctor at the university. All I'm trying to do is share the full story, so far as I understand it, which, to be honest, ain't much, mostly on account of a lack of transparency. Once again, please double check everything I'm saying and feel free to reach out with any corrections. Now, as many of you already know, Jesse was dug up yet again at the Mount Olivet Cemetery in July of 1995, this time with Professor James E. Stars at the helm. Much to the professor's dismay, however, they only had a couple of days to exhume the body. And then, further complicated matters was the condition of the casket. Just like the original coffin, it too had nearly disintegrated. In other words, they couldn't just simply dig down with a backhoe and fetch up the body fully intact. Instead, once they uncovered what was described as shards of decaying wood, the operation turned into more of an archaeological dig. And according to Professor Stars, it was handled professionally. Quote, working from the westernmost part of the grave pit nearest the headstone, Dan Kaizen ploddingly and conscientiously exposed several artifacts. Then he turned up badly decayed skeletal remains. My daughter-in-law, Tracy Stars, was carefully recording each artifact that he turned up. Uncomplaining and conscientious, she sat right by the grave pit in the hot sun, ensuring that the process was done correctly and that all retrieved items were documented. End quote. The team was able to locate another .36 caliber ball near what they thought was Jesse's right rib cage. They also found 16 teeth, some of which contained gold fillings, which Jesse's son had also noted back in 1902. They were even able to reconstruct the skull and determine the presence of lead, indicating a gunshot wound. So far so good, right? The only thing left was to extract DNA. And turns out that's not as simple as it sounds. First, they tried the bones, but when that didn't pan out, they turned to the teeth. And that's when they hit pay dirt. Not only did they get DNA from a couple of the teeth, but they were able to compare the DNA to living James descendants. And surprising absolutely nobody, it was a match. Or as Professor Stars put it, they had Jesse by science. Case closed, the end. The only thing is, not everyone's buying it. And believe it or not, I do think that the skeptics are somewhat justified in their doubts. You see, Professor Stars returned a couple of months later and excavated the original grave site, the same one that Dr. Perry had dug up in 1978. Keep in mind that this was done after obtaining those teeth from the Mount Olivet Cemetery, but before releasing the DNA results. He also requisitioned several artifacts from the James Farm Museum, including teeth and a piece of hair allegedly belonging to Jesse James. And yeah, these are some of the same items that Dr. Perry discovered back in '78. This was not done with the express approval of the museum. But as Stars writes in his book, quote, in the end, the James Farm relented and allowed us to take the hair from the James Farm Museum and test it. What Stars fails to mention is that the museum didn't relent until he obtained a court order. And to this day, they have still not been able to retrieve those items. According to Stars, what destroyed during testing was just reburied. And if you'd like to hear what Stars has to say about any of this, just check out his book, Voice for the Dead. It is available for free on archive.org if you're interested. I'll even drop a link down below because I care, okay? I love you. That's why I'm going to drop that link down below. And I don't know. It's just getting creepy right now, so I'm just going to go along with the rest of the story. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to share Professor Starr's full statement concerning the DNA. Quote, Stone King had tried getting DNA from the bones from the grave, but their decayed condition made that impossible. As a last resort, they turned to the teeth. Teeth have protected enamel coating, and inside that coating, the DNA is housed. So the enamel protects the DNA, and we had 16 teeth available to test. After one tooth after another tested out unsuccessfully, Stone King finally announced a match between two molars and the mtDNA of two known descendants of James's sister, Susan Lavinia James, end quote. And what follows is the official report published in the Journal of Forensic Science. The next 60 or so seconds is going to be a little boring, but please bear with me. This is some very important information, and it will all make sense in just a few minutes, I promise. Once again, this is the Journal of Forensic Science. Quote, we report here that the results of the mtDNA analysis of remains exhumed in July 1995 from Mount Olivet Cemetery in Kearney, Nebraska, that are thought to be those of Jesse James. So right off the bat, they've already got the location wrong. It was Kearney, Missouri, not Kearney, Nebraska. Continuing on, quote, the remains were poorly preserved, presumably due to wet and slightly acidic soil conditions, and insufficient DNA for analysis was obtained from 2 bone samples. However, 2 of 4 teeth and 2 hairs recovered in 1978 from the original burial site on the James farm did yield reproducible mtDNA sequences. These mtDNA sequences from the teeth and hairs were all identical, suggesting that they came from the same individual. Furthermore, this mtDNA sequence was identical to mtDNA sequences determined from blood samples from two maternal relatives of Jesse James. Therefore, either the remains are indeed those of Jesse James, or they are from an unrelated individual who, by chance, happens to have the same mtDNA sequence. To assess the probability that an unrelated individual would have the same sequence, we searched the forensic mtDNA database and found that this sequence does not appear among the 2,426 mtDNA sequences therein. Hence, the mtDNA analysis supports the identification of the exhumed remains from Mount Olivet Cemetery as those of Jesse James. End of quote. And okay, maybe it's just me, but the way they worded that is a little confusing. It almost sounds as if the teeth that they got the DNA from were obtained from the museum as opposed to the Mount Olivet Cemetery. I'm going to read just that one line over again and tell me what you think, please. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Okay, so, quote, however, 2 of 4 teeth, comma, and 2 hairs recovered in 1978 from the original burial site on the James farm, comma, did yield reproducible mtDNA sequences. So I don't know, I guess the comma sort of differentiates between the teeth and those items recovered from the farm. But then again, why did they say 2 of 4 teeth and not 2 of 16 teeth? Remember, according to Stars, they found 16 teeth at the Mount Olivet Cemetery. Could the 4 teeth being referenced here be the ones they took from the museum? And if so, how do we even know those were really the teeth of Jesse James? I know they said that the DNA from the hair also matched the teeth, which is great, but once again, was it the teeth from the museum or the teeth from the grave? And really, this is my biggest issue with this entire operation. Just the complete and utter lack of transparency. Pretty much everything I can find on these digs is almost purposely vague. I've been studying this shit for like over a month now. I've reached out to people who were actually there, and I still have no fucking clue where they got that DNA from. Now, we'll circle back to the DNA in just a moment, but if my voice doesn't fucking give out on me, but I'd also like to highlight some of the other issues. One of which is that Jesse James was buried face down. Or at least he was, according to Professor Stars. Remember, it was Jesse's own son, along with one of Jesse's stepbrothers, who handled the remains in 1902. And at that time, Jesse Jr. did state that his father's arms were crossed over his chest, indicating, of course, that he was buried face up. But to hear Professor Stars tell it, by 1995, the corpse had mysteriously turned over. So unless Jesse James was literally rolling over in his grave, it just sounds to me like someone's lying. Unless, of course, they just haphazardly threw the remains in the new coffin back in 1902, but I kind of find that hard to believe. I also think that those former Quantrill men would have especially bristled at such an indignity. Or who knows, maybe Jesse requested that he be buried upside down so the entire world could kiss his rebel ass. Or hear me out, maybe, just maybe, Professor Stars dug up the wrong body. Now, I recently got my hands on a very interesting essay written by the aforementioned Nancy B. Samuelson and published in the now defunct National Association for Outlaw and Lawman History. I don't know much about the author, other than she wrote a book on the Dalton Gang and another on the 3 Guardsmen out of Oklahoma. She also appeared in the 1992 documentary Outlaws, 10 Most Wanted, and she is, or was, a contributing member to the Wild West History Association, of which I am also a member. And, well, let's just say that Nancy B. Samuelson was not very happy with Professor Stars. She even made the subtitle of her essay, Why Can't James Stars Count Teeth? Now, I will admit, much of what she wrote about is stuff that I would consider nitpicky. Like, she criticizes Stars for getting certain dates and names wrong. Sort of like how they got that location of the gravesite wrong in the scientific journal that I read earlier. I don't necessarily find these mistakes as damning as Samuelson does, but she does make a great point of saying that such mistakes show a lack of discipline and attention to detail. And I do sort of agree. If you're careless in the minor details, how do we know you'll be diligent when it comes to the important stuff? But then again, I too am guilty of making similar mistakes. How many times have you heard me get something as simple as directions wrong? I'll say that such and such town was 10 miles southwest of the border when I really meant that it was northeast of the border. Doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of the information isn't relevant or accurate, but I get what Nancy's saying. At the end of the day, it does point to a certain degree of carelessness. I like to think that if I was doing something as historically important as exhuming Jesse James, that I'd make doubly sure to dot my I's and cross my T's. A lot of her other concerns seem to be centered mostly around Professor Starr's somewhat unconventional personality, which was also highlighted in a particularly damning piece by journalist Amanda Ripley titled Bone Hunter. I'm not going to get into it here. I really don't think it matters all that much. But suffice it to say, Starr's reputation was not held in high regard amongst his peers, especially historians and anthropologists. I mean, the dude was even hawking t-shirts during the excavation. Shirts that read, "We dig Jesse." And this is not the only time the Starrs pulled such a stunt. He also sold t-shirts during a prior excavation in Colorado when they dug up the victims of Alfred Packer. Samuelson also points out the Starrs initially received permission to exhume Jesse's mother, Zerelda, but he declined, instead opting to extract DNA from people with a somewhat questionable pedigree. Apparently, there are doubts as to whether or not those James descendants who were tested were truly James descendants. And by Starr's own admission, he deceived the judge who approved the exhumation. And then there's the fact that the number of teeth obtained from the grave is just constantly changing. In some reports, it says they only found a dozen teeth, then it was 14, and finally, as late as February of 1996, Starrs claimed 16. The image in his book, however, only shows 14, and in a sketch made by one of his assistants, the teeth are nowhere to be seen. Mrs. Samuelson sums up her thoughts by writing, quote, "In summary, the information disseminated about this exhumation has been inconsistent, confusing, and unreliable. She also points out that Professor Starrs proved nothing, and that the project was characterized by faulty assumptions, false statements, sloppy record keeping, and a lack of proper scientific controls." End quote, amen, and pass the biscuits. I could not agree more. So I don't know, man. All that minor stuff aside, maybe I'm missing the forest for the trees, but just going off everything I've seen concerning this case, at no point do they make it clear where they obtained the DNA. And that's my biggest thing. They said they got it from the teeth, but which teeth? Was it the ones allegedly located at the Mount Olivet Cemetery? Or was it the teeth the Starrs took from the museum? And like I said earlier, if it was the museum teeth, then how do we know they even belong to Jesse James, not one of his siblings? Once again, I am more than willing to admit that I don't have all the information. Sadly, Professor Starrs is no longer with us, so I can't just call him up and get his side of the story. Same goes for Milt Perry. I did, however, find a statement from someone else involved, historian Phil Stewart. At least I think he was a historian. He was working at the James Farm Museum, though, at the time. And according to Stewart, the DNA test was legit. Quote, "Some say the tooth did not come from the grave. There is no doubt it did. The experts who were on the case are not going to jeopardize their reputations by falsifying information." End of quote. Also, according to Stewart, one of the femur bones found at the Mount Olivet Cemetery showed signs of a bullet wound. He also stated that the remains matched Jesse's physical description, a detail backed up by Dr. Mark Stoneking. And then, of course, there's the fact that they found a pistol ball and evidence of lead in the skull. I mean, what are the odds? They dug up the wrong body, who also just so happened to resemble Jesse James, both in age and build, and wounds. That said, I don't know how involved Stewart was with the actual dig, nor do I know how much of what he said was based on opinion versus fact. But luckily, I was able to speak with someone else who worked there at the James Farm Museum as the excavation was underway. I'm not going to reveal their name, but I got the feeling that they weren't all that happy with the way Starrs conducted himself. But when I asked point blank if they agreed with Phil Stewart's assessment that the DNA test was legit, the answer was an unequivocal yes. The gist of the conversation, at least what I got out of it, was that while there were issues, the results were not fabricated. This person was also able to point out several false statements made by detractors. According to my source, the facts have been somewhat muddled, not only by the press, apparently it was a damn media circus, but also by people looking to profit off of phonies like J. Frank Dalton. For instance, earlier I mentioned how Professor Starrs obtained a court order to get those teeth and the hair samples from the museum. Well, rumor has it that the deputy counselor for Clay County back in those days refused to hand over the hair. Instead, he simply cut a few locks off of one of his buddies, and that's what he gave to Stars. And it was that hair that Stars tested. According to my source, though, that never happened. While they were very familiar with the story, they were also very adamant that the hair sample was not taken from a living person. It was indeed the hair that was on display at the museum. The same hair, by the way, that Dr. Perry had located in the grave back in 1978 or 79. Whatever. Now I'm the one getting details wrong. Okay, with all of that in mind, here's where I stand as of right now. I cannot, in all good conscience, reference this DNA test as proof that Jesse James was killed in 1882. Simply put, there's just too much confusion and not enough transparency. That said, my thoughts on the matter are very much subject to change. All I really need is just evidence proving that the tooth came from the Mount Olivet Cemetery. And I'd also like to see it tested against other known James descendants. I don't think that the exhumation was bungled on purpose, nor do I believe that it was part of some grand conspiracy to cover up the truth. There's an old saying, never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetency. If I were a betting man, I'd wager that the tooth probably did come from Jesse's grave there at the Mount Olivet Cemetery. I think Stars had a bit of an ego and he wanted headlines, and he was more preoccupied in selling t-shirts and making a name for himself than properly collecting and marking the samples. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he was a con artist. It just means that the dig wasn't correctly documented. At the end of the day, though, I just can't get past not really knowing where the DNA came from. That and Stars not releasing the results until after he got the teeth from the museum. If he already had what he needed from the grave, then why go through the trouble of getting a court order? But hey, luckily we don't have to rely on DNA at all, as there is a ton of historical evidence showing that Jesse James was killed by Bob Ford in 1882. Not the least of which are the numerous eyewitnesses, both friends and enemies. Keep in mind that Bob Ford and his brother Charlie readily admitted to what they had done, and who they did it to. They also testified at the coroner's inquest immediately following the murder. So did Jesse's wife, his mother, his son, even Clay County Sheriff James Timberlake. And they all agreed that the body belonged to Jesse James. Hell, even Dick Little ID'd the body, and he was fucking terrified of Jesse. In addition to the witnesses, there was a post-mortem done by a Dr. Catlett and Coroner Hedens. And they both noted the bullet scars near Jesse's right nipple, as well as the missing tip of his finger. A few days later, the body was taken to Kearney and placed in a hotel, with the casket lid removed, so that folks could file past and pay their respects. Per an attendee, quote, there were hundreds of people there, a number of relatives, among whom were his mother, wife, 2 children, and the Samuel children, who were Jesse's half-brothers and sisters. There were many neighbors who knew Jesse all of his life, end of quote. From there, the body was transferred to the same church where Jesse was baptized back in 1866, and then, following the service, he was laid to rest at his mother's farm. Important to note that St. Joseph, Missouri, where Jesse was killed, had a population of over 32,000 people in 1882, and Clay County, where Jesse was displayed and buried, boasted of over 25,000 residents. This was not like with Billy the Kid, where he was killed in a remote location with only a couple hundred people bearing witness. Damn near everyone who knew Jesse James, at least those within a 50-mile radius, saw his body lying in that casket. According to historian T.J. Stiles, there was upwards of 2,000 mourners. We also have visual proof. Once again, with Billy the Kid, right? Unlike Billy, Jesse was propped up and photographed more than once. There are at least 2 photos still existing that show Jesse James plain as day lying in that casket. In other words, to paraphrase the great Old West historian Mark Lee Gardner, the assassination of Jesse James is one of the best documented deaths in American history. Now, it's my opinion that there really was no reason to begin with to dig Jesse up. The only real purpose I can think of for obtaining DNA would just be to appease a very small yet very vocal minority of conspiracy theorists, people who know very little about the actual historical evidence. And in that sense, the exhumation was an abject failure. All Stars managed to do was give the skeptics additional fodder for their crazy theories. Look, for Jesse's death to have been a hoax, somewhere around 1,000 people would have had to have been in on it, even those who hated him. First of all, they would have had to have killed someone else who looked enough like Jesse to prop him up in public and take pictures. And that someone would also have to have the same exact scars and wounds that Jesse incurred during the Civil War. Now, the skeptics will explain this away as people just lying to cover up Jesse's escape. But you gotta think, that only really works if everybody loved and adored Jesse James. Keep in mind that when James first began riding with Quantrill and Anderson, his first victims were his own neighbors. Long before he ever faced off against the Kansas Redlegs or the Yankees or the Pinkertons, Jesse was murdering people he had known for his entire life. People whose families continued residing in Clay County even after the war. They too saw Jesse's body, and they would have had zero reason to help cover up a hoax. Samuel Hardwick's a great example of this. He was so afraid of Jesse that he fled the state of Missouri entirely. But guess what? By 1882, he was right back there in Clay County. And I just do not see him lying in order to protect Jesse James. Same goes for the Ford brothers and Dick Little. And besides, if Jesse really faked his own death, that would also mean that he was okay with his wife and children suffering in poverty for a number of years. So to sum it all up, no, I do not think the DNA test is credible. But I also don't think that Jesse faked his own death. It's my opinion, and the opinion of every legitimate historian that I'm aware of, that Jesse James was killed by Bob Ford in 1882. All of the evidence points to this conclusion, and there's really not anything of substance to the contrary. Now, I started off by discussing J. Frank Dalton, and as crazy as this may sound, we still don't know his true identity. If I had to guess, though, I'd say he was most likely not 103 years old when he died, like he claimed. He was very old. You can tell just by looking at him. He was probably already well into his 90s. But I don't think he was old enough to actually serve in the Civil War, which might explain why he didn't file for a pension until the 1940s. Had to wait till he got old enough to look the part. And then there's the fact that he was associated with other known phonies like Brushy Bill Roberts and Ora Woodman. I know what you're thinking, though. Why don't we just dig Dalton up and extract DNA from him? That'll show everybody. Well, it just so happens someone already beat you to the jump. A used car dealer by the name of Bud Hardcastle. The only problem is he and his team dug up the wrong damn grave. Imagine that. Something about moving headstones or some such shit. They claim to have partially uncovered Dalton's actual casket in the process, but their request for a second exhumation had been denied. That was like 20 years ago, so who knows what'll ever come of it. I think going forward, if you must dig up any of these historical figures, first of all, I don't know, maybe go with somebody other than a used car salesman or some quirky professor. Also, you might want to consult with the historians first, okay? Not me, but actual real historians. Check with them and see if there's even a need to dig anyone up. What does the historical evidence say? And then, if you still want to go forward, I do think there needs to be some type of impartial panel that oversees the entire project. Like audit the process, take photos, make sure everything's properly documented, all that good stuff. Oh, and I don't know, maybe refrain from selling t-shirts. Because unless we do that, there's always going to be questions. I mean, there's going to be questions regardless, but this way we can give the crazies less to work with. And instead, we can focus on providing answers to people who are actually interested in history as opposed to fairy tales. And no, J. Frank Dalton certainly was not the only one claiming to be Jesse James. There were many other contenders, most notably a guy known as James L. Courtney. I really didn't dig too far into Courtney, but what little I saw involved Freemasons, buried Templar treasure, and of course, the mysterious they that control everything. Just more conspiratorial nonsense. And look, man, I get it. It is way more fun to think about Jesse James being part of some all-powerful secret society and, I don't know, orchestrating all these historical events and getting one over on the law and spending the rest of his days laughing at his enemies. And it's also kind of fun to think about stumbling upon his buried treasure. Okay, I get it. But at the end of the day, I'm much more interested in the truth, whether or not something did or didn't occur. I mean, that's history, right? And to determine the truth, you must have evidence, real evidence, not just some story that someone on YouTube heard from their great-grandmother. Oh, and just in case you're curious, earlier I mentioned how that train robber Al Jennings vouched for Dalton. Well, a few years later, he finally came clean. When pressed on the matter, Jennings admitted, quote, "They paid me, so why not?" End of quote. And full disclosure, I too am open to bribes. If you want me to say that J. Frank Dalton or whoever was the real Jesse James, I will definitely do it. But my dignity comes with a price. And by price, I'm talking FU money, okay? Luckily, I do not have extravagant taste, so I really don't need all that much. Let's call it a small $2 million. That's Josh at wildwestextra.com. I eagerly await your best offer. Now, before we call it a day, as promised, I do want to discuss whether or not Jesse James was on drugs. First, though, I'd like to give a shout out to Scott McCrae. Scott just published his most recent book, Targets West, an exciting thriller that places American rancher Lucas Wheeler at the center of an international terrorist plot. Wheeler evades terrorists, government agents, and hired killers on 3 continents before the startling conclusion in London. And that conclusion is that he was the real Jesse James. Now, I'm just joking about that. Scott, by the way, is not just some amateur hack writer. The dude's already pinned a total of 25 Westerns and was even a Spur Award finalist in 2024. You may have even seen him on TV, including Good Morning America. So if you love the Old West and a good thriller, I mean, who doesn't, right? Then you should definitely check out Targets West. Link down below and available on Amazon. Now, let's talk about Jesse James and his drug use. Someone asked me recently if Jesse was ever known to use opium. The closest I could find comes from the book Frank and Jesse James by Ted Yeatman. And according to Ted Yeatman, Jesse overdosed on laudanum in 1870 at his Uncle Haight's place over in Kentucky. Quote, the Haight home had been a refuge for the James boys since after the Civil War. It was here in 1870 that Jesse overdosed on laudanum in what was later termed a suicide attempt, but probably wasn't. End of quote. And that's literally all I know about Jesse's drug use. I'm sure he did use stuff on occasion. He had to have been in chronic pain from all those wounds. So this revelation really doesn't come as that much of a surprise. But that said, those hair samples from the James Museum were tested for narcotics. This was the hair allegedly taken from Jesse's original gravesite. And supposedly, it tested clean. If that's actually true, which, let's be honest, by this point, who the fuck knows, then I think it's safe to say that Jesse didn't get loaded for at least the last few months of his life. And yeah, with that, I think we're about done with Jesse Woodson James.